Welcome back, legends, and if you're new here, welcome to the ultimate world of magical what-if fanfictions. Here, we explore alternate destinies, unstoppable power awakenings, and the darkest secrets the wizarding world never revealed. In today's video, what if Harry Potter was born with the soul of a devil mystic god? We uncover a question that could change Harry Potter's fate forever. And hey, if you love powerful Harry Potter alternate stories, make sure to hit that subscribe button right now. Because we upload daily magical what-if videos you definitely don't want to miss. Alright, let's unlock the magic, and witness how Harry's entire destiny is rewritten. The cupboard under the stairs had always been dark, but tonight the darkness felt alive. Harry lay on the thin mattress, staring at the underside of the staircase above him. Dust particles danced in the sliver of moonlight that crept through the crack beneath the door. His body ached from another day of chores, another day of pretending to be nothing more than the unwanted nephew who slept in a cupboard. But something stirred within him. It wasn't the usual anger or frustration that bubbled up when Dudley shoved him or Aunt Petunia screamed at him for existing. This was different, deeper, ancient. Harry closed his eyes, and for the first time in his 10 years of life, he felt something respond. A pulse. Not his heartbeat, something else entirely. It rippled through his chest like a wave of liquid shadow, cool and electric. His fingers tingled. The air around him seemed to hum with a frequency only he could hear. "What?" he whispered into the darkness. The pulse answered. Images flooded his mind, not memories, but something older. A throne carved from obsidian. Eyes that burned with violet fire. Wings made of smoke and starlight. A voice that spoke in languages he'd never learned but somehow understood. "You are not just a boy. You are the vessel, the inheritor, the bridge between worlds." Harry's eyes snapped open. His breath came in short gasps. The cupboard felt smaller now, suffocating. He pressed his hands against the wooden walls, and the moment his palms made contact, the wood groaned. Frost spread from his fingertips. Not ice, something darker. The wood didn't freeze. It withered. The grain turned black, veins of shadow spreading like roots through the panel. Harry pulled his hands back, heart hammering. No, 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 no. He'd done strange things before. Glass vanishing at the zoo. Aunt Petunia's hair turning blue. But this was different. This felt deliberate, controlled, powerful. The door to the cupboard rattled. "Boy!" Uncle Vernon's voice boomed from somewhere in the house. "Get up. Breakfast won't cook itself." Harry scrambled to his feet, shoving his glasses onto his face. The blackened wood stared back at him in the dim light. He grabbed his blanket and threw it over the affected area, praying Vernon wouldn't notice. When he stepped out of the cupboard, the morning light hit him like a wave. Number 4, Privet Drive looked the same as always, pristine, ordinary, suffocatingly normal. But Harry felt different. The kitchen smelled like bacon and eggs. Dudley sat at the table, already stuffing his face while Aunt Petunia fussed over him. Uncle Vernon hid behind his newspaper, his massive frame taking up half the space. "About time," Petunia snapped. "The bacon's been waiting. Don't burn it like last time, or you'll go without dinner." Harry moved to the stove mechanically. His hands shook as he flipped the bacon. The grease popped and hissed. He could still feel that pulse in his chest, slower now, but present. Waiting. What am I? The thought consumed him as he plated the food. Dudley grabbed 3 pieces of bacon before Harry could even set the plate down. Vernon grunted his approval. Petunia handed Harry a single slice of burnt toast. "Eat quickly and get to the garden," she said. "Those weeds won't pull themselves." Harry sat at the far end of the table, nibbling on the toast that tasted like charcoal. He could feel their eyes on him, always watching, always waiting for him to mess up. But today, something was different. Today, he didn't feel small. The pulse thrummed again, and for a split second, Harry's vision shifted. The kitchen didn't change, but he saw layers. Threads of energy connecting everything, the light fixture, the refrigerator, even the people sitting at the table. Dudley's thread pulsed with dull orange greed. Petunia's burned with anxious yellow fear. Vernon's was thick and red with anger. And his own thread was black. Not the absence of color, but a living, breathing darkness that seemed to consume the light around it. Violet sparks danced along its edges. He blinked, and the vision vanished. "What are you staring at, freak?" Dudley sneered through a mouthful of eggs. Harry looked down at his toast. Nothing. But it wasn't nothing. It was everything. The garden work took hours. The summer sun beat down on Harry's back as he knelt in the dirt, pulling weeds from Aunt Petunia's prized flower beds. His hands were filthy, his knees ached, but his mind was elsewhere. Every time he touched the soil, he felt it. The pulse. The earth seemed to whisper to him. Not in words, but in sensations, ancient and patient. He could feel the roots of the flowers beneath his fingers, sense the tiny insects crawling through the dirt. It was as if the world itself was speaking a language he'd suddenly learned to understand. Boy. Vernon's voice cut through his concentration. Mrs. Fig called. You're to go over and watch her cats while she's out. Don't give me that look, March. Harry stood, brushing dirt from his knees. Mrs. Fig lived 2 streets over in a house that smelled perpetually of cabbage and cat. He usually dreaded going there, but today, he needed space to think. The walk to Mrs. Fig's house felt longer than usual. Every step seemed to echo with that strange pulse in his chest. He passed neighbors watering their lawns, kids playing with bikes, dogs barking behind fences. Normal life. Ordinary life. But Harry didn't feel ordinary anymore. Mrs. Fig's door was unlocked, as always. Just keep an eye on them, dear, she'd told him over the phone. Mr. Trembles gets anxious when I'm gone. The house was quiet except for the soft patting of paws on carpet. 3 cats lounged in various spots, Mr. Trembles on the windowsill, Snowy on the couch, and Tufty near the food bowl. They all turned to look at Harry as he entered. And then something extraordinary happened. The cat's eyes began to glow. Not bright, just a faint shimmer of recognition. Mr. Trembles stood, his tail swishing slowly. He approached Harry with deliberate steps, then sat directly in front of him and bowed. The other cats followed suit. Harry's breath caught. What are you doing? Mr. Trembles meowed, a sound that resonated deeper than any cat should. The pulse in Harry's chest answered, thrumming with approval. They recognize you. They know what you carry. The voice in his head wasn't his own. It was older. Vast. It spoke with the weight of centuries. Who are you? Harry whispered. I am you. I have always been you. I am the fragment of divinity that was woven into your soul before you drew your first breath. I am the devil mystic god, Azrathar, and you are my vessel. Harry stumbled backward, hitting the wall. The cats remained motionless, their glowing eyes fixed on him. That's not possible. I'm nobody. You are everything. Your mother's sacrifice created a bridge. Her love opened a door that should have remained sealed. When the killing curse struck you, it did not find a mere child. It found a soul already claimed by something far older. Something that death cannot touch. I don't understand. You will. The power within you has been dormant, waiting for the moment when your spirit was strong enough to bear it. Tonight, that moment arrived. Tonight, you awakened. Harry slid down the wall, sitting on the floor. The cats approached slowly, gently. Mr. Trembles rubbed against his leg, purring. The sound was oddly comforting. What does this mean? Harry asked. What am I supposed to do? Survive, learn, grow. The wizarding world believes you to be their savior, the boy who lived. They do not know that you are so much more. You carry the blood of witches and wizards, yes, but you also carry the essence of a god. A devil god who once ruled realms beyond their comprehension. A devil god, Harry repeated. The words felt heavy on his tongue. Do not fear what you are. Fear only what you might become if you deny your nature. Power without wisdom is destruction. Wisdom without power is helplessness. You will need both. Why me? Why was I chosen? You were not chosen. You were forged. Your mother's love was the crucible. Voldemort's curse was the hammer. And I am the metal that was shaped. We are one now, Harry Potter. What I know, you will learn. What I can do, you will master. But the choices, those will always be yours. The cats settled around him, forming a protective circle. Harry sat in silence, processing everything. His life, his entire existence, had been a lie. He wasn't just the orphan boy in the cupboard. He wasn't just the freak that strange things happened around. He was something else entirely. Will it hurt? He asked quietly. Learning to use this power. Growth always comes with pain. But you are stronger than you know. You have survived 10 years in a house that wished you didn't exist. You have endured loneliness, cruelty, and neglect. If you can survive that, you can survive anything. Harry closed his eyes. The pulse in his chest beat steadily now, like a second heart. He could feel the power coiled within him, vast and patient. Waiting. What's the first step? Control. You must learn to hold the power without letting it consume you. Tonight, when you return to your cupboard, I will show you the first meditation. It will hurt. It will feel like your body is tearing apart from the inside. But if you endure, you will take the first step toward mastery. And if I can't endure, then the power will leak out in uncontrolled bursts. You will hurt people, destroy things, draw attention. The wizarding world will come for you long before you are ready. And there are forces in that world, dark forces, who would kill to possess what you carry. Harry opened his eyes. The cats were still watching him. I don't want to hurt anyone. Then you will learn control. The walk back to Privet Drive felt surreal. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. Normal people were returning home from normal jobs, cooking normal dinners, living normal lives. Harry was no longer normal. He could feel the power beneath his skin now, a constant presence. It didn't hurt, but it was there. Alive, aware. When he opened the door to number 4, Aunt Petunia was in the hallway. You're late, she hissed. Dinner's already finished. You'll have to make do with leftovers. Harry nodded silently. He wasn't hungry. Anyway, he ate the cold remnants of a sandwich standing over the sink, then retreated to his cupboard. Dudley was upstairs playing video games. Vernon was watching television. Petunia was cleaning, as always. No one paid him any attention. In the darkness of the cupboard, Harry sat cross-legged on his mattress. His heart raced. Okay, he whispered. I'm ready. Close your eyes. Breathe deeply. Feel the pulse. He did. The pulse responded immediately, thrumming through his chest. Now, reach for it. Harry extended his awareness inward, toward that dark, pulsing core. The moment he touched it, pain exploded through his body. It felt like lightning in his veins. Like fire in his bones. His muscles seized. His jaw clenched so hard he thought his teeth would crack. Every cell in his body screamed. Do not pull away. This is the power recognizing you. Accepting you. Bonding with you. Breathe through the pain. Harry wanted to scream. He wanted to tear his skin off. But he held on. He breathed. In and out. In and out. Slowly, impossibly, the pain began to shift. It didn't fade, it transformed. The fire in his bones became warmth. The lightning in his veins became energy. The agony became clarity. He could see himself from the inside now. Could see the threads of power weaving through his body like a second nervous system. Black and violet light pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat. Good. You have touched the core. This is only the beginning. Each night, you will do this. Each night, the bond will strengthen. In time, calling upon this power will be as natural as breathing. Harry's eyes opened. Sweat dripped down his face. His hands shook. But he felt alive. More alive than he'd ever felt. The blackened wood on the cupboard wall caught his eye. He reached out, hesitating, then placed his palm against it. This time, he didn't panic. He let the power flow, controlled, deliberate. The black veins in the wood began to recede. Slowly, the natural grain returned. The damage faded until only a faint shadow remained. Harry pulled his hand back, staring at his palm. I did that. You did. And you will do so much more. He lay back on the mattress, exhaustion crashing over him. His body ached in ways he'd never experienced. But beneath the exhaustion was something else. Hope. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter didn't feel helpless. He didn't feel small. He didn't feel like the freak in the cupboard. He felt like someone who might actually matter. Outside, the night deepened. The world slept. And in a cupboard under the stairs, a boy with the soul of a devil god closed his eyes and dreamed of power. Tomorrow, the training would begin. Tomorrow, everything would change. But tonight, Harry simply breathed. And the darkness breathed with him. Chapter 2, Whispers of the Forbidden. The days that followed blurred together in a haze of pain and discovery. Every night, after the Dursleys went to bed, Harry would sit in his cupboard and reach for the power. Every night, it felt like dying and being reborn. His body would convulse. His mind would fracture. But every morning, he woke up stronger. The voice, Azrathar, guided him through the process. It wasn't like having someone else in his head. It was more like remembering things he'd forgotten. Instincts that had always been there but dormant. Control begins with awareness, Azrathar had told him on the third night. You must know every corner of your being before you can command it. Harry learned to feel the power flowing through him like water through channels. There were pathways, invisible rivers of energy that connected his core to his limbs, his mind, his very soul. When he focused, he could see them with his mind's eye. Black and violet veins that pulsed with potential. By the end of the first week, he could move small objects without touching them. It happened accidentally. He'd been sitting in the cupboard, practicing his breathing, when a spider crawled across the floor. Without thinking, Harry reached out with his awareness. The spider stopped. It turned in a slow circle, then scurried in the opposite direction. Did I just? Yes. You commanded it. Not with magic in the traditional sense, but with will. Your soul speaks a language that all living things understand on some level. That spider felt your presence and obeyed. But I didn't mean to. Intent matters less than you think. What you want, truly want, will manifest. This is why control is essential. Your desires, your fears, your anger, all of it can become reality if you are not careful. Harry thought about that as he stared at the spider now cowering in the corner. He'd spent his entire life being powerless. Now, even insects feared him. The realization should have felt good. Instead, it felt heavy. I don't want things to fear me, he said quietly. Then learn to wield your power with precision. Fear is the reaction to uncontrolled force. Respect is the response to mastered strength. Which would you rather command? Respect. Then continue the work. Uncle Vernon noticed the changes first. You're acting strange, he'd growled over breakfast one morning. Quiet. More than usual. What are you planning, boy? Harry had learned to school his expression. Nothing, Uncle Vernon. Just tired. Tired. From what? You barely do anything around here. Aunt Petunia had chimed in. He's probably coming down with something. Freakish things always happen when he's sick. But Harry wasn't sick. He was evolving. His senses had sharpened. He could hear conversations from rooms away. Could smell the coffee brewing before the pot was even turned on. His vision had improved so much that he'd stopped wearing his glasses, until Petunia noticed and screamed at him for trying to be different. Now he wore them as a disguise. A way to appear normal when everything about him was changing. The physical changes were subtle but undeniable. His arms, which had always been thin and weak, now had definition. His reflexes had quickened. When Dudley tried to shove him in the hallway one afternoon, Harry sidestepped without thinking. Dudley crashed into the wall instead. Freak! Dudley had shouted, clutching his shoulder. Harry had walked away without responding. He didn't need to. The power inside him hummed with satisfaction. Good. Do not engage with those beneath you. Save your strength for real threats. They're not beneath me, Harry had thought back. They're just ignorant. Ignorance is a choice when truth is available. They choose to see you as lesser because it makes them feel superior. That is beneath you. Harry didn't argue. Azrathar's perspective was harsh but often accurate. The Dursleys had spent a decade making him feel worthless. Now that he was becoming something more, their cruelty felt insignificant. Like gnats buzzing around a dragon. 2 weeks after the awakening, Harry discovered he could sense magic. It happened at the grocery store. Aunt Petunia had dragged him along to carry bags, and while she was arguing with a cashier over expired coupons, Harry felt it. A pulse. Different from his own. Lighter. More structured. It came from a woman standing near the produce section. She looked ordinary, middle-aged, brown hair, plain clothes. But Harry could see the thread of energy surrounding her. It was silver. Woven. Intentional. She was a witch. Harry's heart raced. He'd never seen another magical person before. Didn't even know what real magic looked like beyond the strange things that happened around him. But there was no mistaking it. The woman turned, and for a split second, their eyes met. Her expression shifted from casual to alert. She saw him. Or rather, she sensed what he was. Her silver thread flickered. Harry looked away quickly, pretending to examine a display of canned soup. When he glanced back, the woman was gone. She felt you. What do I do? Nothing. If she reports your presence, it will accelerate the timeline. The wizarding world will come for you sooner. But that may not be a bad thing. You cannot hide forever. I'm not ready. You are more ready than you think. But if you wish to delay the inevitable, you must learn to mask your presence. Your power radiates like a beacon. Anyone with even moderate sensitivity can feel it. How do I mask it? The same way you learned control. Through practice. Tonight, I will teach you the art of veiling. It will be uncomfortable. Everything was uncomfortable. Harry had grown used to pain. What was one more lesson? That night, the veiling lesson nearly broke him. Masking your power is not about suppression, Azrathar explained. It is about redirection. Imagine your energy as a flame. You cannot extinguish it, but you can shield it. Contain it. Harry sat in the cupboard, eyes closed, reaching for his core. The black and violet light pulsed steadily. Now, Azrathar continued, visualize a sphere around that light. A barrier made of your will. Harry tried. He imagined a dark shell forming around the pulsing energy. But the moment it began to take shape, the power reacted. It surged. Pain ripped through him like claws tearing at his insides. The sphere shattered before it even solidified. Harry gasped, doubling over. It won't hold. Because you are fighting yourself. The power does not want to be contained. It wants to be free. You must convince it that veiling is not imprisonment, it is strategy. How? By showing it the alternative. Open your senses. Feel the world around you. Harry extended his awareness. He felt the Dursleys sleeping upstairs. Felt the mice in the walls. The insects in the garden. The distant hum of cars on the motorway. And then he felt something else. A presence. Far away but growing closer. It moved with purpose. With intent. And it was searching. What is that? A seeker. Someone who hunts magical anomalies. Your unmasked power drew their attention. They are still miles away, but they will find this location if you do not veil yourself. Now, panic surged through Harry. He reached for the power again, this time with desperation. Please, he whispered. I need to hide. Just for now. The power responded differently this time. Instead of surging, it listened. Harry felt the shift. The violet light didn't dim, but it pulled inward. Condensed. He visualized the sphere again, and this time, the power helped him build it. Layer by layer, the barrier formed. When it was complete, the cupboard felt different. Quieter. The oppressive weight of his own energy had lessened. Good. The veil will hold for now. But it is fragile. You must practice this every day until it becomes second nature. Harry slumped against the wall, exhausted. The seeker, are they still coming? They have stopped. They lost the trail. You are safe. For how long? Until your next mistake. Or until the wizarding world comes for you regardless. You turn 11 soon. Hogwarts will send their letter. When that happens, veiling will no longer matter. They will know where you are. Hogwarts. Harry had heard that name in his dreams sometimes. Whispers of a castle. A school. A place where people like him belonged. Will I be safe there? Safe? No. But you will be among your own kind. And you will have access to knowledge. Resources. Training that I cannot provide. The wizarding world may fear you if they knew what you truly were, but they do not need to know. Not yet. When will they need to know? When you are strong enough that it no longer matters what they think. Harry closed his eyes. Tomorrow, he would practice veiling again. And the day after. And every day until it became as natural as breathing. Because the alternative, being hunted, being exposed, being vulnerable, was unacceptable. He had spent 10 years being powerless. Never again. 3 weeks passed in careful rhythm. Harry woke before dawn each morning, practiced his veiling until his head pounded, then stumbled through the day pretending to be ordinary. The Dursleys noticed nothing. To them, he was still the freak in the cupboard, a burden they tolerated because they had no choice. But Harry was changing in ways they couldn't see. His control had improved dramatically. He could now maintain the veil for hours without conscious effort. The sphere around his core had become second nature, a protective shell that kept his power hidden from prying eyes. Azrathar had been pleased with his progress. You learn quickly. Most vessels take months to achieve what you have done in weeks. Your mother's sacrifice left more than protection in your blood. It left adaptability. Will I always need to hide? Harry had asked during one of their nightly sessions. Only until you are strong enough that hiding becomes a choice rather than a necessity. Power revealed too early invites challenge. Power revealed at the right moment commands respect. Harry understood. He was a secret weapon. And secrets were only valuable when kept. The morning of July 24th started like any other. Harry woke to Aunt Petunia banging on the cupboard door. Up. Get up. Today is Dudley's birthday and everything must be perfect. Dudley's birthday. Of course. The house had been in chaos for days. Petunia had spent a fortune on decorations and presents. Vernon had arranged a trip to the zoo. Dudley would be insufferable for weeks. Harry dragged himself out of the cupboard and into the kitchen. The table was already covered with presents, at least 36 of them, he counted. One more than last year. Dudley would still throw a tantrum. Make the breakfast, Petunia ordered, shoving an apron at him. And don't burn anything. The Polkises are coming over, and I won't have you embarrassing us. Harry tied the apron and moved to the stove. Bacon sizzled. Eggs cracked. Toast browned. His hands moved automatically while his mind wandered. 11 years old today. Both of them. Harry and Dudley, born on the same day. Except Dudley got presents and parties. Harry got a cupboard and hand-me-down clothes. Does it bother you? Azrathar's voice was quieter now. Less intrusive. More like a thought that Harry could choose to engage with. No, Harry thought back. Not anymore. Things are different now. Good. Envy is a poison. You will have power they cannot imagine. That is gift enough. The doorbell rang. Mrs. Polkis arrived with her demon spawn of a son, Piers. More screaming children followed. The house filled with noise and chaos. Harry served food, cleaned plates, and stayed invisible. Until the mail arrived. Vernon was reading the paper when the mail slot clattered. Get the mail, Dudley. Make Harry get it. Get the mail, Harry. Make Dudley get it. Poke him with your smelting stick, Dudley. Harry dodged the stick and went to the hallway. Letters lay scattered on the mat. Bills, advertisements, a postcard from Vernon's sister Marge. And one letter addressed in green ink. Harry picked it up, and the moment his fingers touched the parchment, power surged through him. Not his power. Something else. Ancient magic woven into the paper itself. It pulsed against his veil, testing, probing. Recognition sparked in the enchantment. The letter knew what he was. Harry's heart hammered. The address read, Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. They knew. The wizarding world knew where he slept. Hurry up, boy, Vernon shouted. Harry brought the letters back, the green one tucked beneath the others. He needed to hide it. Needed to read it alone. But Vernon snatched the stack from his hands. Anything interesting? Petunia asked. Vernon flipped through them. His face went from bored to confused to absolutely pale. His eyes bulged as he stared at the green envelope. Petunia, he whispered. She looked over his shoulder and gasped. Her hand flew to her mouth. No, no, they can't, we were told they wouldn't. Dudley grabbed for the letter. What is it? Vernon jerked it away. Nothing. It's nothing. Just junk mail. His eyes darted to Harry. Go to your cupboard. Now. But. Now. Harry retreated, but not before he saw Vernon throw the letter into the fireplace. Flames consumed the green parchment in seconds. In the cupboard, Harry sat in darkness, mind racing. That letter had been for him. From the magical world. And the Dursleys had destroyed it. They fear what it represents. Can you tell what it said? No. But I can guess. You turn 11 today. In the wizarding world, that is the age when formal magical education begins. That letter was likely an acceptance to a school. Hogwarts, if I remember the British traditions correctly. They burned my acceptance letter. They will burn more. Much more. The wizarding world does not give up easily. Harry clenched his fists. All his life, the Dursleys had kept him ignorant. Had pretended magic didn't exist. Had punished him for things he couldn't control. And now they were trying to keep him from the one place he might actually belong. Rage built in his chest. The veil around his core flickered. Careful. Control your emotions or they will control you. Harry breathed deeply. The rage didn't fade, but it settled. Crystallized into something colder. More focused. I won't let them stop me. Good. But direct confrontation will fail. The Dursleys have legal custody. They can make your life miserable if you push too hard. Patience. More letters will come. Azrathar was right. More letters did come. The next morning, 3 arrived. Vernon burned them all. The following day, a dozen squeezed through the mail slot. Vernon burned those too. By the end of the week, letters were arriving by the hundreds. They came through the mail slot, down the chimney, through gaps in the windows. Vernon boarded up the mail slot. Petunia stuffed towels in the fireplace. Nothing worked. The house looked like a paper blizzard had hit it. Letters everywhere. All addressed to Harry. All in that distinctive green ink. Vernon was losing his mind. "We're leaving," he announced on Sunday morning. "Pack a bag. We're going somewhere they can't find us." "Where?" Petunia asked nervously. "I know a place." They drove for hours. Vernon's company car rattled down country roads until they reached the coast. A miserable little shack perched on a rock in the middle of the ocean. The only way to reach it was by boat. "Perfect," Vernon declared. "Let's see them deliver mail here." The shack was worse than the cupboard. One room, with a sagging roof and broken windows. The wind howled through the gaps. Dudley got the moth-eaten sofa. Harry got the floor. But Harry didn't care about comfort anymore. He sat in the corner, watching the hours tick by on Dudley's watch. 11:59. 1 minute until midnight. 1 minute until his real birthday began. Can you feel it? Harry closed his eyes and extended his senses. Past the shack, past the ocean, into the fabric of magic itself. Yes, he felt it. A surge of power building like a tidal wave. Someone was coming. Someone powerful. The watch struck midnight. Boom. The door exploded inward. Splinters flew everywhere. Dudley screamed. Vernon grabbed his rifle. Petunia fainted. A massive figure filled the doorway. At least 8 feet tall, shoulders as wide as a barn door. Wild black hair and beard. Eyes that gleamed with kindness despite the violent entrance. "Sorry about that," the giant rumbled. His voice was like thunder trying to whisper. Couldn't find the bell. He stepped inside, shaking water from his enormous coat. His gaze swept the room and landed on Harry. "Harry Potter. Blimey. Last time I saw Ye was just a baby. Spit an image of dad, Ye 'cept Ye got mum's eyes." Harry stared. This man knew his parents. Knew him as a baby. Knew things the Dursleys had never told him. "Who are you?" Harry asked. "Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." Hagrid smiled warmly. "And I got some at Fair Ye. Reckon Ye didn't get letter, what with aunt and Uncle Vernon, He pulled a slightly squashed envelope from his coat and handed it to Harry. The moment Harry touched it, that surge of recognition happened again. The letter's magic brushed against his veil, but this time Harry let a tendril of his own power respond. Just a whisper. Just enough to acknowledge. The letter warmed in his hands. Hagrid's eyes widened slightly. He'd felt something. "You've got strong magic in Ye, Harry. I can tell. Always could sense these things." Vernon finally found his voice. "I will not have this. That boy is not going to some freak school to learn magic tricks. We swore when we took him in we'd stamp it out." Hagrid turned slowly. When he spoke, his voice had lost all warmth. "Stamp it out. Stamp it out. Ye can't stamp out summit that's in his blood. He's had magic since he was born. It's who he is. He's nothing. A burden. We should have left him on someone else's doorstep." Something dark flickered across Hagrid's face. "Is that how you've been treating him? Like a burden?" The temperature in the shack dropped. Harry felt it. Not weather, power. Hagrid's magic was rising, responding to his anger. But beneath it, Harry felt something else. His own power stirring, responding. The veil trembled. "Careful. If your power breaks free now, everyone will know what you are." Harry clenched his jaw and reinforced the veil. The effort made his head throb, but he held it. Hagrid took a deep breath and visibly calmed himself. "Ye'll go tear Hogwarts, Harry. It's right. And there's nothing these. He glared at the Dursleys. "Nothing they can do tear stop it." He turned back to Harry. "Go on then. Read letter." Harry's hands shook as he broke the wax seal. The letter unfolded. Heavy parchment. Elegant script. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorc, CHF. Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confed, of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry read every word twice. A school for magic. A place where people like him learn to control their abilities. A place where he might finally understand what he was. "I'll go," he said quietly. "Course ye will." Hagrid beamed. "We'll get school things tomorrow. Diagon Alley. Ye'll love it." Vernon sputtered. "Now see here." "Shut up, Dursley." Hagrid's voice was flat, final. "The boys go and tear Hogwarts and that's that." He should have gone years ago if Yate done right by him. But that's over now. He pulled a pink umbrella from his coat. It looked absurd in his massive hands. He pointed it at the fireplace, and with a casual flick, flames roared to life. There. That's better. Now then, Harry, Ye got any questions? Harry had 1,000 questions. But one rose above the rest. You said you knew my parents. How did they die? The Dursleys told me it was a car crash. Hagrid's face darkened. A car crash. They told Ye it was a car crash. His voice shook the walls. Dudley whimpered from behind the sofa. Parents didn't die in no car crash, Harry. They were murdered. By the darkest wizard of our age. Voldemort. The name hung in the air like poison. Voldemort killed the greatest witch and wizard of their generation. Mum and Dad. They died protectin' Ye. And, when Voldemort tried ter kill Ye too, summit happened. Summit no one can explain. The curse rebounded. Voldemort was destroyed. And, Ye survived with nothing but that scar. Hagrid pointed to Harry's forehead. Harry touched the lightning bolt scar he'd had for as long as he could remember. This is from a curse. The killin' curse. Ain't no one ever survived it before. That's why famous, Harry. The boy who lived. Famous. Harry turned the word over in his mind. In the wizarding world, he wasn't a freak or a burden. He was famous. And they do not know the real reason you survived. Azrathar's voice was quiet, thoughtful. What do you mean? Harry thought back. Your mother's sacrifice created protection. But protection alone does not defeat a killing curse. What saved you was the power already in your soul. My power. When Voldemort's curse struck, it met something that death could not claim. The collision destroyed him and marked you. But the wizarding world does not need to know that. Let them believe it was love alone. It is simpler. Safer. Harry realized Hagrid was still talking. So ye see, Harry, y'ave got a legacy. Parents were heroes. And, y'ave got a chance ter be great too. I don't want to be great, Harry said honestly. I just want to understand what I am. Hagrid smiled warmly. That's exactly what Hogwarts is fair. Ye'll learn. Ye'll grow. And, ye'll find place in the world. I promise ye that. Harry looked down at the letter in his hands. A future. A real future. For the first time in his life, he had something to look forward to. Thank you, he said softly. Nothin' ter thank me fair. Now then, it's late. Get some sleep. We've got a big day tomorrow. Hagrid settled onto the floor near the fire, his massive frame somehow comfortable on the hard wood. Within minutes, he was snoring. Harry lay down in his corner, the letter clutched to his chest. The Dursleys huddled together on the far side of the shack, whispering frantically. But Harry barely noticed them. His mind was too full. Hogwarts. Magic. A world where he belonged. This is the beginning. I know. The wizarding world will have expectations. They will see you as a symbol. A hero. You must decide how much of yourself to reveal. I'll be careful. Good. But remember, you are not just Harry Potter, the boy who lived. You are Harry Potter, vessel of Azrathar. You carry a power that could reshape their world. Use it wisely. Harry closed his eyes. Tomorrow, everything would change. Tomorrow, he would step into the magical world. And they would never know what walked among them. Outside, the ocean roared against the rocks. The wind howled through the broken windows. But inside the shack, Harry Potter smiled. For the first time in his life, he had hope. And hope was more powerful than any curse. Chapter 4, Diagon Alley. Morning came too quickly. Harry woke to the smell of sausages cooking over the fire. Hagrid was crouched by the flames, using his pink umbrella to adjust the coals. The Dursleys were still huddled in the corner, looking like they'd spent the night terrified. Good. Awake. Hagrid boomed cheerfully. Got some breakfast fare yay. Not much, but it'll do. He handed Harry a slightly burnt sausage wrapped in newspaper. It was the best thing Harry had ever tasted. Real food. Given freely. Without conditions or complaints. Thank you, Harry said around a mouthful. Nothin' ter it. Now then, soon as done, we'll be headin' ter London. Gotta get school supplies. Books, robes, wand, the works. Vernon stirred. The boy isn't going anywhere with you. Hagrid didn't even look at him. Yes, he is. Unless y'd rather I tell the ministry how y'ave been treatin' him. Cupboard under the stairs. Reckon they'd have summat ter say 'bout that. Petunia gasped. Vernon's face went purple, but neither of them spoke. Hagrid stood, dusting off his coat. Right then. Come on, Harry. Adventure awaits. They left the shack without another word. The boat ride back to shore was quiet except for the splash of oars and the cry of seagulls. Harry sat in the bow, letter still clutched in his hand, watching the mainland grow closer. A new life. A real life. Remember your veil. Harry checked his power. The sphere was still solid, containing the pulsing core of violet light. No one would sense what he truly was. On shore, Hagrid led him to a small motorcycle, enormous and obviously magical. Borrowed it from a friend. Sirius Black. Good man. You'll meet him someday, I reckon. They mounted the bike, and with a roar of the engine, they lifted into the air. Harry's stomach dropped. Flying. They were actually flying. The ground fell away beneath them. Cars looked like toys. Houses became dollhouses. The wind whipped through his hair, and for a moment, Harry forgot everything except the pure joy of freedom. This is what power feels like. Unbound. Unlimited. Not yet, Harry thought back. But someday. They flew for over an hour before descending into London. The city sprawled beneath them, a maze of streets and buildings packed with millions of ordinary people living ordinary lives. Hagrid landed the bike in a dingy alley behind a pub. The sign read, "The Leaky Cauldron." "Here we are," Hagrid said. "The gateway to the magical world." The pub looked ancient. The windows were grimy, the door sagged on its hinges. But the moment Harry stepped inside, power washed over him. Magic. Real, tangible magic. It hummed in the air like electricity. Every person in the pub radiated it, some brighter than others, but all undeniably magical. And they were all staring at him. "Bless my soul," whispered an old bartender. "Harry Potter." The room erupted. People swarmed him, shaking his hand, patting his shoulder, introducing themselves in a blur of names and faces. Professor Quirrell from Hogwarts, stuttering and nervous. A witch in purple robes who wouldn't stop crying. A wizard who kept trying to take his photograph. "Famous," Harry muttered. "Yes. And they know nothing of your true nature. To them, you are a symbol. A story. Use that." Hagrid finally extracted him from the crowd and led him through the pub to a small walled courtyard. Brick wall. Trash bin. Nothing special. Until Hagrid tapped his umbrella against specific bricks. The wall began to move. Bricks slid apart, folding back on themselves, revealing an archway that opened onto the most extraordinary street Harry had ever seen. "Welcome," Hagrid said proudly, "Ter Diagon Alley." Harry stepped through the arch and stopped. Shops lined both sides of the cobblestone street, hundreds of them. Cauldron shops with copper pots stacked to the ceiling. Apothecaries with jars of ingredients he couldn't name. A shop called Ollivanders with a single wand in the window. People in robes hurried past, some riding broomsticks, others levitating packages beside them. The air thrummed with magic. Layer upon layer of enchantments woven into every building, every sign, every stone. Harry couldn't find words. Hagrid said softly. "It's Summit, innit? Come on then. First stop, Gringotts." He pointed to a massive white building at the end of the street. It towered over everything else, its bronze doors gleaming in the sunlight. "Gringotts?" Harry asked. "The Wizard Bank. Run by goblins. Ye'll need money fairer supplies, and, parents left ye Summit in their vault." Harry's breath caught. "They left me money. More in that. They left ye a legacy." "Come on." They climbed the steps to Gringotts. Two creatures stood guard at the entrance, small, sharp-faced, with long fingers and shrewd eyes. Goblins. They watched Harry with expressions that gave nothing away. Inside, the bank was cavernous. 100 goblins sat at high desks, weighing coins, examining jewels, scratching figures into ledgers. The floor was polished marble. The ceiling disappeared into shadows. Hagrid approached the nearest desk. "Good mornin'. We need ter access the Potter vault. This here's Harry Potter." The goblin's eyes flickered to Harry. For a moment, something passed across its face. Recognition. Suspicion. Harry couldn't tell. "Key?" the goblin asked. Hagrid fumbled in his coat and produced a small golden key. The goblin examined it, then nodded. "Griphook will take you." Another goblin appeared. Griphook was older, with more scars and a harder expression. "Follow me." They descended into the depths of Gringotts on a rattling cart that plunged through tunnels carved from solid rock. The ride was wild, Twists, turns, drops that left Harry's stomach floating. Torches flashed past. Distant roars echoed from side passages. What was that? Harry asked. Dragon, Griphook said casually. We use them to guard the high-security vaults. Finally, the cart stopped at Vault 687. Griphook opened it with the key, and the door swung wide. Harry stared. Gold. Mountains of gold coins. Stacks of silver. Piles of bronze. More money than he'd ever imagined existed. This is mine, he whispered. Inheritance, Hagrid confirmed. Parents made sure you'd be taken care of. Harry stepped into the vault. His parents had done this. Had worked and saved and planned for a future where he'd need it. They'd loved him enough to make sure he'd be okay even after they were gone. His throat tightened. Emotion is human. Do not be ashamed of it. I'm not ashamed, Harry thought back. I'm grateful. He filled a pouch with coins, more than enough for school supplies. Hagrid took a sealed package from a deeper shelf. Got summit else tear pick up fair Dumbledore, he muttered. Top secret. Don't ask. Harry didn't, but he felt the magic radiating from the package. Powerful magic. Ancient and carefully contained. That object is significant. Remember it. They returned to the surface and spent the next several hours shopping. Robes at Madame Malkin's, where Harry stood on a stool while a kind witch measured him. Books at Flourish and Blots, where the shelves reached 3 stories high. A cauldron, scales, ingredients for potions. Everywhere they went, people recognized him. Whispered his name. Stared at his scar. It was exhausting. Finally, Hagrid led him to a narrow shop at the end of the alley. Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. Last stop, Hagrid said. The most important one. Inside, the shop was dusty and cramped. Thousands of narrow boxes were stacked on shelves that reached the ceiling. The air smelled of wood and magic. Good afternoon, said a soft voice. An old man appeared from the shadows. His wide, pale eyes gleamed in the dim light. Ollivander, the wandmaker. Ah yes, he said. Yes, yes, I thought I'd be seeing you soon, Harry Potter. He moved closer, studying Harry with unsettling intensity. You have your mother's eyes. It seems only yesterday she was in here herself, buying her first wand. 10¼ inches long, swishy, made of willow. Nice wand for charm work. He circled Harry slowly. Your father, on the other hand, favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches. Pliable. A little more power and excellent for transfiguration. Ollivander's eyes gleamed. I wonder, what kind of wand will choose you? Choose me? Harry asked. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. It's not always clear why. Ollivander pulled a box from the shelf. Here, try this one. Beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Nice and flexible. Harry took the wand. The moment his fingers wrapped around it, power surged. Not the wand's power. His own. The veil around his core cracked. Violet light exploded through the shop. Boxes flew off shelves. The windows rattled. Ollivander stumbled backward. No, no, definitely not. He snatched the wand away. Harry's power retreated immediately. The veil reformed. But damage was done. Ollivander was staring at him with wide eyes. Curious, the wandmaker whispered. Very curious. He tried another wand. Same result. And another. And another. Each one reacted violently to Harry's touch. After the 15th failed attempt, Ollivander stood motionless, staring at Harry with an expression that was equal parts fascination and fear. Curious indeed, he murmured. Very curious. He disappeared into the back of the shop. Harry heard rummaging, muttering. Finally, Ollivander returned with a single box covered in dust. I wonder. He opened it carefully. Inside lay a wand of pale wood with an almost ghostly sheen. Holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple. Harry reached for it hesitantly. The moment his fingers touched the wood, warmth flooded through him. Not power. Connection. The wand didn't fight his nature. It didn't fear the darkness in his soul. It simply accepted. Violet sparks danced from the tip. Not violent. Controlled. Beautiful. Oh, bravo. Ollivander clapped his hands. Yes, yes, very good. Though I must say, his expression grew serious. Very curious indeed. What's curious? Harry asked. This wand's brother, the phoenix that gave the feather for this wand gave one other feather. Just one. That wand gave you that scar. The temperature dropped. Harry's blood ran cold. Voldemort's wand, he whispered. Yes, we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes, but great. Harry clutched the wand tighter. Brother wands. Connected to Voldemort. Fate is written in strange patterns. Is this a coincidence? Harry thought. There are no coincidences. Only patterns we do not yet understand. Hagrid paid for the wand, and they left the shop. The sun was setting, casting Diagon Alley in orange and gold. Big day, Hagrid said cheerfully. How are ye feelin'? Harry looked down at the wand in his hand. Different. Aye. Magic does that. Come on, let's get ye some dinner before we head back. They ate at the Leaky Cauldron. Steak and kidney pie, pumpkin juice. Simple food that tasted extraordinary after years of scraps. As they ate, Harry's mind churned. The wizarding world was real. Magic was real. And somewhere in the shadows, Voldemort, or what remained of him, still existed. You felt it, didn't you? In the Wandmaker's words, the darkness that connects you to your enemy. We share more than wands, Harry thought. Yes, Voldemort sought power through dark rituals and forbidden magic. He made himself into something inhuman. You were born with a darkness he spent decades trying to achieve. That is why the wands are brothers. They recognize the same essence. Will I become like him? That depends entirely on the choices you make. Power does not determine destiny. How you wield it does. Harry set down his fork. I won't become a monster. Then don't. But remember, monsters are made by denying what they are. Embrace your nature, but never let it consume you. That is the difference between a devil god and a dark lord. The words settled over Harry like a mantle. He looked at his wand again. Holly and phoenix feather. Beautiful and deadly. Like him. Outside, night had fallen completely. Stars dotted the sky. Hagrid walked Harry to the alley where they'd left the motorcycle. September 1st, Hagrid said. King's Cross Station. Platform 9 3/4. Train leaves at 11. Yale need tear get through the barrier, tween platforms 9 and 10. Don't worry, Yale figure it out. Will I see you at Hogwarts? Harry asked. Course ye will. I live there. Keeper of keys and grounds, remember. Hagrid smiled warmly. Ye'll do great, Harry. I know it. He handed Harry a package. Almost forgot. You've had a rough life. Ye deserve summit special. Harry opened it carefully. Inside was a snowy owl with amber eyes. She looked at him with intelligence and understanding. She's beautiful, Harry breathed. Thought ye might like her. Every wizard needs an owl. Fair letters and such. Harry stroked the owl's soft feathers. She nuzzled his hand. Thank you, Hagrid, for everything. Nothin' tear thank me fair. Now then, let's get ye back tear those ruddy Dursleys. Just fair a few more weeks. Then ye'll be free. The ride back to Privet Drive felt shorter. Maybe because Harry spent it thinking about the future instead of dreading the present. When they landed in the dark street, Harry climbed off the motorcycle reluctantly. Remember, Hagrid said, you've got a place in the world now. Don't let no one make ye forget that. I won't, Harry promised. Hagrid flew away into the night. Harry stood alone on Privet Drive, school supplies and owl in hand. Number 4 looked exactly the same as always. But Harry was different. He walked to the front door and let himself in. The Dursleys were in the living room, pretending he didn't exist. That was fine. He'd gotten very good at existing despite them. In the cupboard, Harry set up his new owl. I'll call you Hedwig, he decided. The owl hooted softly, approving. He arranged his school supplies carefully. Robes, books, cauldron, and his wand. He held it up in the dim light. Holly and phoenix feather. Brother to Voldemort's wand. 1 month until Hogwarts. 1 month, Harry agreed. He lay down on his mattress, Hedwig settling on a makeshift perch. Tomorrow, he'd start reading his schoolbooks. Start preparing. Start becoming what he needed to be. But tonight, he just breathed. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter had a future worth fighting for. And nothing, not the Dursleys, not Voldemort, not even his own dark nature, would take that away from him. Outside, the stars wheeled overhead. And in a cupboard under the stairs, a boy with the soul of a devil god smiled. The game had begun. The Gryffindor common room buzzed with energy long after midnight. Harry sat in a corner armchair, pretending to read a history of magic while actually observing his new housemates. The room itself was impressive, circular, filled with squashy armchairs, a roaring fireplace, and windows that overlooked the grounds. Scarlet and gold banners hung from the walls. Ron had collapsed into sleep an hour ago, sprawled on a couch near the fire. Hermione sat at a table, already working through their first assignments despite classes not starting until tomorrow. Other first years clustered in groups, sharing sweets and stories. Harry felt separate from it all. You chose this house. Now you must find your place within it. I'm not sure I fit, Harry thought back. You will never truly fit anywhere. That is the burden of being different. But you can find allies. People who will accept you without needing to know everything. A pair of identical redheads dropped into the chairs beside Harry. The Weasley twins, Fred and George. Harry recognized them from the platform. So, one said, "You're the famous Harry Potter," the other continued. "Survived the killing curse. Defeated you-know-who. As a baby, no less." They spoke in alternating sentences, making it impossible to tell which was which. "I was lucky," Harry said carefully. "Lucky." The twins exchanged glances. "Mate, luck doesn't bounce off killing curses. You've got power. We can tell. Twins have a sense for these things." Harry's veil tightened instinctively. "I don't know what you mean." "Sure you don't." One twin winked. "Don't worry. Your secret's safe with us. We've got secrets too. Loads of them." They stood as one. "If you ever need anything, pranks, advice, passage through the castle, come find us." They disappeared up the stairs to the dormitory. Harry sat back, unsettled. The twins had sensed something. Not his true nature, perhaps, but definitely something beyond normal. He'd have to be more careful. Classes began the next morning with double potions in the dungeons. The Slytherin first years filed in from one door while the Gryffindors entered from another. Harry felt the tension immediately. Students from both houses eyed each other with varying degrees of hostility. Professor Snape swept into the room like a cloud of darkness. His robes billowed behind him. His black eyes missed nothing as they scanned the class. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," he said softly. "As there is little foolish wand waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses." His voice was hypnotic. Harry felt the power in the words, not magical power, but the power of knowledge deliberately wielded. Then Snape's eyes landed on him. "Ah, yes. Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." The Slytherins snickered. Harry kept his expression neutral. "Tell me, Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry's mind raced. He'd read this. Asphodel and wormwood created the draft of living death. A powerful sleeping potion. The draft of living death, sir. Snape's eyes narrowed. "Correct. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat, sir. It's an antidote to most poisons." "And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant, sir. Also called aconite." Silence. The entire class stared at Harry. Even Hermione looked impressed. Snape's jaw tightened. It seems fame doesn't preclude the ability to read. 5 points to Gryffindor for preparation. The words sounded like they physically pained him. Harry exhaled slowly. He'd passed the first test. But he'd also made an enemy. Snape's expression made that clear. The potion's master is more than he appears. Be wary of him. Why? Because he carries his own darkness. Secrets that run deep. And he will sense things in you that others miss. The class continued. They brewed a simple cure for boils. Harry's potion came out perfect, smooth and silver. Hermione's was close. Ron's exploded, covering Seamus Finnegan in angry red sores. Snape swept past Harry's cauldron without comment. But his eyes lingered for a moment too long. Assessing. Calculating. Harry kept his veil tight. Defense against the dark arts should have been fascinating. Instead, it was a disaster. Professor Quirrell stood at the front of the classroom, his turban slightly askew, stuttering through an introduction about his travels. The room reeked of garlic. Apparently he'd stuffed his turban with cloves after a supposed encounter with a vampire in Romania. But beneath the nervous exterior, Harry sensed something else. Darkness. Not the same darkness as his own. This was foreign, malevolent. It pulsed from somewhere near Quirrell's head, hidden beneath layers of enchantment and misdirection. That man is not what he seems. I can feel it too, Harry thought. What is he hiding? Something powerful. Something that does not belong in him. Stay away from him if you can. Whatever inhabits that man is dangerous. The lesson was painfully boring. Quirrell stammered through basic concepts while students whispered and passed notes. When he called on Harry to demonstrate a simple shield charm, Harry declined. I haven't learned it yet, Professor. And no, of course not. First year, naturally. Perhaps later. But Quirrell's eyes, when they weren't darting nervously around the room, held calculation. He was playing a role. And playing it well enough that most people bought it. Harry didn't. After class, as students filed out, Harry felt Quirrell's gaze follow him. Heavy. Assessing. Mr. Potter, a moment. Harry stopped. Ron continued down the corridor, promising to save him a seat at lunch. Quirrell approached, wringing his hands. I just wanted to say, it's an honor to have you in my class. The boy who lived. Quite remarkable. Thank you, Professor. Tell me. Quirrell leaned closer. The garlic smell intensified. Do you remember anything about that night? When you know who attacked? Harry's instinct screamed danger. No, sir. I was too young. Pity. I've always wondered what it would take to survive such a curse. The magical theory alone is fascinating. I suppose it is, sir. Why yes. Well, run along then. Wouldn't want you late for lunch. Harry left quickly. His skin crawled. Quirrell wasn't just hiding something, he was actively searching for information. About that night. About the curse. About Harry himself. He suspects you are more than you appear. Be very careful around him. What's hidden in his turban? I cannot tell from a distance. But whatever it is radiates malice. Ancient malice. Stay away from him. Harry nodded to himself. Another name added to his list of people to watch. The list was growing uncomfortably long. Flying lessons began on Thursday. Madam Hooch, a stern witch with yellow hawk-like eyes, had them line up beside broomsticks laid out on the grass. Stick your right hand over your broom and say, up. She barked. Up. The class chorused. Harry's broom snapped into his hand immediately. So did Draco Malfoy's on the Slytherin side. Most others wobbled or rolled pathetically on the ground. Good, Potter. Hooch called. Natural flyer, I see. They mounted their brooms. Hooch demonstrated the proper grip and stance. Then she blew her whistle. On my whistle, kick off hard, hover for a moment, then lean forward slightly and touch back down. But Neville Longbottom, a round-faced, nervous boy, kicked off too hard. His broom rocketed upward. Neville clung desperately to the handle, face white with terror. Come back down, boy. Hooch shouted. Too late. Neville slipped. He fell 20 feet and hit the ground with a sickening crack. Harry winced. The other students gasped. Hooch rushed over, muttering about broken wrists and incompetent children. I'll take him to the hospital wing, she declared. None of you are to move. Touch those brooms and you'll be expelled faster than you can say Quidditch. She marched Neville away. The moment she disappeared, Draco Malfoy sauntered forward. He held something in his hand, a glass ball with smoke swirling inside. Look what Longbottom dropped. His Remembrow. He tossed it in the air and caught it, smirking. Maybe if he'd remembered to land on his fat ass, he wouldn't be crying to the nurse right now. The Slytherins laughed. Harry felt anger rise in his chest. Give it here, Malfoy, he said quietly. Malfoy's eyes gleamed. Why should I? Maybe I'll leave it somewhere for Longbottom to find. Up a tree, perhaps. He mounted his broom and kicked off. The Remembrow glinted in the sunlight. Harry didn't think. He mounted his own broom and shot into the air. The wind whipped past his face. The ground fell away. And suddenly, Harry was flying, really flying. Not like on Hagrid's motorcycle. This was different. The broom responded to his thoughts, his movements, his very intent. It felt like freedom. Give it back, Harry shouted. Malfoy sneered and threw the Remembrow as hard as he could. It arced through the air, spinning toward the castle walls. Harry dove. The world blurred. Students shouted below. Harry focused only on the Remembrow, calculating trajectory, speed, angle. He pulled up at the last possible second, snatching it from the air inches from the ground. He landed smoothly. The Gryffindors erupted in cheers. Then a voice cut through the celebration. Harry Potter. Professor McGonagall strode across the grounds, face thunderous. Follow me. Now. Harry's stomach sank. He'd broken the rules. On his first week, he was going to be expelled. But McGonagall didn't take him to Dumbledore's office. She took him to a classroom where a tall boy with dreadlocks was practicing charms. "Oliver Wood, I've found you a seeker." Wood blinked. "What? This is Harry Potter. I just watched him execute a dive that would make professional seekers weep. He's a natural. But first years never. Rules can be bent when talent is involved. Potter, do you know what Quidditch is? Flying sport. Chasers score with the quaffle. Beaters use bludgers to attack. Keepers guard the goal hoops. And seekers catch the golden snitch to end the game." McGonagall looked pleased. "Exactly. Mr. Wood is our team captain. He'll train you. I expect you to practice hard and make this house proud." She swept away. Wood stared at Harry with something close to awe. "Youngest house player in a century," he breathed. "This is brilliant. We're going to win the cup. I can feel it." That evening, Harry found himself in the dormitory, staring at a letter that had arrived with the evening post. Dumbledore had sent it. "Dear Harry, I hope your first week at Hogwarts has been enlightening. I wanted to extend a personal invitation to visit my office should you ever wish to talk. The password is Sherbet Lemon. My door is always open to students in need. Yours, Albus Dumbledore." Harry read it 3 times. The headmaster wanted private meetings. Wanted to talk. Wanted to probe deeper into Harry's secrets. He suspects something. The failed legilimency attempt during the sorting made him curious. Now he's trying a gentler approach. "Should I go?" "Only if you're confident in your shields. Dumbledore is arguably the most skilled legilimens alive. He will try to read you again, subtly, while offering kind words and lemon drops." "Then I won't go." "Not yet. Wise. Build your strength first. Let him wonder. Mystery is a form of power." Harry burned the letter in the fireplace. Ron watched from his bed. "What was that?" "Nothing important." Ron shrugged and returned to his chocolate frog cards. But Harry noticed Hermione watching him from across the room. Her expression was thoughtful, calculating. She suspected something too. Harry would have to be more careful. Much more careful. October arrived with cold winds and darker evenings. Harry threw himself into Quidditch training. Wood pushed him relentlessly, hours of drills, diving exercises, reaction tests. Harry's natural talent combined with his enhanced reflexes made him formidable. But it was during night practices, when the rest of the team had gone to bed, that Harry truly pushed himself. He'd take his broom to the highest tower and practice aerial maneuvers no first year should attempt. Barrel rolls, vertical climbs, inverted flight. He'd let small threads of power enhance his reactions, his balance, his connection to the broom. "You're using magic instinctively, wandlessly. That is advanced. It feels natural. Because you are more than wizard. Your power flows differently. But be careful. If anyone sees you performing magic without a wand, they will ask questions." Harry practiced in secret, late at night, high above the castle where no one could see. And he felt himself growing stronger. His veil had become impenetrable. His control absolute. He could now sense magical signatures from across the castle, identify individuals by the unique flavor of their power. Dumbledore burned like a star. McGonagall light controlled fire. Snape like oil and shadow. And Quirrell. Quirrell had 2 signatures. One weak and stuttering. The other vast and cold and utterly inhuman. That is what I feared. Something inhabits him. Something that should not exist in the living world. What is it? I cannot tell without closer examination. But stay away from him. Whatever that thing is, it's dangerous beyond measure. Harry had no intention of getting closer. He avoided defense against the dark arts when possible and kept his distance when forced to attend. But he felt the dark presence watching him. Always watching. Halloween brought the troll. Harry was heading back to Gryffindor Tower after an exhausting Quidditch practice when Professor Quirrell burst into the Great Hall during the feast. "Troll. In the dungeons. Thought you ought to know." He collapsed dramatically. Students screamed. Teachers rushed to control the chaos. Dumbledore's voice boomed across the hall. "Prefects, lead your houses back to dormitories immediately. Teachers, follow me to the dungeons." Harry moved with the crowd, but something felt wrong. A troll in the dungeons. How had it gotten past the wards? Then he heard Parvati Patil whisper to Lavender Brown. "Someone should tell Hermione. She's been in the bathroom all day crying." Harry's blood ran cold. Hermione was alone. In a bathroom. With a mountain troll somewhere in the castle. He grabbed Ron's arm. We have to find her. Are you mad? Dumbledore said. She doesn't know about the troll. Come on. They ran through corridors, following the sound of destruction. The troll's stench hit them before they saw it, a smell like rotting meat and old socks. It stood outside the girls' bathroom, 12 feet tall, its club raised high. And inside, Hermione screamed. Harry didn't think. He ran forward, power surging through him. Hey, over here. The troll turned. Its tiny eyes focused on Harry. It swung its club. Harry dodged, enhanced reflexes making the movement seem effortless. Ron threw pieces of broken pipe. The troll roared. Get Hermione out. Harry shouted. Ron ran into the bathroom. Harry faced the troll alone. Do not reveal your true power. Use only what a talented first year might manage. Harry pulled his wand. Wingardium Leviosa. The club jerked upward, not smoothly, but enough to throw off the troll's aim. It stumbled. Ron and Hermione burst from the bathroom. Run. But the troll was faster than it looked. It swung again. The club whistled through the air. Harry let power flow. Not all of it. Just enough. The club stopped inches from his head. Frozen in midair by invisible force. The troll's eyes widened in confusion. Its grip loosened. Harry released the spell. The club fell. The troll caught it awkwardly, off balance. Ron hit it with a full-body bind curse. Hermione followed with a stunning spell. The combined magic dropped the troll like a felled tree. Teachers arrived seconds later. McGonagall looked between the 3 first years and the unconscious troll. What on earth were you thinking? Hermione stepped forward. It was my fault, Professor. I went looking for the troll because I thought I could handle it. Harry and Ron came to save me. McGonagall's expression softened slightly. 5 points from Gryffindor for your foolishness, Miss Granger. And 20 points to Potter and Weasley for sheer dumb luck. They were dismissed. As they walked back to the common room, Hermione grabbed Harry's arm. That wasn't just levitation, she whispered. I felt your magic. It was different. Harry's veil tightened. I don't know what you mean. Yes, you do. I've read about wandless magic. About power that exceeds normal limits. You're hiding something, Harry Potter. And I'm going to figure out what. She walked away, leaving Harry cold with realization. Hermione Granger had become a problem. And problems, eventually, had to be dealt with. November brought frost to the castle windows and tension to Harry's life. Hermione had become his shadow. Not obviously, she was too clever for that. But Harry felt her watching during meals, studying him in classes, analyzing every spell he cast. She'd started carrying a notebook, scribbling observations when she thought no one noticed. Harry noticed everything. She's going to be a problem, Ron said one evening in the common room. She's already insufferable. Now she's obsessed with you. She's just curious, Harry replied, keeping his tone neutral. She is dangerous. Intelligence combined with determination creates investigators. And investigators uncover secrets. Should I be worried? Only if she gets too close. For now, maintain distance. Let her theorize. Theories without proof are just speculation. But maintaining distance proved difficult. Hermione had appointed herself Harry's academic rival. She competed with him in every class, pushing herself to match his performance. When Harry brewed a perfect pepper-up potion, Hermione's was flawless the next day. When Harry achieved a perfect transfiguration, Hermione managed it within the week. It would have been flattering if it wasn't so calculated. Professor Flitwick noticed during charms one afternoon. Miss Granger, Mr. Potter, both of you have mastered the levitation charm beautifully. 5 points to Gryffindor each. After class, Hermione cornered Harry in the corridor. We need to talk. About what? About why you're holding back. Harry's expression remained carefully neutral. I'm not. Yes, you are. I've been watching. You deliberately keep your spell work within normal parameters. But during the troll incident, you stopped a club mid-swing. That requires power most 7th years don't have. And you did it without breaking a sweat. Ron appeared at Harry's shoulder. Maybe he's just naturally talented. Not everyone has to study 16 hours a day. Hermione's eyes flashed. This isn't about studying, Ronald. This is about magical ability that shouldn't be possible for an 11-year-old. What do you want, Hermione? Harry asked quietly. She hesitated. For the first time, uncertainty crossed her face. I want to understand. I'm Muggleborn. Everything here is new to me. Strange. And you're the strangest thing of all. You're famous for surviving the impossible. Maybe if I understand you, I can understand this world better. The honesty surprised him. This wasn't just curiosity. This was fear. Fear of not belonging. Fear of being different in a world that already saw her as lesser. Harry understood that fear intimately. I practice, he said finally. A lot. Late at night when everyone's asleep. That's all. It wasn't a lie. Just not the complete truth. Hermione studied him for a long moment. Okay. But if you ever want to talk about whatever it is you're hiding, I'm a good listener. She walked away. Ron exhaled loudly. That was intense. She's lonely, Harry said softly. Trying to prove herself. And in doing so, she will prove to be either your greatest ally or your most dangerous enemy. Time will tell which. Quidditch season began with Gryffindor versus Slytherin. The match was brutal from the start. Marcus Flint, the Slytherin captain, played with vicious aggression. His team followed suit, blocking, fouling, doing everything possible to gain advantage. Harry flew above it all, scanning for the golden snitch. His enhanced senses tracked every movement on the field. He could feel the currents of air, predict the bludger's trajectories, sense the other player's intentions. It was almost too easy. Then his broom started to shake. At first, Harry thought it was turbulence. But the shaking intensified. The broom bucked violently, trying to throw him off. Harry gripped the handle, power surging instinctively to keep himself mounted. In the stands, Hermione had her wand out. She was staring at someone in the teachers' section. Professor Snape. His lips moving in what looked like a curse. But Harry felt the magic attacking his broom. It wasn't Snape's signature. It was someone else's. Someone whose power tasted of darkness and decay. Quirrell. The defense professor sat 3 seats away from Snape, his eyes locked on Harry, lips moving rapidly. The curse wrapped around the broom like invisible chains, pulling, twisting, trying to send Harry plummeting to his death. Harry made a decision. He let go. The crowd screamed. Students pointed. Teachers stood in alarm. Harry plummeted 50 feet. Then he stopped. Not with the broom. With his own power. He let threads of energy flow from his core, catching himself in midair. To observers, it would look like he'd somehow grabbed the broom again. But in reality, Harry was flying. Truly flying. Without wood or enchantments. Just pure force of will. Careful. You're revealing too much. Harry grabbed the broom handle and made the aerial catch look natural. He spotted the snitch hovering near the Slytherin goalposts and Dove. Draco Malfoy, the Slytherin seeker, saw it too. They raced toward it neck and neck. Harry pushed harder. His broom responded to his intent rather than physical control. He pulled ahead. 5 feet from the snitch. 3 feet. His fingers closed around the tiny golden ball. Harry Potter has caught the snitch. Gryffindor wins. The stadium erupted. Harry landed to a mob of celebrating teammates. Oliver Wood lifted him onto his shoulders. The Gryffindor section chanted his name. But through the chaos, Harry caught Quirrell's expression. Rage. Pure, undisguised rage. Then the professor's face smoothed into nervous indifference. He stood and left the stadium quickly. Harry needed to know what Quirrell was hiding. The answer came from an unexpected source. Hagrid invited Harry, Ron, and Hermione to his hut for tea one Saturday afternoon. The small wooden structure near the Forbidden Forest was warm and cluttered. Fang, Hagrid's boarhound, slobbered enthusiastically over everyone. Heard about the match, Hagrid said proudly, pouring tea so strong it was nearly black. Youngest seeker in a century. Brilliant flying, Harry. Thanks, Hagrid. They talked about classes and homework. Then Hermione, never one to waste an opportunity, asked about the break-in at Gringotts. Happened same day Harry got his school things, she said. The papers said Vault 713 was targeted. But it had been emptied earlier that day. Hagrid dropped his teacup. How'd ye know about that? It was in the Daily Prophet. Well, don't go asking questions about it. That's Hogwarts business. Harry's mind raced. Vault 713. The package Hagrid had retrieved for Dumbledore. Whatever had been in that vault was now at Hogwarts. What's so valuable that someone would break into Gringotts for it? Ron asked. That's between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel, Hagrid said, then immediately looked horrified. I shouldn't have said that. Forget I mentioned it. But they didn't forget. That evening, the three of them sat in the library, searching through books for any mention of Nicholas Flamel. Nothing, Ron groaned after an hour. Who is this person? Someone important enough that Dumbledore trusts him, Hermione muttered, flipping through another tome. Harry found it in Modern Alchemical Discoveries. Nicholas Flamel, he read aloud. The only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione gasped. The Philosopher's Stone. That's legendary. It transforms any metal into pure gold and produces the elixir of life, which makes the drinker immortal. Immortal, Ron breathed. Harry's blood ran cold. That's what's hidden at Hogwarts. That's what someone tried to steal from Gringotts. Who would want to steal it? Ron asked. But Harry already knew. He'd felt the malevolent presence in Quirrell. Had sensed the hunger for power. Immortality would be the ultimate prize for someone, or something, seeking to return to full strength. Voldemort. The name echoed in Harry's mind like a death knell. Whatever's hidden at Hogwarts, it's being protected, Hermione said. Remember the three-headed dog? That's what it's guarding. We saw that. Ron looked confused. You two ran out screaming, Hermione said dryly. I stayed long enough to notice it was standing on a trapdoor. Harry processed this. A three-headed dog named Fluffy, Hagrid had mentioned it once. Guarding a trapdoor, which led to whatever protections Dumbledore had placed around the Philosopher's Stone. And someone was trying to steal it. Someone who'd already cursed Harry's broom. Someone who taught defense against the dark arts. You must not confront Quirrell directly. If Voldemort inhabits him, even weakened, he is beyond your current capabilities. Then what do I do? Watch, learn, grow stronger. And when the time comes to act, do so with absolute certainty. Christmas approached with unusual warmth. Most students went home for the holidays. Ron stayed because his parents were visiting Charlie in Romania. Hermione left to spend time with her parents. Harry chose to remain at Hogwarts, grateful for the quiet. The castle felt different with so few students. Peaceful, almost meditative. Harry spent the time training. He'd found an abandoned classroom on the 7th floor where he could practice without observation. Here, he could drop his veil completely. Could let his power flow freely. The sensation was intoxicating. He practiced wandless magic, moving objects with thought alone. Conjuring fire from nothing, creating shields of pure energy. His control improved dramatically without the constant need to suppress and hide. You're progressing faster than I anticipated. How much stronger will I get? That depends entirely on how much you're willing to push yourself. The power within you is vast, but raw. Like a muscle, it must be exercised to grow. Right now, you can match a competent adult wizard. In time, you could exceed the greatest practitioners of magic this world has ever known. What about Dumbledore? In raw power, you already surpass him. What he has that you lack is experience. Decades of knowledge, strategy, and refined technique. Power alone does not win battles. Wisdom determines the victor. Christmas morning arrived with snow falling softly outside the windows. Harry woke to find presents at the foot of his bed. A wooden flute from Hagrid. A box of chocolate frogs from Hermione. A hand-knitted sweater from Mrs. Weasley with a large H on the front. And one package with no name. Harry unwrapped it carefully. Inside lay a cloak made of material that shimmered like water. Fluid. Almost alive. A note fell out. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. A very Merry Christmas to you. No signature. Harry lifted the cloak. The moment he draped it over himself, he vanished. An invisibility cloak. A real one. Not a charm that would fade. This was woven from demiguy's hair or something even rarer. That is no ordinary cloak. What do you mean? The magic in that fabric is ancient. Foundational. It does not hide you with illusion, it removes you from perception itself. Whoever gave you this has granted you one of the most powerful tools in existence. Harry stared at his invisible hands. With this cloak, he could go anywhere. See anything. Uncover secrets that would otherwise remain hidden. Including what Quirrell was really planning. That night, Harry donned the cloak and left Gryffindor Tower. The castle was silent. Suits of armor stood like frozen sentries. Portraits snored in their frames. Harry moved through corridors like a ghost, testing the cloak's limits. It was perfect. Even when he passed within inches of Filch, the caretaker didn't notice. Mrs. Norris, his cat, sniffed the air suspiciously but saw nothing. Harry made his way to the third-floor corridor. The door was still locked, but wandless magic made short work of simple charms. He slipped inside. Fluffy, the three-headed dog, lay sleeping. Soft music played from a harp in the corner, enchanted to lull the beast into slumber. Someone had been here recently. Harry approached the trapdoor beneath Fluffy's massive paws. It was sealed with multiple locking charms. He could break them, but it would leave traces. Instead, he memorized the configuration. Later, in his training room, he could practice replicating the spells. A sound made him freeze. Footsteps. Someone was coming down the corridor. Harry pressed himself against the wall, cloak tight around his body. The door opened. Professor Snape entered. He moved to Fluffy, examining the sleeping dog with a critical eye. Then he crouched near the trapdoor, running his fingers over the seals. "Someone's been tampering with these," he muttered. "Quirrell, you fool. Your methods are too crude." He stood and left as quickly as he'd come. Harry waited 5 full minutes before moving. His mind raced. Snape knew about Quirrell's attempts. Was he trying to stop them? Or was he involved? The potions master is more complicated than he appears. His loyalties are unclear. Harry returned to Gryffindor Tower, mind churning with possibilities. The pieces of the puzzle were coming together. Quirrell wanted the stone. Snape knew about it. Dumbledore had hidden it here, believing Hogwarts was safe. But nothing was truly safe when Voldemort was involved. The rest of the holiday passed in careful observation. Harry tracked Quirrell's movements. The professor spent hours in the library, researching protection charms and ancient magic. He made frequent trips to the third floor, always checking the corridor when he thought no one was watching. And twice, Harry caught him speaking to empty air in a language that made Harry's skin crawl. Not human language. Something older. Darker. He's communing with whatever inhabits him. They're planning something. Should I tell Dumbledore? What would you say? That you've been spying on a professor using an invisibility cloak while wandering the castle after hours. The headmaster would have questions you cannot answer. Harry hated it, but Azrathar was right. He couldn't reveal what he knew without exposing himself. He needed more information. On New Year's Eve, Harry followed Quirrell to the library. The professor pulled books on magical creatures, specifically dogs. He took notes frantically, muttering about music and sleep. Harry watched from behind a bookshelf, invisible and silent. "Soon," Quirrell whispered. "Very soon, Master. The stone will be yours." A voice answered. Cold, sibilant. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. "Fail me, Quirrell, and you will suffer beyond imagination." "I won't fail, Master. I swear it." The voice faded. Quirrell slumped in his chair, looking drained. Harry slipped away, his blood like ice. That voice. That presence. Voldemort. The Dark Lord wasn't just influencing Quirrell. He was literally speaking through him. Living in him somehow. This is worse than I thought. Voldemort has found a way to anchor himself to the living world through Quirrell. If he obtains the stone and creates a new body, he'll return to full power. Yes, and the wizarding world is not ready for that. Harry returned to Gryffindor Tower. Sleep wouldn't come. He lay awake, staring at the ceiling, mind racing. He was 11 years old. Untrained in real combat, still learning to control his power. What could he possibly do against the greatest dark wizard in history? You are not powerless. You carry divinity in your soul. Voldemort is mortal, enhanced by dark magic. In direct confrontation, his experience would overwhelm you. But you have advantages he does not. Like what? Time, knowledge, and the element of surprise. He does not know what you are. Does not suspect that the boy who lived carries power that predates wizardry itself. That ignorance is your weapon. Harry closed his eyes. The path forward was clear. He would have to stop Quirrell. Have to prevent Voldemort from obtaining the stone. But he couldn't do it alone. He needed allies. Real allies who could be trusted with at least part of the truth. When students returned from holiday, Harry sought out Ron and Hermione. "We need to talk," he said quietly. "About the Philosopher's Stone. About what's really happening at Hogwarts." They met in an empty classroom. Harry laid out everything he'd learned, Quirrell's suspicious behavior, Snape's involvement, Voldemort's presence. Hermione paled. "You're saying you know who is here? In the castle. Attached to Quirrell somehow. I don't know the specifics. But he's after the stone." Ron swallowed hard. "What do? We stop him. Are you mental? Ron's voice cracked. We're first years. We can't fight you know who. We won't have to fight him, Harry said. We just have to prevent him from getting the stone. If we can figure out the protections and warn Dumbledore. Dumbledore already knows the stone is in danger, Hermione interrupted. Why else would he hide it here? No, whatever we do, we're on our own. She looked at Harry with sudden intensity. You're different. Powerful. I've known since the troll. If anyone can stop this, it's you. Ron glanced between them. What's she talking about? Harry met Hermione's gaze. She'd figured it out. Or at least enough of it. I'm stronger than most students, he said carefully. I can do things others can't. Like stopping a troll club mid-swing, Hermione said. Like flying without a broom, yes, I saw that during the Quidditch match. Like sensing magic from a distance. You're not normal, Harry. And right now, that might be exactly what we need. Ron looked between them, confused but trusting. Okay. So, what's the plan? Harry exhaled slowly. He'd just taken the first step toward revealing himself. Toward trusting others with his secrets. There was no going back now. We learn everything we can about the stone's protections, Harry said. We watch Quirrell. And when he makes his move, we stop him, Hermione finished. The three of them sat in silence. An 11-year-old boy with the soul of a god. A brilliant girl desperate to prove her worth. And a loyal friend who'd follow them into darkness. Against the greatest dark wizard in history. The odds were impossible. But Harry had survived impossible before. He would do it again. Winter gave way to spring, but the castle's atmosphere remained cold. Harry intensified his training with a singular focus. Every spare moment was spent in the abandoned classroom, pushing his limits. Wandless magic became second nature. He could now levitate objects the size of chairs, conjure flames hot enough to melt stone, and create shields that could deflect minor hexes. But it wasn't enough. You're approaching this incorrectly. What do you mean? Harry asked, lowering a hovering desk back to the floor. You're training like a wizard. Wand movements, incantations, structured spell work. But you are not just a wizard. The power within you operates on different principles. Stop thinking in terms of spells and start thinking in terms of will. I don't understand. Magic, as wizards practice it, is about imposing your will on reality through specific channels, words, gestures, wand movements. These are tools to focus intent. But you don't need tools. Your will alone can reshape reality. You simply need to believe it can. Harry stared at his hands. That sounds like wandless magic. It transcends wandless magic. Wandless casting still follows spell structures. What I'm describing is raw manipulation of reality itself. Creation and destruction at the conceptual level. It's what true gods do. I'm not a god. No. But you carry one's essence. The question is whether you're brave enough to access it. Harry took a deep breath. He focused on the desk across the room. Not on levitating it. On willing it to cease existing in that location and begin existing in another. Nothing happened. You're still thinking like a wizard. Stop trying to cast. Simply decide that the desk is now beside you. Harry closed his eyes, felt the pulse of power in his chest, extended his awareness to the desk, and decided, with absolute certainty, that it was now 3 feet to his left. When he opened his eyes, the desk had moved. Not floated. Not been pushed. It had simply relocated. As if it had always been there. How did I? You stopped asking reality's permission and started giving it commands. This is the difference between wizardry and divinity. Wizards negotiate with reality. Gods dictate to it. Harry's hands trembled. The implications were staggering. If he could move objects by sheer will, what else could he do? Careful. This path leads to dangerous territory. The more you command reality, the more reality will push back. There are cosmic laws even gods must respect. Break them, and existence itself will seek to correct the imbalance. What happens if I break those laws? Catastrophe. Reality unraveling. You and everything around you ceasing to exist. The power within you is vast, but it is not unlimited. Know your boundaries, or they will destroy you. February brought the first real lead on the stone's protections. Hermione discovered a passage in ancient runes and their modern applications that referenced layered enchantments used by the Hogwarts founders. It says here that protections designed by multiple casters create a gauntlet effect. Each layer tests a different aspect of the intruder. So there are multiple challenges guarding the stone, Ron said. Great. As if one wouldn't be enough. We need to know what they are, Harry said. If Quirrell's going to attempt to get through, we should know what he'll face. They began asking subtle questions. Hagrid mentioned that Fluffy would fall asleep to music. Professor Flitwick let slip during charms that he'd contributed, a little something, to Hogwarts security. Professor Sprout seemed proud of her role in protecting something very important. Piece by piece, they assembled the puzzle. Devil's Snare, Hermione said one evening in the library. Professor Sprout grows it in the greenhouses. It's a plant that strangles anything that falls into it, but it hates light and warmth. Flying keys, Ron added. Fred and George mentioned Professor Flitwick charming a whole room full of them. Said it was for some special project. And there'll be something from Snape, Harry said darkly. Probably a logic puzzle with potions. He loves those. What about Dumbledore? Hermione asked. Harry hesitated. The headmaster's contribution would be the final barrier. The ultimate test. The mirror of her eyes. Both Ron and Hermione stared at him. How do you know that? Hermione demanded. I've seen it, Harry admitted. During the holidays. I was exploring with the invisibility cloak and found it in an abandoned classroom. Dumbledore said it shows the deepest desire of your heart. What did you see? Ron asked. Harry looked away. He'd seen himself. Powerful, in control, no longer hiding what he was. Surrounded by people who knew his truth and accepted it anyway. It had been beautiful and heartbreaking. Family, he said quietly. I saw my family. It wasn't entirely a lie. Hermione's expression softened. Of course you did. That makes sense for the final protection. The stone would only appear to someone who wanted to find it but not use it. Anyone who wanted to use it would see themselves with immortality or infinite gold instead. Clever, Ron muttered. Evil, but clever. They spent weeks planning. Hermione created detailed notes on each likely protection. Ron gathered supplies, rope, matches, spare wands. Harry trained relentlessly, preparing for scenarios where magic alone might not be enough. And through it all, they watched Quirrell. The defense professor grew increasingly agitated as spring progressed. His stutter worsened. His hands shook during lessons. He spent hours in the library, surrounded by books on magical creatures and advanced charms. He was preparing for his attempt. The moment came in late May. Harry woke in the middle of the night with his scar burning. Not painful, more like a warning. A pulse of dark magic somewhere in the castle. Quirrell was making his move. Harry grabbed the invisibility cloak and his wand. He considered waking Ron, but his friends slept like the dead. Instead, Harry crept through the common room and out into the corridor. The castle was silent, but Harry's enhanced senses picked up movement on the third floor. He ran. When he reached the corridor, the door to Fluffy's room stood ajar. Music drifted from inside, a soft, haunting melody. Harry slipped through the gap. Fluffy slept soundly. The trapdoor beneath him was open. Quirrell had already gone through. Harry stood at the edge of the opening, staring into darkness. Every instinct screamed at him to run. To get help. To let the adults handle this. But Quirrell had a head start. By the time Harry found Dumbledore and explained, the stone might already be in Voldemort's hands. This is your choice. No one will blame you for seeking help. Will seeking help work? Probably not. Quirrell will have prepared for interruption. The protections will slow him, but not stop him. If you want to prevent this, you must act now. Harry dropped through the trapdoor. He landed hard on something soft. Devil's Snare. The plant immediately wrapped tendrils around his legs and arms, pulling him deeper. Harry forced himself to relax. Hermione had said struggling made it worse. He felt the plant's intent, not malicious, just following its nature. He projected calm. The tendrils loosened slightly. Then Harry summoned fire. Not with a wand, with will alone. Flames erupted from his hands. The Devil's Snare recoiled, releasing him completely. Harry dropped through to a stone corridor below. The next chamber was filled with flying keys. Hundreds of them, darting through the air like angry birds. A door on the far side had an old-fashioned lock. One key would fit. Harry scanned the swarm. There, a large silver key with a bent wing. The only one moving differently from the rest. He could try to catch it on the provided broom. Or he could simply command it to come to him. Harry extended his will. The key froze mid-flight. Then it shot across the room and into his palm. The door unlocked easily. The third chamber contained a giant chess set. The pieces were taller than Harry, carved from black and white stone. A game in progress, someone had already played through. Quirrell. Harry studied the board. The professor had played recklessly, sacrificing pieces to move quickly. Harry could do the same, but it would take time. Or he could walk straight through. Harry stepped onto the board. The chess pieces turned toward him. I'm not playing, Harry said quietly. Move aside. The pieces didn't react. They were enchanted to enforce the rules. Harry let power flow. Not aggressive. Just, absolute. The kind of presence that demanded obedience. Move aside. The pieces trembled. One by one, they stepped out of his path. Harry walked through unchallenged. Impressive. You're learning to weaponize presence itself. The fourth chamber was dark and reeked of troll. Harry conjured light and found an unconscious mountain troll sprawled in the corner. Quirrell's work. The fifth chamber contained a table with 7 bottles and a riddle written in flames. Hermione would have loved this. Harry read the riddle carefully. Logic puzzle. 3 were poison, 2 were wine. 1 would let him move forward. 1 would let him move back. Harry didn't bother solving it. He simply willed the correct bottle to glow faintly. A small manipulation of reality. Easy now. He drank the forward potion and passed through the flames. The final chamber was vast and empty except for a magnificent mirror standing in the center. The mirror arised, and standing before it, muttering frantically, was Professor Quirrell. I see the stone, he whispered. I'm presenting it to my master. But how do I get it out? You don't, Harry said. Quirrell spun around. His face was a mask of fury. Potter, you foolish boy. This doesn't concern you. It concerns everyone, Harry replied. His wand was in his hand, but he hadn't raised it. You're trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone for Voldemort. Quirrell's expression twisted. Don't speak his name. You don't understand what he is. What he can do. I understand enough. He's using you. When he's done, he'll discard you like garbage. Silence. Quirrell's wand flashed. A curse shot toward Harry, cutting hex, meant to flay skin from bone. Harry deflected it with a shield. The spell ricocheted into the wall, leaving a deep gouge. Impressive, Quirrell hissed. The great Harry Potter, already dueling at first year. But you're no match for me. More curses followed. Harry dodged and deflected, moving with enhanced reflexes. He couldn't reveal his true power. Not yet. Had to make this look like desperate defense. Let me speak to him, a cold voice said. Quirrell froze. Slowly, he began unwinding his turban. Harry's stomach dropped. He knew what was coming. Had known since he sensed the dual presence. The turban fell away. On the back of Quirrell's head, where his skull should have ended, was another face. Pale, serpentine, eyes burning with malevolent intelligence. Voldemort. Harry Potter, the face whispered. We meet at last. Harry's veil tightened instinctively. This was it. The Dark Lord himself. Weakened, parasitic, but still the most dangerous wizard who had ever lived. You killed my parents. I killed many people's parents. You are not special in that regard. But you are special in other ways. I can feel it. Power beyond your years. Beyond your training. Tell me, Harry Potter, what are you? Harry said nothing. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. Use the boy, Quirrell. Make him get the stone. Quirrell grabbed Harry's arm. His touch burned. Harry gritted his teeth as they approached the mirror together. Look into it, Quirrell commanded. Tell me what you see. Harry stared into the mirror arised. His reflection stared back, but this reflection held the Philosopher's Stone. It pulled the stone from its pocket, winked, and put it back. Harry felt weight in his real pocket. The stone was his. Well, Quirrell demanded. What do you see? I see myself winning the House Cup for Gryffindor, Harry lied. He lies, Voldemort hissed. Let me speak to him. Face to face. But master, you're not strong enough. Do it. Quirrell released Harry and turned around. Voldemort's face stared directly at him. Harry Potter. Give me the stone, and I will spare your life. I will even bring your parents back. The stone can do that, you know. With the elixir of life, I can create a body. With that body, I can perform magic beyond your imagination. Including resurrection. Harry's heart ached. His parents. Alive again. He's lying. The stone cannot resurrect the dead. Only extend life. I know, Harry thought back. Give me the stone, Voldemort repeated. Or die. Harry's hand went to his pocket. He felt the warm surface of the stone through the fabric. Then he made his choice. No. Voldemort's face contorted with rage. Kill him, Quirrell. Kill him now. Quirrell lunged. His hands reached for Harry's throat. Harry let power flow. Not all of it. Just enough. Violet light exploded from his body. Quirrell screamed and stumbled backward. Where his hands had touched Harry's skin, blisters formed. What is this? Quirrell gasped. Protection, Harry said. But it wasn't his mother's protection. It was his own power rejecting Quirrell's corrupted touch. Quirrell tried again. This time, Harry grabbed his wrist. The professor's skin began to blister and crack. Smoke rose from the contact point. Quirrell shrieked in agony. Impossible. Voldemort screamed. What are you? Harry met the Dark Lord's eyes. For a split second, he let his veil drop. Just a fraction. Just enough for Voldemort to sense what truly resided in Harry's soul. Voldemort's expression shifted from rage to shock to fear. No, the Dark Lord whispered. You're not. You can't be. Leave this place, Harry said quietly. And don't come back. Quirrell collapsed. Voldemort's essence erupted from the professor's body, a dark shadow that shrieked as it fled through the chamber wall. Quirrell lay still. Dead or unconscious, Harry couldn't tell. Harry pulled the stone from his pocket and stared at it. A small red gem that had caused so much death and suffering. Footsteps echoed in the corridor. Dumbledore burst into the room, followed by Professors McGonagall and Snape. The headmaster's expression was grim. Harry, he said softly. Are you all right? Harry looked at the stone in his hand. At Quirrell's body. At the teachers staring at him with varying expressions of shock and concern. I stopped him, Harry said. Voldemort is gone. Dumbledore's eyes were unreadable behind his half-moon spectacles. So I see. And the stone. Harry handed it over. I didn't use it. I know you didn't. Dumbledore pocketed the stone. Professor McGonagall, please take Mr. Quirrell to the hospital wing. Professor Snape, search the castle for any trace of Voldemort's presence. The teachers moved to obey. Dumbledore placed a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder. Come with me, Harry. We have much to discuss. Dumbledore's office was filled with sleeping portraits and whirring silver instruments. A magnificent phoenix dozed on a perch near the window. The headmaster conjured a comfortable chair and gestured for Harry to sit. You did a very brave thing tonight, Dumbledore said. And a very foolish one. I had to stop him. You could have come to me. You weren't here. By the time I found you, it would have been too late. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Perhaps you're right. Tell me, Harry, how did you get past the protections? Some of them should have been quite beyond a first-year student. Harry had prepared for this. I remembered things from my lessons. Hermione taught me about Devil's Snare. Professor Flitwick showed us how to summon objects. The chess set. I talked my way past it. And the mirror. I didn't want to use the stone. Just to stop Quirrell from getting it. So the mirror gave it to me. Clever. Very clever. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, but there was something sharp beneath the kindness. And Professor Quirrell's death. How did that occur? He tried to strangle me. When he touched my skin, he started burning. Like my mother's protection. Ah yes. Your mother's love. A powerful magic indeed. Dumbledore paused. Though I must confess, the nature of Quirrell's injuries suggests something more. Something unusual. Harry's veil tightened. I don't know what you mean, sir. No. Dumbledore studied him. Harry, I have lived a very long time. I have seen many strange and wondrous things. And I have learned to recognize when magic operates outside the normal boundaries. You are an extraordinary young man. More extraordinary than even you may realize. Sir, I just did what I had to do. Indeed. And you did it remarkably well. Too well, perhaps, for an 11-year-old boy with only a few months of magical education. Dumbledore leaned forward. You may keep your secrets, Harry. For now. But know that my door is always open should you wish to share them. Harry met the headmaster's gaze. Thank you, sir. Dumbledore smiled. The Philosopher's Stone will be destroyed. Nicholas Flamel and I have discussed it. He has lived long enough, and the stone has caused enough trouble. As for Voldemort, he will return someday. This was not his end. I know. You may return to your dormitory. The school year ends in a few days. Rest. Celebrate your victory. You've earned it. Harry stood. At the door, he paused. Professor, what did you see when you looked in the mirror? Dumbledore's expression grew distant. I saw myself holding a pair of thick, woolen socks. Harry knew it was a lie. But he didn't press. Good night, sir. Good night, Harry. The feast at the end of term was magnificent. Slytherin had won the House Cup, until Dumbledore awarded last-minute points for courage in the face of impossible odds. Gryffindor won by 10 points. The hall erupted in celebration. Ron and Hermione hugged Harry. Fred and George started a chant of Potter, Potter. Harry smiled, let himself enjoy the moment. But in the back of his mind, he replayed the confrontation with Voldemort. The Dark Lord's expression when he'd sensed Harry's true nature. Fear. Voldemort had been afraid, as he should be. You were his opposite. He sought immortality through dark ritual and sacrifice. You were born with divine essence. He tears reality apart. You could rebuild it. That is why he fears you. Will he come after me specifically now? Yes. You have become more than a symbol. You are a threat to his very existence. When he returns, and he will return, he will seek to destroy you before you reach your full potential. Harry watched the celebration around him. His friends, his house, his school. He would protect them, whatever it took. The Hogwarts Express carried students back to London the next morning. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione, listening to them chatter about summer plans. You'll write, won't you? Hermione asked. Both of you. Course, Ron said. Got to keep in touch. Harry nodded. All right. At King's Cross, they said their goodbyes. Harry walked through the barrier and found himself face to face with Uncle Vernon. The man's expression was sour. So, you're back. For now, Harry said. Vernon's eyes narrowed. None of your freakishness this summer. Understood. Harry looked at his uncle. Really looked at him. Saw the fear beneath the bluster. The desperate need to control something, anything, in a world that terrified him. Understood, Harry said. But they both knew things had changed. Harry Potter was no longer the helpless boy in the cupboard. He was something far more dangerous. And summer would be spent preparing for what came next. The cupboard under the stairs had never felt smaller. Harry sat cross-legged on his mattress, Hedwig perched on a makeshift stand constructed from old coat hangers. The owl watched him with knowing amber eyes as he meditated, drawing power from his core in slow, controlled pulses. The Dursleys had been true to form. Upon arriving at Privet Drive, they'd shoved him into the cupboard and forbidden him from doing freakish things. Uncle Vernon had confiscated his wand, or tried to. Harry had given him a broken stick instead. His real wand was hidden beneath a loose floorboard. But Harry didn't need a wand anymore. Your first year taught you structure. This summer will teach you freedom. What do you mean? You've been learning magic the wizarding way, spells, incantations, wand movements. All useful. But they're training wheels. This summer, we remove them. You will learn to shape reality with pure will. No words. No gestures. Just intent. The training began immediately. Every night, after the Dursleys went to bed, Harry practiced reality manipulation. He started small, changing the color of objects, altering their temperature, making them weightless. Each success built his confidence. Within a week, he could reshape matter itself. A piece of bread became an apple. Water froze without cold. Metal bent under his gaze. Good. You're understanding the fundamental principle. Reality is not fixed. It's constantly being written and rewritten by the collective will of all conscious beings. Wizards use spells to add their voice to that writing. You can edit the text directly. Why can I do this when other wizards can't? Because you carry divinity. Azrathar was a god of creation and destruction. Those aspects live in you now. The more you embrace them, the more reality itself will bend to your desires. But power came with consequences. One night, while practicing transmutation, Harry accidentally turned his blanket into stone. The weight crashed through his mattress and cracked the cupboard floor. The Dursleys heard the noise. Uncle Vernon threw open the door. What was that? What did you do? Harry sat calmly on the broken floor, willing the stone to return to fabric. Nothing. The floor was already weak. Vernon's eyes narrowed suspiciously. But without visible evidence of magic, he couldn't prove anything. He slammed the door and stomped away. Harry exhaled slowly. Control. He needed better control. You pushed too hard too fast. Reality manipulation requires finesse. Think of it like sculpting. Gentle pressure creates art. Excessive force creates destruction. Harry spent the next week learning restraint. Not how to use more power, but how to use precise amounts. He practiced on insects first, making beetles fly backwards, convincing ants to form words, willing moths to change colors mid-flight. The control became second nature. By July, Harry could perform complex transformations silently and wandlessly. He turned his meager portions of food into full meals when the Dursleys weren't looking. Changed his threadbare clothes into comfortable ones while maintaining the appearance of rags. Even created a small air conditioning charm to make the cupboard tolerable during heat waves. The Dursleys noticed nothing, but others did. Mrs. Fig appeared at number 4 one afternoon in early July. Aunt Petunia answered the door. Arabella, what a surprise. I was hoping to borrow Harry for the afternoon, Mrs. Fig said pleasantly. My garden needs weeding, and the boy could use some pocket money. Before Petunia could object, Vernon shouted from the living room. Let the boy go. Get him out of the house. Harry was summoned. He followed Mrs. Fig down the street, saying nothing. When they reached her house, she ushered him inside quickly and locked the door. Then she pulled out a wand. Mrs. Fig, Harry said carefully. Oh, don't play innocent with me, Mr. Potter. I know exactly what you are. Her eyes gleamed. A squib like me can't do magic, but we can sense it. And you've been radiating power like a nuclear reactor since you came home. What have you been doing? Harry's veil snapped tight. I don't know what you mean. Liar. Mrs. Fig moved to a cabinet and pulled out a crystal orb. I've been monitoring you for years. Dumbledore asked me to watch over you, make sure you were safe. And until this summer, you read as a normal magical child. Powerful, yes, but normal. She held up the orb. It glowed violet. Now you read as something else entirely. Something that shouldn't exist. Harry said nothing. His mind raced through options. Could he obliviate her? Would Dumbledore sense the spell? Should he run? Calm. She has not reported you yet. That means she wants something. Mrs. Fig set down the orb. I'm not going to turn you in, Harry. But I need to know, are you a danger to anyone? No, Harry said honestly. I'm just training. Training for what? Voldemort will come back. When he does, I need to be ready. Mrs. Fig's expression softened slightly. You sound like your mother. She was always preparing for the worst too. She sighed. I'll keep your secret, but you need to be more careful. Whatever you're doing, it's leaking through your defenses. Other sensitives will notice. How do I stop it? You don't. You learn to disguise it. She went to a bookshelf and pulled down an old tome. This is the art of aura masking. Written by a metamorphagus who learned to hide her magical signature from detection charms. Study it. Practice it. And for heaven's sake, stop turning your cupboard into a magical furnace. Harry took the book gratefully. Thank you. Don't thank me. Just stay safe. And Harry. She looked at him seriously. Whatever you're becoming, make sure you become it by choice, not circumstance. Power without purpose destroys the wielder. The book changed everything. Mrs. Fig's gift taught Harry techniques he'd never considered. Instead of suppressing his power entirely, he could layer false signatures over it. Make himself read as a talented but normal wizard. The veil remained, but now it projected exactly what he wanted observers to sense. He practiced obsessively. By mid-July, he could project different magical signatures at will. Strong but not alarming, weak and struggling, even completely non-magical. The versatility gave him options. And he needed options. Because strange things were happening in Little Whinging. Harry felt presences watching him. Not human. Something older. Darker. They lurked at the edges of perception, shadows that moved wrong, cold spots that followed him down the street. You're being observed. By what? Creatures drawn to power. Your presence here is like a beacon. Most are harmless, curious spirits, minor entities. But some are dangerous. Predators that feed on magical beings. One night, something attacked. Harry was in the backyard pulling weeds, actual weeding this time, punishment for talking back to Vernon, when he felt it. A presence materializing behind him. Cold, hungry. He spun around. A creature of pure shadow stood 3 feet away. Vaguely humanoid but wrong in every proportion. Its eyes burned with pale fire. When it opened its mouth, Harry saw rows of needled teeth. Young Godling, it rasped. Your essence calls to me. Harry's power surged instinctively. Stay back. So much power. So much potential. If I consume you, I will become. It lunged. Harry reacted on pure instinct. Violet flames erupted from his hands. The creature shrieked as divine fire consumed it. Within seconds, nothing remained but a scorch mark on the grass. Harry stood panting. His hands shook. He'd just killed something. Destroyed it completely. That was a shadow wraith. A parasite that feeds on magical beings. You had no choice. Are there more? Probably. Your power draws them like moths to flame. You must learn to defend yourself against non-human threats. Wizards are not the only dangers in this world. The attacks became regular. Every few nights, something would try to get close. Shadow wraiths. Void sprites. Once, a creature made entirely of crystallized malice. Harry learned to destroy them quickly and efficiently. He also learned something important: his power was anathema to such beings. They were creatures of corruption and decay. He carried creation in divine order. When his essence touched them, they dissolved. You are developing into a natural predator of dark entities. This is good. When Voldemort returns, he will likely command such creatures. You will be able to counter them. But the constant attacks took their toll. Harry slept poorly, always alert for threats. His training suffered. His control wavered. One night in late July, exhaustion made him careless. A wraith attacked while he was only half awake. Harry lashed out with raw power, too much power. The blast didn't just destroy the wraith. It vaporized Mrs. Fig's garden, shed 3 houses down. Lights turned on across Privet Drive. People emerged from their homes. Vernon came storming out. What was that noise? Harry thought quickly. I heard an explosion. Came from Mrs. Fig's house. They rushed over. Mrs. Fig stood in her nightgown, staring at the crater where her shed had been. She met Harry's eyes briefly. Gas leak, she said firmly. Must have been building up. Lucky no one was hurt. The neighbors muttered agreement. Vernon dragged Harry back home. But not before Mrs. Fig whispered as he passed. More carefully, boy. August brought a letter from Hogwarts. Harry's second-year supply list included several new books. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 2, Break with a Banshee by Gilderoy Lockhart, Gadding with Ghouls by Gilderoy Lockhart, and 5 more books by the same author. Who's Gilderoy Lockhart? Harry asked Hedwig. The owl clicked her beak dismissively. Harry wrote to Hermione. Her response came via owl 2 days later. Harry. Gilderoy Lockhart is a famous wizard and author. He's written dozens of books about his adventures fighting dark creatures. He's won Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award 5 times. I can't believe he's going to be our defense against the dark arts teacher. How has your summer been? Mine has been wonderful. My parents took me to France. I've been practicing spells in secret and reading ahead for next year. Have you been studying? Write back soon. Hermione. Harry smiled at her enthusiasm. He wrote back describing his summer, heavily edited, of course. No mention of reality manipulation or shadow wraiths. Just general studying and helping Mrs. Fig with yard work. Ron's letter came next. Harry. Bloody hell, mate. Lockhart. Really? Fred and George say he's a complete fraud. Apparently Dad met him once at the ministry and said he's never seen someone more in love with themselves. Mum's driving us mad. She loves Lockhart. Has all his books. Even got him to sign one at Flourish and Blots. It was embarrassing. Can't wait to get back to school. At least there I can escape her. See you on the train. Ron. Harry filed both letters away. A new defense teacher. After Quirrell's disaster, Dumbledore must have been desperate to fill the position. The final week of summer, Harry intensified his training one last time. He practiced combat scenarios against imaginary opponents. Learned to fight while maintaining his false magical signature. Developed techniques to use his divine power in ways that looked like advanced wizardry rather than reality manipulation. You've grown considerably. Enough to face Voldemort. If he returns in the same weakened state as last year, yes. If he finds a way to restore himself to full power, it will be close. You have raw strength, but he has centuries of knowledge and experience. Do not underestimate him. I won't. Good. This year will be different from the last. You are no longer an unknown quantity. Teachers will watch you more closely. Students will have expectations. And somewhere, Voldemort is plotting his return. Stay alert. Trust selectively. And continue growing stronger. The night before returning to Hogwarts, Harry stood in the backyard of number 4. The stars wheeled overhead. The Muggle world slept peacefully, unaware of the magical dangers lurking in the shadows. Harry extended his senses, feeling the flow of power through reality itself. He was 12 years old. He carried the soul of a devil god. He'd faced Voldemort and survived. And he was just beginning to understand what he could become. Whatever happens this year, you are ready. I hope so. Hope is for the weak. You are not weak. You are becoming what you were always meant to be. Harry closed his eyes and pulled his power back inside. The veil settled into place, perfect, undetectable. To the world, he was Harry Potter. The boy who lived. A talented young wizard. They would never know the truth. Not unless he chose to reveal it. And when that day came, when he finally dropped every pretense and stood revealed for what he truly was, the wizarding world would never be the same. Chapter 10, The Serpent's Heir. September 1st arrived with unseasonable warmth. Harry loaded his trunk into Uncle Vernon's car, enduring the man's grumbles about freakish schools and waste of petrol. The drive to King's Cross was silent except for Dudley's whining about being forced to come along. At the station, Vernon dumped Harry's trunk on the pavement and drove away without a word. Harry stood alone on the busy sidewalk, watching normal people rush to normal destinations. For a moment, he felt the weight of his double life. To them, he was just a skinny kid with glasses. They'd never know what walked among them. Anonymity is power. Use it. Harry pushed through the barrier to platform 9 3/4. The platform was chaos. Students saying goodbye to families. Owls hooting. Trunks being loaded onto the Scarlet train. Harry spotted Ron's family immediately. The Weasleys were impossible to miss. Mrs. Weasley was fussing over Ron and a girl with flaming red hair who looked about 11. Ron's younger sister. Ginny. Harry. Ron waved frantically. Over here. Harry made his way through the crowd. Mrs. Weasley immediately pulled him into a bone-crushing hug. Oh, Harry dear, how wonderful to see you. Did you have a good summer? Are the Muggles treating you well? Fine, Mrs. Weasley. Thank you for asking. This is Ginny, Mrs. Weasley said, gesturing to the girl. She's starting Hogwarts this year. Ginny stared at Harry with wide eyes. Her face turned bright red. When Harry smiled at her, she squeaked and hid behind her mother. She's been so excited to meet you, Mrs. Weasley said apologetically. Talks about you constantly. Harry felt uncomfortable. Fame was still something he struggled with. Fred and George appeared, grinning identically. Harry Potter. The boy who lived, and defeated you-know-who. Again. Stop it, you two, Mrs. Weasley scolded. Leave the poor boy alone. They boarded the train. Harry, Ron, and Hermione found an empty compartment. Hermione had her nose in Voyages with Vampires before the train even started moving. Lockhart. Ron asked, eyeing the book. He's fascinating, Hermione said defensively. He's done so much. He's done so much writing about himself, Ron muttered. The train pulled away from the platform. London disappeared behind them, replaced by countryside. They talked about their summers, Ron's trip to Egypt with his family, Hermione's vacation in France, Harry's quiet time at home. He left out the shadow wraiths and reality manipulation. An hour into the journey, the compartment door slid open. Draco Malfoy stood there, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. His pale eyes gleamed with malice. Potter. Weasley. Mudblood. Hermione's face went white. Ron jumped to his feet. Take that back, Malfoy. Why should I? It's the truth. She's got dirty blood. Draco smirked. Though I suppose Potter doesn't mind. Famous enough to associate with anyone. Harry felt power surge in his chest. It would be so easy. A thought, and Malfoy would be on the floor, gasping. But that would raise questions. Get out, Malfoy, Harry said quietly. Something in his voice made Draco hesitate. For a moment, fear flickered across the Slytherin's face. Then his mask of arrogance returned. Whatever, Potter. Enjoy your blood, traitor and mudblood. You'll regret it when the real wizards take over. He left. Crabbe and Goyle followed like trained dogs. Ron was shaking with anger. I should have hexed him. Not worth it, Harry said. But inside, he was analyzing. Malfoy's words, when the real wizards take over, sounded like something he'd heard at home. His father was a Death Eater. That meant Lucius Malfoy was still spreading Voldemort's ideology. The Dark Lord's influence persists even in his absence. His followers wait for his return. Then we need to be ready when it happens. The rest of the journey passed without incident. They changed into their robes as the sun set. When the train finally pulled into Hogsmeade Station, Harry felt relief wash over him. Hogwarts. Home. The castle stood on its cliff, windows blazing with light. Carriages pulled by invisible forces carried students up the winding path. Harry, Ron, and Hermione climbed into one. "I wonder what this year will bring," Hermione said. "Hopefully less life-threatening than last year," Ron replied. Harry said nothing. He could already feel the currents of power flowing through the castle. Something was different. A new presence. Dark and ancient and hungry. "Danger dwells here. I know." The feast was spectacular as always. Dumbledore stood at the podium, his silver beard gleaming in the candlelight. "Welcome," he called. "Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. Before we begin the sorting, I have a few announcements. First, Mr. Filch wishes me to remind you that the Forbidden Forest is, as always, forbidden. Second, I am pleased to introduce our new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, Professor Gilderoy Lockhart." A wizard stood and took a bow. He was absurdly handsome with perfect teeth and flowing blonde hair. He wore robes in periwinkle blue that matched his eyes. The female students erupted in applause. Even some of the teachers clapped politely. Harry noticed Professor McGonagall's expression was carefully neutral. thank you," Lockhart said, his voice smooth and practiced. "I'm delighted to be here. Simply delighted. I hope to share my considerable expertise with all of you." Ron snorted. "Considerable ego, more like." The sorting began. Ginny Weasley was called forward. The sorting hat barely touched her head before shouting, "Gryffindor." Ron cheered. Ginny ran to the Gryffindor table, her face still bright red. She sat as far from Harry as possible while remaining at the same table. More names. More sortings. Harry watched with half his attention while extending his senses through the castle. That dark presence he'd felt earlier, where was it? There. In the dungeons. Not the potions classroom. Deeper. Older. Something has been brought into this castle. Something that should not be here. What is it? I cannot tell from this distance. But it radiates malevolence. Be careful. The feast ended. Students were dismissed to their dormitories. Harry followed the crowd, but his mind was elsewhere. A dark object in the dungeons. A new defense teacher with questionable credentials. And somewhere beyond the castle walls, Voldemort plotting his return. This year was already shaping up to be dangerous. Defense Against the Dark Arts the next morning was a disaster. Lockhart swept into the classroom wearing robes that sparkled. Literally sparkled. He'd charmed them to catch the light at every angle. "Good morning, class." He flashed his brilliant smile. "Welcome to Defense Against the Dark Arts. I am Professor Lockhart, Order of Merlin 3rd Class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award." He pointed to his portrait on the wall. "But I don't talk about that." Half the class was already rolling their eyes. "Today, we're going to have a little quiz." Lockhart passed out parchment. "To see how well you know my published works." Harry looked at the questions. Every single one was about Lockhart himself. Favorite color. Secret ambition. Ideal birthday gift. This wasn't defense. This was narcissism disguised as education. When time was up, Lockhart collected the quizzes. His face fell as he read them. "Oh dear. It seems very few of you have actually read my books." He looked directly at Hermione, who'd answered every question correctly. Except Miss Granger. Full marks. 10 points to Gryffindor. Hermione beamed. Ron looked nauseated. "Now then," Lockhart said, pulling a covered cage from beneath his desk. "Let's have a practical demonstration. I've brought some freshly caught Cornish pixies." He whipped off the cover. Blue pixies shrieked and exploded into the room. Chaos erupted. The pixies grabbed students' wands, pulled hair, threw ink bottles. Lockhart attempted to cast a spell, but his wand was immediately snatched by 3 pixies working in tandem. "Right. Well, I'll just let you handle this. Good practice." He fled the classroom. Harry sighed. He raised his hand and focused. The pixies froze mid-flight. They hung suspended in the air, confused and struggling. "Into the cage," Harry commanded. The pixies obeyed. Within seconds, all of them were back in the cage. Harry closed and locked it. The class stared at him. "How did you do that?" Seamus asked. "That was wandless magic. I've been practicing," Harry said carefully. Besides, pixies are simple creatures. They respond to direct commands if you project enough authority. It wasn't entirely a lie. But it wasn't the whole truth either. Hermione looked at him with narrowed eyes. She was analyzing again, connecting dots. Harry would have to be more careful. The weeks that followed established a pattern. Lockhart was utterly useless. Every class devolved into him reading passages from his books or releasing creatures he couldn't control. Harry ended up managing the practical portions while Lockhart took credit. The other classes were more productive. Transfiguration with McGonagall pushed them to turn beetles into buttons. Potions with Snape remained hostile but educational. Herbology introduced them to mandrakes, plants whose cries could kill. And through it all, Harry felt that dark presence in the dungeons growing stronger. Whatever it is, it's awakening. Should I investigate? Carefully. If Dumbledore placed it there, interfering could reveal your abilities. If someone else brought it in, investigating could put you in danger. Harry decided to watch and wait. Until Halloween. The feast was in full swing when the first message appeared. Harry was walking back from the bathroom when he saw it. Words written in what looked like blood, scrawled across the wall near Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. And beneath the message, Mrs. Norris hung by her tail, stiff as a board. Petrified. Students gathered quickly. Whispers spread. Then Filch arrived. "My cat," he screeched. "My cat. What happened to Mrs. Norris?" Dumbledore appeared, followed by several teachers. The headmaster examined the message and the cat with grave concern. "The Chamber of Secrets," he murmured. "After all these years." Professor McGonagall looked shocked. "Surely you don't think." "I think we must take every precaution." Dumbledore's eyes swept the crowd. They landed on Harry for a brief moment. Harry kept his expression neutral. But inside, his mind was racing. The Chamber of Secrets. A legend. Supposedly built by Salazar Slytherin 1,000 years ago. Hidden somewhere in the castle. Containing a monster that only his heir could control. And now it had been opened. This is what I sensed. An ancient evil, sealed away for centuries. Someone has released it. Who? That remains to be seen. But whoever controls the creature within the chamber is extraordinarily dangerous. Stay alert. The students were sent to their dormitories. Harry lay awake in bed, staring at the ceiling. The Chamber of Secrets. Salazar Slytherin's heir. A monster that petrified victims. And somewhere in the castle, a dark presence growing stronger by the day. This year was going to be even worse than the last. The castle became a place of fear overnight. Students traveled in groups. Teachers patrolled corridors constantly. The message on the wall had been scrubbed away, but its meaning lingered like poison. Mrs. Norris remained petrified, displayed in the hospital wing as a grim reminder. Harry felt the shift in atmosphere. Conversations hushed when he entered rooms. Eyes followed him in hallways. Whispers trailed in his wake. "It's because you're famous," Ron said one evening in the common room. "People always stare at you." But this was different. These weren't looks of admiration or curiosity. They were calculating, suspicious. Hermione looked up from her book. "It's not just fame. People are scared. The Chamber of Secrets is a dark legend. Whoever opened it wants to hurt Muggleborns." "Why Muggleborns specifically?" Harry asked. "Because Salazar Slytherin believed only purebloods should learn magic. He built the chamber to house a monster that would purge the school of anyone with non-magical blood." Hermione's voice was steady, but Harry saw fear in her eyes. "I'm Muggleborn. That makes me a target." Ron shifted uncomfortably. "Nothing's going to happen to you. We won't let it." Harry nodded. But privately, he was analyzing the situation differently. A monster that targeted Muggleborns. A chamber that only Slytherin's heir could open. And a dark presence he'd been sensing since the start of term. The pieces connected in disturbing ways. "You suspect someone at Hogwarts opened the chamber. It has to be. The opening happened here. That means the heir is here. A student. A teacher. I don't know. But I'm going to find out." The next attack came 2 weeks later. Colin Creevey, an enthusiastic first year who'd spent weeks trying to photograph Harry, was found petrified near the library. His camera was melted, the film inside completely destroyed. The school went into lockdown. Curfews were instituted. The dueling club was formed to teach students defensive spells. Harry attended the first meeting with Ron and Hermione. The Great Hall had been transformed, tables pushed aside, a raised platform in the center. Lockhart stood on the platform in flowing robes, beaming at the crowd. "Welcome, welcome," he called. "I've asked Professor Snape to help me with a short demonstration. Don't worry, you'll still have your potions master when we're through with him." Snape's expression could have curdled milk. They faced each other on the platform. Lockhart bowed dramatically. Snape gave a curt nod. 1, 2, 3. Snape's wand moved in a blur. Expelliarmus. Lockhart flew backward off the platform, landing in an undignified heap. His wand skittered across the floor. The students tried not to laugh. Snape's lips curled into the faintest smile. Lockhart scrambled to his feet. "An excellent idea to show them that, Professor Snape. But if you don't mind me saying, it was rather obvious what you were going to do. It might be prudent to teach them how to block unfriendly spells." "An excellent suggestion," Snape said silkily. "Potter, Malfoy, why don't you demonstrate?" Harry's stomach dropped. Draco looked delighted. They climbed onto the platform. Lockhart pulled Harry aside. "Just do a simple disarming spell. Nothing too. I know what I'm doing," Harry said quietly. They faced each other. Harry could feel Draco's hostility radiating like heat. "Scared, Potter?" Draco sneered. "Should I be?" Lockhart raised his wand. "On 3. 1, 2. Draco didn't wait. Serpensortia. A jet of green light shot from his wand. A snake, thick, black, at least 6 feet long, materialized on the platform. It raised its head, forked tongue flickering. The crowd gasped. Several students backed away. The snake turned toward a Hufflepuff boy standing near the platform. Its body coiled. It was preparing to strike. Harry moved without thinking. "Leave him alone." The snake froze. Its head swiveled toward Harry. And then it spoke. "Master speaks." The voice was sibilant, ancient, and Harry understood every word. "Yes," Harry hissed back. "Don't attack the students. Get off the platform." The snake lowered its head submissively. "As Master commands." It slithered off the platform and coiled in a corner, docile. Silence. Harry looked up. Every student in the hall was staring at him with expressions ranging from shock to horror. "What?" he asked. "You're a Parselmouth," Hermione whispered. "A what?" "You can talk to snakes." That's really rare, Harry. And it's associated with dark wizards." Salazar Slytherin was a Parselmouth. The whispers started immediately. Students pointing, backing away. The word, Parselmouth, spread through the crowd like wildfire. Harry felt his stomach sink. He'd just revealed something he hadn't known about himself. Something that connected him to Slytherin, to dark magic, to the heir of Slytherin. Ron grabbed his arm. "Come on, let's get out of here." They left quickly. Behind them, the whispers intensified. The next morning was worse. Harry walked into the Great Hall for breakfast and the entire room went silent. Every eye turned to him. Conversations stopped mid-sentence. "Ignore them," Hermione said firmly. "You saved that boy from being bitten. You're a hero." But the stares didn't feel admiring. They felt accusatory. At the Slytherin table, Draco was holding court. "Did you see? Potter speaks Parseltongue. He's probably the one who opened the chamber." "That's ridiculous," Ron said loudly. "Harry would never." "How do we know?" Someone from Ravenclaw called out. "He's famous for defeating you-know-who. Maybe he's dark too." "Yeah," another student agreed. "Parseltongue is a dark gift. My dad says only dark wizards have it." Harry felt power surge in his chest. Violet light flickered at the edges of his vision. He clenched his fists, forcing it down. "Control. Do not let anger rule you." "I know." Hermione stood. "Harry Potter is not the heir of Slytherin. He's been nothing but brave and loyal since coming to Hogwarts. This is mass hysteria." "Then explain the Parseltongue," Draco challenged. "It's a rare gift," Hermione shot back. "Rare doesn't mean evil. Harry, tell them you didn't open the chamber." Harry met Draco's eyes. "I didn't open the Chamber of Secrets. I don't even know where it is." "That's exactly what the heir would say," Draco smirked. Professor McGonagall intervened. "Enough. All of you. These accusations are baseless. Mr. Potter has done nothing to warrant suspicion. Anyone spreading rumors will lose house points." The whispers died down. But the damage was done. Harry could feel the shift. He'd gone from hero to suspect overnight. The library became Harry's refuge. He spent hours researching Parseltongue. The ability was indeed rare, inherited through bloodlines connected to Salazar Slytherin. Most known Parselmouths in history had been dark wizards. But not all. Harry found references to benign Parselmouths. Healers who communicated with serpents for medicinal purposes. Scholars who studied snake languages. Even a few who'd used the ability to prevent attacks. The gift itself wasn't dark. How it was used determined morality. You're looking for reassurance. I need to understand. Did I inherit this from my parents? Unlikely. Neither James nor Lily Potter had Slytherin blood. This ability came from somewhere else. Where? That, I cannot say. The origins of your Parseltongue are hidden from even me. But I suspect it relates to the night Voldemort attacked you. His curse may have transferred more than a scar. Harry's blood ran cold. You think I have part of Voldemort in me? I think magical connections are more complex than wizards understand. The curse that should have killed you rebounded. Magic was exchanged. Consequences rippled outward. Your Parseltongue may be one such consequence. The thought made Harry's skin crawl. Connected to Voldemort. Not just through their shared wands. Through something deeper. He pushed the thought away. Focused on research. Hermione joined him one afternoon with a stack of books. I've been thinking about the chamber. If it was really built by Slytherin 1,000 years ago, there must be records. Maps. Something. Hogwarts. A history doesn't mention it. Only in passing. It says Slytherin left the school after a disagreement with the other founders. Legend holds he built a secret chamber before departing. But no one knows where. Ron appeared with sandwiches smuggled from the kitchens. Maybe we should stop looking. Every time we investigate dangerous secrets, we nearly die. We can't just ignore it, Hermione said. Students are being attacked, and everyone thinks Harry's doing it. All the more reason to find the real culprit, Harry said quietly. I need to clear my name. They worked late into the evening. Maps of the castle, architectural diagrams, historical accounts of Slytherin's departure. Nothing. The chamber remained hidden, its location lost to time. The third attack happened in December. Justin Finch Fletchley and nearly headless Nick were found petrified in a corridor. Justin was a Hufflepuff who'd publicly declared Harry was the heir. Nick was a ghost, and petrifying a ghost should have been impossible. Harry was found at the scene. He'd been following a strange voice. A hissing, sibilant sound that seemed to come from the walls themselves. It spoke in Parseltongue, saying things that made Harry's blood run cold. Rip, tear, kill. He'd followed the voice through corridors until finding Justin and Nick. The moment he arrived, other students appeared. They saw Harry standing over the petrified bodies. The conclusion was immediate. He did it. Someone screamed. Potter attacked them. I didn't. Harry protested. I just found them. But no one listened. Whispers became shouts. Accusations flew. Harry felt the weight of 100 suspicious stares. Professor McGonagall arrived and immediately took Harry to Dumbledore's office. The headmaster sat behind his desk, Fawkes the Phoenix on his perch. Dumbledore's expression was grave. Harry, he said gently. Tell me exactly what happened. Harry explained. The voice in the walls. Following it. Finding the victims. He left nothing out. Dumbledore listened without interruption. When Harry finished, the headmaster was silent for a long moment. You hear voices, Harry? Yes, sir. But only recently. They speak in Parseltongue. And no one else hears them. Not that I know of. Dumbledore stood and moved to the window. Hearing voices is not a good sign, even in the wizarding world. I'm not crazy, Harry said firmly. The voice is real. It's connected to the chamber. I believe you. Dumbledore turned back. But others will not be so understanding. Your ability to speak Parseltongue, combined with these attacks, the evidence appears damning. I didn't attack anyone. I know. Dumbledore's eyes were kind but searching. Harry, is there anything else you wish to tell me? Anything unusual happening? Strange dreams? Unexplained occurrences? Harry's veil tightened reflexively. No, sir. Nothing. Dumbledore studied him. For a moment, Harry felt the gentle probe of legilimency. He reinforced his shields. The probe retreated. Very well, Dumbledore said. You may return to your dormitory. But I must ask you to be cautious. Avoid being alone. Stay with friends. And if you hear that voice again, do not follow it. Yes, sir. Harry left the office with his mind racing. Dumbledore suspected something. Not the truth, his shields had held, but something. And the voice was real. A monster moving through the walls. Hunting. You should not have followed it. I had to know what it was. And now you do. A creature that kills on command. Something ancient and terrible. You must find it before it kills someone. How? By listening. By following the voice again. But this time, be prepared to fight. The days before Christmas break were tense. No more attacks occurred, but fear permeated the castle. Students barely left their common rooms. Teachers escorted everyone to classes. Lockhart gave insufferable interviews about how he'd solve the mystery. Harry spent the time training in secret. If he encountered the monster, he needed to be ready. He practiced combat magic in the abandoned classroom. Shields, stunning spells, cutting hexes, everything he could manage wandlessly. And he practiced something else. Reality manipulation in combat scenarios. Creating barriers from nothing, turning air solid, willing objects to move at impossible speeds. If the chamber's monster was as dangerous as legends suggested, he'd need every advantage. You're preparing for war. I'm preparing to survive. Good. Because whatever emerges from that chamber will not show mercy. It is a weapon, nothing more, created to kill. On the last day before break, Harry received an unexpected visitor. Dobby the house elf appeared in his dormitory. The creature was small, with enormous ears and bulging eyes. He wore a filthy pillowcase. The moment he saw Harry, he burst into tears. Harry Potter must not stay at Hogwarts. Dobby has tried to warn him. Terrible things will happen. Dobby. Harry stared. You're the one who's been trying to protect me. The rogue bludger in Quidditch. Sealing the barrier at King's Cross. Yes. Dobby has been trying to save Harry Potter. The chamber has been opened. Students will die. Harry Potter must go home. I can't leave. My friends are here. Friends will die if Harry Potter stays. Dobby wailed. The heir of Slytherin is at Hogwarts. He will kill. Who is it? Who opened the chamber? Dobby's eyes widened in terror. Dobby cannot say. Dobby is forbidden. But Harry Potter must leave before. The house elf vanished with a crack. Harry sat on his bed, processing. Dobby knew who opened the chamber. But house elf magic prevented him from revealing it. That meant whoever controlled Dobby was involved. And house elves served wizarding families. Pureblood families. Families like the Malfoys. Lucius Malfoy. It makes sense. Death Eater. Blood purist. He'd want Muggleborns purged. But is he directing his son? Or is Draco acting independently? I need to know. Harry made a decision. When school resumed after break, he would investigate. Would find proof. Would stop whoever was behind this. Before someone died. Christmas at Hogwarts was quiet. Most students went home. Only a handful remained. Harry, Ron, and Hermione spent their days researching and planning. On Christmas morning, Harry received unexpected gifts. A wooden flute from Hagrid. A large box of homemade fudge from Mrs. Weasley. Books from Hermione on advanced defensive magic. And one package with no name. Inside was a piece of parchment. A single sentence written in elegant script. The monster in the chamber is a basilisk. No signature. No explanation. Just that one devastating fact. Harry's blood ran cold. A basilisk. The king of serpents. A creature whose gaze killed instantly. Whose venom was among the deadliest substances known. That's what was hunting students. This changes everything. I know. Harry showed the note to Ron and Hermione. They researched frantically. Found descriptions in Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. It says here that basilisks can live for hundreds of years, Hermione read. They're bred by hatching a chicken egg beneath a toad. Looking directly at one causes instant death. Indirect views cause petrification. That explains the attacks, Ron said. The victims saw it through reflections or something. That's why they're petrified instead of dead. But how is it moving through the castle? Hermione frowned. Basilisks are huge. Someone would see it. Harry thought about the voice. The hissing in the walls. The pipes. They both stared at him. The plumbing. Hogwarts has extensive pipe systems. A snake could move through them without being seen. But that would mean. Hermione's eyes widened. The entrance to the chamber must be in a bathroom. Somewhere with plumbing access. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, Harry said immediately. That's where the first message appeared. And Myrtle's been there for 50 years. She died the last time the chamber was opened. They had their answer. Now they just needed to act on it. The first day back after break, Harry went to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. The ghost was there, sobbing over a toilet. No one ever visits me. No one cares about poor Myrtle. I care, Harry said. And I need your help. How did you die? Myrtle's translucent form shuddered. It was horrible. I was crying in here. Olive Hornby had been teasing me, and I heard a boy speaking. Strange words. I came out to tell him to go away, and I saw. Saw what? Great big yellow eyes. By the sink. And then I died. She began crying again. Harry examined the sink. It was old, tarnished, and carved on one of the copper taps was a tiny serpent. The entrance. Harry pulled out his wand. He focused on the serpent carving, and spoke in Parseltongue. Open. The sink moved. Pipes groaned. The entire fixture sank into the floor, revealing a large pipe sloping downward into darkness. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Harry stared into the abyss. Every instinct told him to get help. To tell Dumbledore. To let adults handle this. But students were being attacked. The monster would kill eventually. And Harry was uniquely positioned to stop it. He was a Parselmouth. He could command the basilisk. He could end this. This is dangerous. Even for you. I know. If the basilisk sees you directly. I'll keep my eyes closed. Use other senses. And if the air is down there. Then I'll deal with them too. Harry took a deep breath. Made his choice. And jumped into the pipe. He slid down through darkness. Twisting. Turning. The pipe seemed endless. Finally, he landed on damp stone in a tunnel so deep beneath the castle that no light reached it. Harry conjured a small flame. The tunnel stretched ahead, covered in ancient slime. Bones littered the floor, small animals that had wandered in and become lost. He walked forward. The tunnel opened into a vast chamber. It was magnificent and terrible. Carved serpents lined the walls. Pillars reached toward a ceiling lost in shadow. And at the far end, a massive statue of Salazar Slytherin stared down with cold stone eyes. The Chamber of Secrets. Harry's footsteps echoed. His enhanced senses screamed warnings. Something was here. Something massive and deadly. Hello, Harry Potter. The voice came from near the statue. A figure stepped into the dim light. A girl, maybe 16, with dark hair and a familiar face. But translucent. Ghostly. Not quite real. Who are you? Harry asked. The girl smiled. It was not a kind smile. My name is Tom Riddle. And I've been waiting a very long time to meet you. Harry's blood turned to ice. Tom Riddle. The diary they'd found. The memory preserved in ink and magic. The heir of Slytherin. And possibly Voldemort. Surprised, Tom asked. You should be. After all, it's not every day you meet your own murderer's younger self. The chamber's doors slammed shut behind Harry. He was trapped. The Chamber of Secrets felt like a tomb. Harry stood in the center of the vast space, surrounded by serpent carvings and ancient magic. Tom Riddle circled him slowly, that unsettling smile never wavering. The ghostly figure was more solid than he should be, drawing substance from somewhere. You're wondering how I'm here, Tom said. How a memory can be so present. The diary, Harry replied, keeping his voice steady. Someone's been writing in it. Feeding you their life force. Very perceptive. Yes, a foolish girl has been pouring her heart into my pages for months. Her fears, her secrets, her energy. With each confession, I grew stronger. Tom's form flickered slightly, though she stopped writing recently. Pity. I was so close to breaking free entirely. Harry's mind raced. A girl, writing in a diary, feeding Tom Riddle power. Ginny Weasley, Ron's little sister who'd been acting strangely all year. Who'd had a diary with her at King's Cross. Who'd been at Hogwarts when every attack occurred. Where is she? Harry demanded. Tom gestured casually toward the base of Slytherin's statue. A small figure lay crumpled there, barely visible in the shadows. Harry's heart clenched. What did you do to her? I drained her. She's dying, Potter. And when she dies completely, I will live again. A fair exchange, don't you think? Tom's eyes gleamed with malice. But before that happens, I wanted to meet you. The famous Harry Potter who destroyed my future self. Tell me, how did you survive the killing curse? Love, Harry said flatly. My mother's sacrifice. Love. Tom's lip curled in disgust. Dumbledore's favorite fairy tale. Love is weakness, Potter. Power is all that matters. Then why are you hiding down here instead of conquering the world? Tom's expression darkened. Because you destroyed my corporeal form. Because I was forced to exist as less than a ghost. Because I had to wait 16 years for an opportunity to return. He moved closer. But that ends tonight. I will drain the Weasley girl. I will reclaim a body. And I will finish what I started. Harry extended his senses. Ginny's life force was fading. Minutes, maybe. Not long. He needed to act fast. You won't live that long, Harry said quietly. Tom laughed. Bold words from a 12-year-old. What will you do, Potter? Cast a spell. I'm a memory. Magic passes through me. Then I'll destroy your anchor. Harry pulled out his wand. Focused on the diary that must be nearby, the object tethering Tom to this realm. Tom's eyes widened. No. A hissing sound echoed through the chamber. Deep. Ancient. Absolutely massive. Tom's expression shifted to triumph. Too late. I've already given the command. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. Let your heir demonstrate his power. The stone mouth of Slytherin's statue began to open. Run. I can't. Ginny. Will die if you die too. Move. Now. Harry dove behind a pillar as something enormous emerged from the statue's mouth. He caught a glimpse in his peripheral vision, scales the size of dinner plates, a body thick as a tree trunk, a head crowned with venomous fangs. The basilisk. Let him see you, beautiful creature, Tom called. Let Harry Potter experience the fate he escaped as an infant. The basilisk's massive body scraped against stone as it moved. Harry kept his eyes shut, relying on enhanced hearing and spatial awareness to track it. You cannot fight this blind. I have to try. The basilisk lunged. Harry rolled aside. Fangs struck stone where he'd been standing, chipping the pillar. Harry fired a stunning spell without looking. It missed. You cannot win, Potter. Tom's voice echoed. The basilisk is the ultimate weapon. Even Dumbledore fears it. Harry's mind raced. He needed an advantage. Something the basilisk couldn't counter. Then he remembered, he was a Parselmouth. He spoke in the serpent's language. Stop. I command you. The basilisk froze mid-strike. Tom's laughter died. What? No. That's not possible. Who commands you? Harry hissed. The basilisk's massive head swiveled toward Tom. The heir of Slytherin commands. I am also an heir. I speak the tongue. I carry the blood. It wasn't entirely a lie. Voldemort's attack had connected them. Made Harry something more than a simple wizard. Who do you obey? The basilisk's giant body shifted uncertainly. The one who commands with the strongest will. Harry let power flow. Not all of it. Just enough. Violet light flickered around his body, divine essence responding to his need. The basilisk sensed it. Ancient predator recognizing something even more ancient. It bowed its head. I obey the one with the god's soul. Tom's ghostly form flickered with rage. No. Kill him. I command you to kill Harry Potter. The basilisk didn't move. Harry opened his eyes, carefully, avoiding the creature's deadly gaze. Your weapon is mine now, Riddle. Impossible, Tom snarled. I am the heir of Slytherin. I am destined for greatness. You're just a child. I'm more than that. Harry lowered his veil slightly. Let Tom sense what truly resided in his soul. And you're just a memory that refuses to die. Tom stumbled backward. His form flickered more violently. What are you? You're opposite. Harry raised his wand. Incendio. Flames erupted across the chamber floor. Tom screamed as fire consumed the diary lying near the statue's base. The leather blackened. Pages curled and burned. No. Tom's form began to dissolve. You can't. I am Lord Voldemort. I cannot be defeated by. He vanished mid-sentence. The diary crumbled to ash. Silence. Harry ran to Ginny. She was barely breathing, her skin cold and pale. He lifted her carefully, checking for signs of permanent damage. Please be okay, he whispered. The basilisk watched with unblinking eyes. The small human is dying. Can you help her? Basilisk venom kills. Basilisk presence drains. I cannot help. Only wait. Harry looked around desperately. There had to be something, a spell, a potion, anything. Then he saw it. A phoenix. Fawkes appeared in a burst of flame. The magnificent bird landed on Harry's shoulder, trilling softly. It flew to Ginny and cried. Phoenix tears fell onto her face. Color returned to her cheeks. Her breathing deepened. Within moments, she stirred. Where? Ginny's eyes opened. She saw Harry and burst into tears. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. The diary made me. I couldn't stop. It's okay, Harry said gently. You're safe now. The monster, I let it out. I attacked people. Tom Riddle controlled you. None of this was your fault. Ginny sobbed against his shoulder. Harry held her, uncomfortable but unwilling to pull away. She needed comfort. Fawkes trilled again. The phoenix's song filled the chamber with warmth and hope. Even the basilisk seemed calmed by it. The fire bird is powerful, the serpent hissed. What does the God-souled one command? Should I return to my slumber? Harry looked at the massive creature. 50 feet of lethal reptile. A weapon built by Slytherin to kill. But also a living being. Ancient. Lonely. Following orders it didn't understand. Yes, Harry said. Return to the statue. Sleep until someone worthy calls you again. The God-souled one is worthy. Will you call me? Perhaps. Someday. The basilisk bowed its massive head once more. Then it slithered back into Slytherin's mouth. The stone closed behind it. You can talk to it. Ginny whispered. I'm a Parselmouth. It's complicated. Everyone thinks you're the heir of Slytherin. I know. Harry helped her stand. We need to get you to the hospital wing. How do we get out? Fawkes flew to them. The phoenix's talons gripped Harry's robes. Somehow. Impossibly, the bird lifted both of them. They rose through the chamber. Through the pipe. Up and up until they emerged into Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Professor McGonagall was there. So was Dumbledore. And the Weasley parents. Mrs. Weasley screamed and rushed forward. Ginny. Oh, my baby. Mr. Weasley grabbed Harry. What happened? Where were you? The Chamber of Secrets, Harry said. Tom Riddle opened it through Ginny. He was using a diary to possess her. Dumbledore's expression was grave. Tom Riddle. I suspected as much. He looked at the remains of the diary clutched in Harry's hand. Did you destroy it? Yes, sir. And the basilisk? Controlled. Returned to the chamber. Dumbledore studied Harry for a long moment. You did well, Harry. Very well indeed. The aftermath was chaotic. Ginny was taken to the hospital wing. Ron stayed with her constantly, guilt-ridden that he hadn't noticed her strange behavior. The Weasleys were distraught but grateful. Harry explained everything to Dumbledore, carefully edited, of course. He mentioned commanding the basilisk through Parseltongue but not the divine power it had sensed. Mentioned destroying the diary but not how he'd survived multiple encounters with a creature that killed with a glance. Dumbledore listened without interruption. When Harry finished, the headmaster removed his spectacles and cleaned them slowly. You continue to amaze me, Harry. Most grown wizards would not survive what you faced tonight. I had help. Fawkes saved Ginny. Fawkes went to you because you demonstrated loyalty. Phoenixes only come to those worthy of their aid. Dumbledore replaced his glasses. Tell me, when you commanded the basilisk, did it obey immediately? Not at first. It was torn between Tom's orders and mine. Yet it chose you. Why? Harry hesitated. I think it sensed I was stronger. That my will was more powerful. Interesting. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Tom Riddle was one of the most powerful students Hogwarts ever taught. For you to overcome his commands at 12 years old speaks to extraordinary magical strength. I just did what I had to do. Indeed. Dumbledore stood. The school is safe now. The attacks will stop. And thanks to you, Miss Weasley will recover fully. Though I imagine the emotional scars will take time to heal. What will happen to her? Nothing. She was a victim, not a perpetrator. The diary's influence was absolute. No charges will be filed. Dumbledore moved to the window. However, I am curious how the diary came to be in her possession. Someone must have planted it. Yes. Someone with access to her belongings before school started. Someone who knew what the diary was. Someone with connections to dark magic. Dumbledore turned back. I have my suspicions. But without proof. Lucius Malfoy, Harry said. Dumbledore's expression didn't change. A serious accusation. His house elf has been trying to warn me all year. House elves serve their family's interests. If Dobby was trying to protect me from the chamber, that means his master was involved. Sound logic. However, proving it would be difficult. Lucius is a powerful man with many connections in the ministry. Then he'll get away with it. For now. Dumbledore's voice was soft but firm. But men like Lucius Malfoy inevitably overreach. When he does, we will be ready. Harry nodded. It wasn't justice. But it was reality. The final weeks of term passed peacefully. The petrified students were revived using Mandrake Restorative Draft. Mrs. Norris returned to prowling corridors. Colin Creevey resumed trying to photograph Harry. Justin Finch Fletchley apologized profusely for accusing him. Ginny recovered slowly. She avoided Harry for days, too embarrassed to face him. When they finally spoke, she could barely meet his eyes. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "For everything. The diary Tom showed me, he said terrible things about you." "It's okay," Harry said. "You weren't in control. But I was weak. I let him in. You were lonely. He exploited that. It doesn't make you weak. It makes you human." Ginny looked up. Tears streaked her face. "How can you be so kind? After what I did. Because I know what it's like to feel powerless. To be controlled by forces beyond your understanding." Harry thought of his own situation, carrying a god's soul, hiding his true nature. "We all have darkness we struggle with. What matters is how we face it." Ginny hugged him suddenly. "Thank you. For saving me." Harry awkwardly patted her back. Ron appeared around the corner, looking relieved to find them talking. "There you are. Hermione's found something in the library about," he stopped. "Am I interrupting?" "No," Ginny said quickly, pulling away. I'll see you later." She fled down the corridor. Ron watched her go with a frown. "She's been really messed up about all this." "I know. Thanks for, not being weird about it. She's your sister. And she's been through hell. Being weird would be cruel." Ron nodded. They walked to the library together. Harry felt the weight of the year lifting slightly. He'd faced a basilisk, defeated a piece of Voldemort's soul, saved multiple lives, and he'd done it while keeping his true nature hidden. "You're becoming proficient at maintaining two identities." "I don't have a choice." "Everyone has a choice. You choose safety over authenticity. There's no shame in that. But remember, the longer you hide, the harder revelation becomes." "I'm not ready to reveal myself." "Then continue growing. Become so powerful that revelation doesn't frighten you. That when the world learns what you are, they will have no choice but to accept it." The end-of-year feast was jubilant. Gryffindor won the House Cup again. Dumbledore awarded points for courage, intelligence, and loyalty. Harry received a standing ovation when his name was called. It should have felt good. But Harry mostly felt tired. The train ride home was peaceful. Harry, Ron, and Hermione shared a compartment. They talked about summer plans, next year's classes, and how glad they were that Lockhart had been exposed as a fraud. The fraudulent professor had accidentally obliviated himself while trying to wipe Harry and Ron's memories. He was now at St. Mungo's, convinced he was a teapot. "Good riddance," Ron said. "Worst defense teacher ever." "I don't know," Hermione mused. "At least he didn't have Voldemort growing out of his head." They all laughed. Even the Dark Lord's name was losing its power to frighten them. At King's Cross, they said their goodbyes. Ron's family swarmed Harry with hugs and thanks. Ginny gave him a small smile before disappearing into the crowd. Hermione hugged him last. "Stay safe this summer. Practice your spells. And write to me if anything strange happens." "I will." Uncle Vernon was waiting at the barrier. His face was sour as always. "Come on, boy. Let's get this over with." Harry followed him to the car. Another summer at Privet Drive. Another few months of pretending to be normal. But this summer would be different. You've proven yourself capable of facing true darkness. Now you must prepare for what comes next. What does come next? Escalation. Voldemort will not remain defeated forever. He will find another way to return. And when he does, he will come for you specifically. Then I'll be ready. I know you will. You are becoming what you were meant to be. Not just a wizard. Not just a vessel. Something more. Something the wizarding world hasn't seen in centuries. Harry stared out the car window as London passed by. Normal people living normal lives, unaware of the magic and danger that existed just beyond their perception. He was 12 years old. He carried the soul of a devil god. He'd faced basilisks and dark lords and lived. And this was only the beginning. Chapter 13, The Prisoner's Shadow. Summer at number 4, Privet Drive was a careful dance of deception. Harry spent his days pretending to be ordinary. He did chores, avoided the Dursleys, kept his magic hidden, but every night, when the house fell silent, he trained. The abandoned classroom technique didn't work here. But Harry had found something better, an empty lot 3 streets over, hidden behind overgrown hedges. Late at night, he would slip out his window and practice. Reality manipulation had become second nature. He could reshape matter with a thought, bend probability to his favor, and manipulate space itself in small ways. But Azrathar pushed for more. You're thinking too small. Reality is not just matter and energy. It's also time, information, consciousness itself. You want me to manipulate time? No. Time manipulation requires power you don't yet possess. But you can manipulate how you exist within time. Accelerate your perception. Move faster than reality expects. That sounds dangerous. Everything worth doing is dangerous. But this skill will save your life someday. Trust me. Harry practiced carefully. He would focus on a falling leaf and try to perceive its descent in slow motion. At first, nothing happened. Then, gradually, he began to see. The leaf fell slower. Not because time had changed, but because Harry's perception had accelerated. He was processing information faster than normal consciousness allowed. With practice, he could slow his perception of reality to a crawl. A second became 10. A minute became an hour of perceived time. The applications were staggering. In combat, he could react to attacks before they fully developed. In conversation, he could analyze every word and micro-expression. He was learning to exist slightly outside normal temporal flow. But the training exhausted him. Each session left him drained, barely able to crawl back to his room before sunrise. You're pushing too hard. This technique requires mental fortitude you're still developing. I don't have time to develop slowly. Voldemort is out there somewhere, planning. And rushing will leave you burned out and vulnerable. Pace yourself. Harry knew Azrathar was right. But urgency drove him. Every day Voldemort remained free was a day the wizarding world was in danger. In late July, something changed. Harry woke from a dream that wasn't entirely a dream. He'd seen Voldemort, weak, serpentine, barely corporeal, speaking with a silver-handed man in a dark house. "The boy lives," Voldemort had hissed. "He destroyed my diary. He commands serpents. He is more dangerous than we anticipated." "Then we must move carefully, my lord," the silver-handed man replied. "The ministry is complacent. They believe you gone forever. We can use that." "Yes. But Potter has become an obstacle. There is something in him. Something that even I do not understand. When I return to power, he must be the first to die." Harry woke with his scar burning. Not the usual ache, this was sharp, focused. Like a connection had been strengthened. "You're seeing through Voldemort's eyes. How is that possible? The night he attacked you, a piece of his soul latched onto yours. The connection allows you to sense his emotions, his locations, sometimes his thoughts. It's a weapon, if you learn to control it. Or a vulnerability. If I can sense him, can he sense me? Possibly. That's why your veil is crucial. Keep your true nature hidden. Let him see only what you want him to see." Harry spent the next week experimenting with the connection. He could sense Voldemort's presence, distant, malevolent, growing stronger. The Dark Lord was in Albania. Hiding, plotting with a servant named Wormtail. But Harry learned to shield the connection. To let information flow one way while blocking the reverse. It was delicate work, requiring constant focus. Then, in early August, everything changed. The explosion shook all of Privet Drive. Harry was in his room reading when he felt it, a massive surge of uncontrolled magic. Wild, desperate, terrified, he ran to the window. 3 houses down, number 13 was on fire. Not normal fire. Magical fire that burned purple and refused to spread. People were screaming, running. The Dursleys burst from the living room. "What was that?" Uncle Vernon roared. "Magic," Harry said flatly. "Someone lost control. Magic. Here. In our neighborhood." Harry was already grabbing his wand. "Stay inside." He ran out before they could stop him. The street was chaos. Neighbors in pajamas pointing and yelling. The fire burned impossibly bright. Harry reached number 13 and kicked open the door. Heat blasted him. Smoke filled the hallway. "Is anyone in here?" he shouted. A voice, young, female, terrified. "Help. I can't stop it." Harry followed the voice. A girl about his age stood in the living room, surrounded by purple flames. They swirled around her like a living thing, responding to her panic. "I didn't mean to," she cried. "I was just so angry and it just came out." Accidental magic. Powerful accidental magic from someone old enough to have control. That shouldn't be possible unless. Harry recognized her from school. Amanda Shaw. A quiet Ravenclaw first year who'd always seemed timid. Amanda, Harry said calmly. Look at me. She did. Her eyes were wide with terror. You need to calm down. The fire responds to your emotions. If you panic, it grows. I can't, I don't know how. Yes, you do. You've done magic before. This is just bigger. Breathe. Amanda tried. The flames flickered but didn't die. Harry made a decision. He couldn't let her burn, even if it meant revealing his abilities. He stepped into the fire. The flames should have burned him. But Harry commanded them not to. Reality bent to his will. The fire recognized something greater than itself and obeyed. He reached Amanda and grabbed her hands. Listen to me. You're not powerless. You're overwhelmed. There's a difference. I'm scared. I know. But fear feeds the fire. Focus on something else. Something calm. Like what? Anything. A memory. A place. Something that makes you feel safe. Amanda closed her eyes. Slowly, the flames began to recede. They pulled back from the walls, from the furniture, from reality itself. Within minutes, they disappeared entirely. The house was destroyed but no longer burning. Amanda collapsed. Harry caught her. It's okay. You did it. I almost killed everyone. But you didn't. You stopped it. Sirens wailed in the distance. The fire brigade was coming. And probably the ministry. You need to leave, Harry said urgently. If the ministry finds you, they'll investigate. Your magic is unstable. They might take your wand. But where? My house. Number 4. Come on. They ran. By the time the fire trucks arrived, they were back at the Dursleys' home, slipping through the back door. Aunt Petunia was in the kitchen. She saw Amanda and froze. Who is this? A friend, Harry said. She needs help. Absolutely not. We are not harboring another witch, Amanda finished quietly. I'm a witch. And I almost killed my whole family. Petunia's expression was complex. Fear, disgust, and something else. Recognition. Your magic is out of control, Petunia said finally. Yes, my sister, she had a friend like that once. A girl whose magic responded to emotions. She learned control eventually. Petunia looked at Harry. She can stay tonight, but tomorrow, she needs proper help. Harry was shocked. Petunia had never willingly acknowledged magic before. They set Amanda up in the guest room, usually reserved for Aunt Marge, currently empty. She was asleep within minutes, exhausted by the magical outburst. Harry returned to his room. His mind raced. Unstable magic in a trained witch was rare. It suggested trauma or suppression. Or awakening. What do you mean? Sometimes, when a witch or wizard reaches a certain age, their magic undergoes a transformation. It becomes more powerful, more volatile. Most magical families prepare for this. Muggle-borns often suffer alone. Is that what's happening to Amanda? Possibly. Or she's experiencing something else entirely. You should investigate. The next morning, Harry talked to Amanda over breakfast. The Dursleys had left early, wanting nothing to do with the situation. How long has your magic been unstable? Harry asked. Amanda poked at her eggs. A few months. Since spring. I'd get angry and things would happen. Small things at first. Broken dishes. Flickering lights. But it got worse. Did you tell anyone at Hogwarts? I was too scared. What if they expelled me? Harry understood that fear. You need help. Professional help. From someone who understands magical instability. Who? Good question. Dumbledore was the obvious choice, but Harry hesitated to involve the headmaster. Too many questions would follow. Then he remembered. Professor McGonagall. She's head of Gryffindor and a master of transfiguration. If anyone can help you learn control, it's her. Amanda looked uncertain. What if she reports me to the ministry? She won't. McGonagall protects students. Harry pulled out parchment. I'll write to her. Explained the situation. He composed a careful letter. Described Amanda's accidental magic without mentioning his own involvement. Requested guidance on helping a student with unstable abilities. Hedwig delivered the letter that afternoon. The response came within hours. Mr. Potter, your concern for Miss Shaw is commendable. Please have her come to Hogwarts immediately. I will arrange training sessions throughout the remainder of summer. She will stay in the castle under my supervision. As for you, I am impressed by your maturity in handling this situation. However, I must remind you that using magic outside school is prohibited for underage wizards. Please refrain from any further spell work until term begins. Sincerely, Professor M. McGonagall. Harry smiled. McGonagall had to include the warning. But the fact that she didn't ask how he'd managed to control Amanda's magical fire spoke volumes. She knew he was capable of more than he showed. Amanda left for Hogwarts that evening via Flow Network at the Leaky Cauldron. Harry accompanied her, ensuring she arrived safely. Tom the innkeeper raised an eyebrow at two students traveling without adults. Professor McGonagall's expecting you. Yes, sir, Amanda said quietly. Right then. Straight through to Hogwarts. Don't dawdle. They stepped into the flames together. The world spun. When they emerged, they were in Professor McGonagall's office. The teacher stood waiting, stern as ever. Miss Shaw, Mr. Potter. Thank you for coming. Professor, Amanda said. I'm sorry for. There's nothing to apologize for. Unstable magic is not a crime. It's a challenge to overcome. McGonagall's expression softened slightly. You will stay here for the remainder of summer. We will work on controlled techniques daily. Thank you, Professor. McGonagall turned to Harry. As for you, Mr. Potter, how did you know to contact me? You're the best transfiguration teacher in Britain. Control over transformation requires the same discipline as control over wild magic. Logical. But that doesn't explain how you managed to contain Miss Shaw's fire long enough to help her. Harry had prepared for this. I talked her through it. Helped her focus. The fire responded to her emotions, so I worked on calming her. McGonagall studied him. Harry kept his expression neutral. His shields tight. You're an unusual student, Mr. Potter. Every year, you find yourself in impossible situations. And every year, you emerge not just unscathed, but having helped others. She paused. I don't know what makes you different. But I recognize that you are. Harry said nothing. Go home. Continue your studies. And remember, magic outside of school is forbidden. Yes, Professor. He returned through the Flow Network. The Dursleys were waiting when he arrived at Privet Drive. Is she gone? Vernon demanded. She's being helped. Good. No more freaks in this house. One is more than enough. Harry went to his room without responding. He'd saved Amanda, ensured she'd get proper training. And he'd done it without revealing his true abilities. Well handled. Thanks. But this can't keep happening. Every time I use power publicly, someone notices. Then use power privately. Or become strong enough that notice doesn't matter. Harry lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. 12 years old. Carrying the soul of a god. Saving people in secret. How long could he keep this up? The answer came sooner than expected. 2 days before his 13th birthday, Harry woke to shouting downstairs. He crept to the staircase and listened. Uncle Vernon was arguing with someone. I don't care what your letter says. The boy is not leaving. Mr. Dursley, I must insist. Harry Potter's safety is at stake. That voice. Harry recognized it. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic. Harry descended the stairs. Vernon and a portly wizard in a pinstriped suit stood in the hallway. The minister looked harassed. Ah, Harry, Fudge said with forced cheerfulness. There you are. I'm afraid we have a situation. What kind of situation? Sirius Black has escaped from Azkaban. The name meant nothing to Harry. Who? Fudge's expression grew grave. One of you know who's most dangerous followers. He betrayed your parents to their deaths. And now he's free. We believe he's coming for you. Harry's blood ran cold. His parents' betrayer. Alive. Free. Hunting him. Why would he come after me? To finish what his master started. Black was utterly loyal to you-know-who. With the Dark Lord gone, he'll want revenge on the boy who destroyed him. Vernon grabbed Harry's arm. You're not going anywhere with this, with him. Mr. Dursley, I'm the Minister for Magic. Harry's safety is my responsibility. He's safer here. Sirius Black is a murderer who escaped a prison designed to hold the worst criminals in the wizarding world. Your muggle locks won't stop him. Fudge looked at Harry. Pack your things. You're coming to the Leaky Cauldron until school starts. We'll have Aurors watching you around the clock. Harry wanted to protest, but a murderer hunting him changed everything. He packed quickly. His trunk, his wand, Hedwig in her cage. As he descended the stairs one last time, Aunt Petunia stood in the hallway. Be careful, she said quietly. Harry blinked. It was the closest thing to concern she'd ever shown. I will. The night bus collected him, a triple-decker purple bus that appeared out of nowhere. The ride was chaotic. The bus lurched through traffic, appearing and disappearing in impossible ways. When they arrived at the leaky cauldron, Fudge was waiting. "Your room is upstairs. Don't leave the building. Don't wander Diagon Alley alone. And if you see Sirius Black, run." "Yes, sir." Harry settled into his room. It was small but comfortable. Through the window, he could see Diagon Alley bustling with activity. Somewhere out there, a murderer hunted him. But Harry wasn't the helpless child he'd once been. If Sirius Black came, he'd be ready. The leaky cauldron became Harry's prison for the final weeks of summer. He wasn't allowed to leave. Aurors patrolled the building in shifts, 2 stationed outside his door at all times. Fudge visited daily, asking if Harry had seen anything suspicious. The other guests whispered and pointed whenever he appeared in the common room. It was suffocating. "This is ridiculous," Harry muttered one evening. He sat by his window, watching wizards and witches shop in Diagon Alley. "I'm being treated like a prisoner." "You're being protected. From one man. I've faced basilisks and dark lords. Sirius Black doesn't scare me." "He should. Black is not a monster or a memory. He's a trained killer with nothing to lose. Those are the most dangerous." Harry hated that Azrathar was right. Still, the confinement grated on him. He needed to train, needed to move. Being locked in a room undid weeks of progress. Then Ron and Hermione arrived. They burst into his room one afternoon, both looking windswept and excited. Ron carried a package. Hermione had an armful of books. "Harry." Hermione hugged him. "We just heard about Sirius Black. Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Just bored." "Bored?" Ron dropped into a chair. "Mate, there's a mass murderer hunting you and you're bored. I'd rather face him than sit here doing nothing." Hermione frowned. "Don't say that. Sirius Black killed 13 people with one curse. He's not someone to underestimate." Harry wanted to argue but stopped himself. His friends were worried. Pushing back would only make them more concerned. "You're right," he said instead. "I'm just frustrated." "We brought you presents," Ron said, brightening. "Early birthday gifts." The package contained a sneakoscope, a device that spun and whistled when someone untrustworthy was nearby. Hermione's books were advanced defense texts that made her previous reading look elementary. "Thank you," Harry said sincerely. "Both of you." They spent the evening talking. Ron described his family's trip to Egypt. Hermione detailed her parents' vacation in France and the magical historical sites she'd visited. Harry told them about the leaky cauldron's monotony. He left out Amanda Shaw. The unstable magic. The reality manipulation training. Some secrets were too dangerous to share. When his friends left, Harry felt the loneliness settle back in. 2 more weeks until Hogwarts. 2 more weeks of confinement. He could endure it. Barely. September 1st arrived with unseasonable cold. The Ministry provided an armored car to transport Harry to King's Cross. Aurors flanked him on all sides. Fudge himself walked him onto platform 9 3/4. "Remember," the minister said. "Stay on the train. Don't wander. Don't trust strangers. And if you see Sirius Black, run." "I know." Fudge nodded. "Good lad. We'll have this sorted soon. Black can't hide forever." Harry boarded the Hogwarts Express. The whispers started immediately. Students pointing, whispering about Sirius Black, about Harry being a target. He found a compartment with Ron and Hermione. They'd saved him a seat. "That was intense," Ron said as the train pulled away. "All those Aurors." "Fudge is overreacting," Harry replied. "Black's one man. One very dangerous man," Hermione corrected. "I read about him. He was you-know-who's right hand. Killed 13 people the day he was captured. They say he's completely insane now." The compartment door slid open. A man stood there, shabby robes, graying hair, a scar across his face. He looked exhausted. "Mind if I sit?" he asked. "Everywhere else is full." "Sure," Harry said. The man settled across from them. He introduced himself as Professor R.J. Lupin, the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Harry felt immediately wary. Every defense teacher so far had been either incompetent or actively dangerous. Lupin seemed different, tired but genuine. "Tough summer?" Lupin asked, studying Harry. "You could say that. I heard about Sirius Black. The Ministry's taking it seriously." "Too seriously," Harry muttered. Lupin smiled faintly. When someone escapes Azkaban for the first time in history, paranoia is understandable. He leaned back. But you seem capable of handling yourself. There was something in his tone. Not suspicion. Recognition. Harry's instincts prickled. Lupin knew something. Or suspected something. This man is more than he appears. Be cautious. The journey continued. Lupin dozed. Ron and Hermione talked quietly. Harry stared out the window, watching countryside blur past. Then the train stopped. Not at a station. In the middle of nowhere. The lights flickered and died. Temperature plummeted. Frost formed on the windows. What's happening? Hermione whispered. Harry felt it before he saw it. A presence. Cold. Hollow. Feeding on despair. The compartment door slid open. A creature floated there. Tall. Cloaked. Its hands were gray and scabbed. When it breathed, the sound was rattling and wet. It had no face, just a gaping hole where a mouth should be. A Dementor. The creature glided forward. Harry felt cold invade his chest. Memories surfaced, unwanted, painful. His mother's screams. Green light. Laughter. Not his memories. Voldemort's. The connection between them flared. Harry saw through the Dark Lord's eyes, a small house. His parents. The moment before their deaths. No, Harry gasped. The Dementor leaned closer. Its breath was like ice. Lupin was suddenly on his feet. His wand blazed. Expecto Patronum. Silver light erupted from the wand. A massive shape, lupine and powerful, charged the Dementor. The creature fled, shrieking. Warmth returned. The lights flickered back on. Harry slumped in his seat, shaking. Ron and Hermione were unconscious. Lupin crouched beside him. Are you all right? I saw my mother die. Lupin's expression was pained. Dementors force you to relive your worst memories. For you, that would be. He trailed off. Here, eat this. He handed Harry chocolate. It helps. Harry ate mechanically. The chocolate did help. Warmth spread through him, pushing back the cold. What was that thing? A Dementor. They guard Azkaban prison. The Ministry posted them around Hogwarts to search for Sirius Black. Lupin's voice was tight with anger. Idiots. Dementors are barely controllable. Having them near children is madness. Why did it affect me so badly? Lupin hesitated. Dementors feed on happiness. On hope. They force you to relive trauma. You've experienced more trauma than most adults, Harry. It makes you vulnerable. Harry understood. His life had been one trauma after another. The Dementors would always affect him worse than others. Unless he learned to fight them. The silver thing you conjured. What was that? A Patronus. The most effective defense against Dementors. Lupin studied him. It's advanced magic. Most adult wizards struggle with it. Could you teach me? It's beyond Newt level. I don't care. If Dementors are guarding the school, I need to know how to defend myself. Lupin was quiet for a long moment. Then he nodded. All right, we'll start after you've settled in. But I warn you, it's difficult. The spell requires you to focus on your happiest memory. For someone with your history. I'll manage. The train resumed moving. Ron and Hermione woke, disoriented. Harry explained what happened. Hermione looked horrified. Dementors at Hogwarts. That's barbaric. It's politics, Lupin said wearily. Fudge is desperate to catch Black. He's not thinking clearly. They arrived at Hogsmeade Station in darkness. The castle loomed on its cliff, windows blazing. But the usual excitement was muted. Everyone had felt the Dementors. The carriages waited. Harry climbed into one with Ron and Hermione. As they rolled toward the castle, Harry noticed something. The carriages weren't self-propelled. Skeletal horses pulled them, thin, reptilian, with leathery wings. What are those? Harry asked. Ron looked confused. What are what? The horses. The ones pulling the carriages. There's nothing there, mate. Harry looked at Hermione. She shook her head. I don't see anything either. But the creatures were right there. Solid. Real. Harry could see them perfectly. Those are Thestrals. Creatures visible only to those who've witnessed death. I've seen death. You watched your mother die. Even if you don't consciously remember, the memory exists. That's enough. Harry said nothing more. Another thing that marked him as different. Another secret to keep. The feast was subdued. Dumbledore stood to make announcements. His expression was grave. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. Before we begin, I must address the Dementors stationed around our grounds. They are here by Ministry decree to search for Sirius Black. I have negotiated to keep them off school property, but they will patrol the perimeter. Whispers spread through the hall. The Dementors will not distinguish between fugitive and innocent. I urge you all to avoid them. Give them no reason to approach. Dumbledore's eyes swept the students. And remember, happiness is their enemy. Stay together. Support each other. Do not let fear rule you. He introduced Lupin as the new defense teacher. Applause was polite but wary. Too many bad defense teachers had made students cautious. Then Hagrid stood. Dumbledore smiled. I'm also pleased to announce that Hagrid has accepted the position of Care of Magical Creatures teacher. The Gryffindor table erupted in cheers. Harry, Ron, and Hermione whistled and clapped. Hagrid turned red with pleasure. The feast began. Food appeared. Students ate and talked. But the usual joy was muted. Dementors cast long shadows. Defense against the dark arts on Monday was revelatory. Lupin was nothing like previous teachers. He was organized, knowledgeable, and actually cared about teaching. The first lesson covered dark creatures, specifically, how to identify and defend against them. Dementors are among the foulest creatures on Earth, Lupin explained. They drain peace, hope, and happiness from the air around them. Even Muggles can feel their presence, though they can't see them. Hermione's hand shot up. How do you repel one? The Patronus charm. An immensely difficult spell that requires absolute focus. Lupin conjured his Patronus again, the silver wolf that had saved Harry on the train. The incantation is Expecto Patronum. But the words alone aren't enough. You must focus on a memory so happy, so powerful, that it overwhelms all darkness. Can you teach us? Someone asked. It's Newt-level magic. But after what happened on the train, I think everyone deserves to learn the basics. Lupin looked at Harry. Mr. Potter, would you assist me in a demonstration? Harry's stomach dropped. Sir, you were most affected by the Dementor. If we can teach you the shield, others will follow. Harry stood reluctantly. The class watched with eager eyes. Think of your happiest memory, Lupin instructed. Something that makes you feel truly joyful. Harry searched his mind. Most memories were tinged with pain or sadness. Then he found one. Flying. The first time he'd flown on a broomstick. The wind in his face. The absolute freedom. Expecto Patronum, Harry said. A wisp of silver mist emerged from his wand. It dissipated immediately. Good start, Lupin said. The memory needs to be stronger. More detailed. Harry tried again. And again. By the end of class, he could produce a thin shield of silver light. Nothing corporeal, but enough to push back darkness. Excellent progress, Lupin said as students filed out. Practice that memory. Make it vivid. You'll need it. Professor, why are you helping me specifically? Lupin's expression was complex. Because I knew your parents. And because I owe your father a debt I can never repay. He paused. James would want me to protect you. So that's what I'll do. Harry felt something shift. Lupin had known his parents. Actually known them. Not as legends. As people. Thank you, sir. Don't thank me yet. The year is young. And if Sirius Black is truly hunting you, we all need to be prepared. October brought frost and fear. Dementors drifted at the edges of Hogwarts grounds like dark stains. Students avoided windows facing the perimeter. Quidditch practice became tense. Flying near Dementors made everyone nervous. Harry trained relentlessly with Lupin. Twice a week, they met in empty classrooms to practice the Patronus charm. You're improving, Lupin said during one session. The shield is stronger. But it's not enough. I need a corporeal Patronus. That could take years. Most witches and wizards never achieve it. I don't have years. Harry focused again. The flying memory was wearing thin. He needed something stronger. Then he thought of his friends. Ron's loyalty. Hermione's brilliance. The Weasleys' warmth. Moments of genuine happiness scattered throughout years of darkness. Expecto Patronum. Silver light exploded from his wand. A shape formed. Vague, shifting, not quite solid. But there. A corporeal form struggling to manifest. Lupin's eyes widened. Incredible. You're 13 and already producing near-corporeal Patronuses. What's the form? I can't tell yet. It's too unstable. But it's there. That's what matters. Harry practiced until exhaustion. Each session brought him closer to full manifestation. The form became clearer, four-legged, powerful, with an arched neck. Not a stag like his father's. Something else. The Patronus reflects the caster's soul. Yours is unusual. What is it? I cannot tell. But whatever emerges will be uniquely yours. A reflection of the god and the boy intertwined. Halloween arrived with the first real crisis. Harry woke to screaming. He ran from his dormitory. To find chaos in the common room. Students in pajamas crowding around something. Ron grabbed his arm. It's the portrait. The fat lady. She's been attacked. They pushed through the crowd. The portrait that guarded Gryffindor Tower hung in tatters. Slashes covered the canvas. And the fat lady was gone, fled to another painting. Dumbledore arrived with McGonagall and Snape. The headmaster's expression was grim. Search the castle, he commanded. Sirius Black is inside. Panic rippled through students. Teachers herded everyone to the Great Hall. Sleeping bags appeared. The entire school spent the night on the floor while staff searched. Harry lay awake, listening to whispers. He's after Potter. They say Black can slip through walls. We're all going to die. Fear was contagious. Harry felt it spreading like disease. Black is clever. He got past Dementors, past enchantments, past locked doors. This is not a random madman. This is a strategist. Then I need to be smarter. You need to be ready. When he comes for you, and he will, hesitation means death. Harry closed his eyes. Somewhere in the castle, Sirius Black hunted. The man who betrayed his parents. Who murdered 13 people. Who wanted Harry dead. Let him come. Harry would be waiting. The next morning, Dumbledore announced new security measures. All students will be escorted between classes. Curfew is now 7 p.m. No one leaves their common room after hours for any reason. His voice was stern. Sirius Black is extremely dangerous. If you see him, do not engage. Alert a teacher immediately. Ron muttered beside Harry. How are we supposed to learn anything if we're locked up like prisoners? We learn to survive, Hermione said quietly. That's more important than grades right now. But Harry disagreed. Learning was survival. The more he knew, the better prepared he'd be when Black finally made his move. He spent every free moment training. Patronus practice with Lupin. Wandless magic in abandoned classrooms. Reality manipulation late at night when everyone slept. His power grew daily. The Patronus was nearly corporeal now. Harry could maintain the shield for minutes at a time. Soon, he'd manifest the full form. His wandless magic had become formidable. He could levitate objects the size of desks, conjure flames hot enough to melt steel, and create shields that deflected minor curses. And his reality manipulation, that was evolving into something terrifying. He could now alter probability in small ways. Make unlikely events occur. Cause objects to appear in wrong places. Bend the rules of physics just enough to gain advantage. You're approaching the threshold. Soon, you'll be able to rewrite reality on a fundamental level. What happens when I cross that threshold? You stop being human. You become something else. A god wearing human skin. I'm not ready for that. Then don't cross it. But know that the power is there, waiting. When you need it most, you'll have the choice. Harry wasn't sure if that was comforting or terrifying. November brought the first Quidditch match. Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff. The weather was terrible, freezing rain, howling wind. But the game went ahead anyway. Harry flew through the storm, searching for the snitch. His enhanced senses tracked every movement on the field. He saw the bludgers before they struck, anticipated the other seekers' dives. Then he felt them. Dementors. Dozens of them. Gliding onto the pitch. The crowd screamed. Players faltered. Cold invaded Harry's chest. Memories surfaced. His mother's death. Voldemort's laughter. Darkness and despair. He started to fall. Then something inside him roared. Not Azrathar. Harry. Himself. Refusing to surrender. Refusing to be weak. He pulled his wand mid-fall. Expecto Patronum. Silver light exploded from the wand. The Patronus burst forth, fully corporeal, massive, blazing with divine energy. It wasn't a stag. It was a dragon. Silver scales. Violet eyes. Wings of pure light. The Patronus dragon roared and charged the Dementors. They fled, shrieking, unable to withstand the divine essence woven into the spell. Harry caught himself 10 feet from the ground. The crowd was silent. Every eye stared at the silver dragon circling the pitch. Then Dumbledore's voice boomed. Extraordinary. The match resumed. Harry caught the snitch within minutes. Gryffindor won. But no one celebrated. They were too busy staring at Harry. At the boy who'd produced a Patronus that even 7th years couldn't manage. At the boy whose guardian spirit was a dragon forged from divine light. Harry landed. The Patronus faded. His teammates surrounded him, asking questions he couldn't answer. Across the pitch, Dumbledore watched with inscrutable eyes. And somewhere in the shadows, Harry knew, Sirius Black watched too. The hunter had just learned his prey had claws. The dragon Patronus changed everything. Whispers followed Harry everywhere. Students stared. Teachers watched him with new intensity. Even his friends seemed uncertain how to act around him. That was brilliant, Ron said over breakfast the next morning. A dragon. No one has a dragon Patronus. It's unprecedented, Hermione added, flipping through advanced magical theory. Patronuses usually reflect personality traits or significant life experiences. But a dragon, that suggests immense inner power. Harry kept his expression neutral. Maybe it's because I faced a dragon in first year. You didn't face it, Hermione corrected. You watched Hagrid with it. Still, it made an impression. But the explanation satisfied no one. Least of all Professor Lupin. The defense teacher summoned Harry to his office after classes. The room was cozy, shabby but warm, filled with books and strange artifacts. Lupin gestured to a chair. Sit, please. Harry sat. Lupin poured tea, strong, with honey. The professor looked tired, as he always did. Your Patronus, Lupin began. It's remarkable. Thank you, sir. Harry, I need you to be honest with me. How long have you been able to produce a corporeal Patronus? Since yesterday. That's not possible. The spell requires years of practice. Decades, for some. Yet you managed it in 2 months. Lupin set down his teacup. And not just any Patronus. A dragon. With violet eyes. Harry's veil tightened instinctively. I don't know what to tell you, Professor. I focused on my happiest memory and it appeared. What memory? Harry hesitated. The truth was complicated. His happiest memory wasn't a single moment. It was an amalgamation of feelings, belonging, purpose, the sense that he could protect people he cared about. Flying, Harry said finally. The first time I flew. The freedom of it. Lupin studied him. Harry felt the gentle probe of legilimency. He reinforced his shields. The probe retreated. You're remarkably skilled at occlumency for a 3rd year, Lupin observed. I don't know what that means. Yes, you do. Lupin leaned back. Harry, I'm not your enemy. I knew your parents. I want to help you. But I can't help if you won't trust me. Trust goes both ways, Professor. Why haven't you told me how you knew my parents? What you did together? Why you care so much? Lupin was silent for a long moment. Because the truth is complicated. And dangerous. More dangerous than Sirius Black hunting me. In some ways, yes. Lupin stood. And moved to the window. Your father and I were friends at Hogwarts. Close friends. We shared secrets. We made mistakes together. And we paid prices for those mistakes. What kind of mistakes? The kind that haunt you forever. Lupin turned back. But those are my burdens to bear, not yours. What matters now is keeping you safe. I can keep myself safe. Can you? Lupin's eyes were sharp. Sirius Black is not a Dementor or a basilisk. He's a trained killer who knows you, knows Hogwarts, and knows how to disappear. Your Patronus won't stop him. Then what will? Vigilance, preparation, and understanding that some threats can't be defeated with magic alone. Harry absorbed that. You think he'll try again? I know he will. And next time, he won't announce his presence by attacking portraits. December brought snow and increased paranoia. Security at Hogwarts tightened to suffocating levels. Aurors patrolled corridors. Teachers escorted students everywhere. The Dementor's presence intensified, their cold seeping through castle walls. Harry felt trapped again. Just like at the Leaky Cauldron. Just like at Privet Drive. He needed space. Freedom. One night, he donned the invisibility cloak and left Gryffindor Tower. The corridors were empty, or seemed to be. Harry's enhanced senses detected Aurors stationed at key intersections, but they couldn't see through his cloak. He wandered aimlessly at first. Just moving. Breathing air that didn't feel like a cage. Then he heard voices. Low. Urgent. Coming from an unused classroom. Harry crept closer. Pressed his ear to the door. Can't keep this from him forever, a voice said. Lupin. We must, another voice replied. Dumbledore. If he learns the truth now, it could destroy him. He's stronger than you think. Strength and readiness are not the same. Harry has endured much, but this would shatter him. You mean it would complicate your plans? Silence. Then Dumbledore spoke, his voice heavy. I mean it would burden him with knowledge he cannot yet process. There is a time for truth. This is not it. And when Sirius reaches him, when the truth comes out anyway, then we deal with consequences. But until that moment, we protect him from information that serves no purpose except to cause pain. Harry's blood ran cold. They were hiding something. Something about Sirius Black. Something that would destroy him. They know more than they've revealed. About what? About your parents' death. About Sirius Black's true role. About secrets buried for 13 years. Harry backed away from the door. His mind raced. Dumbledore and Lupin were lying. Or at least withholding truth. Why? He returned to Gryffindor Tower. Sleep wouldn't come. He lay awake, analyzing every interaction with Lupin, every statement from Dumbledore. What were they hiding? The answer came from an unexpected source. Hermione had been spending time in the library researching Patronuses. One evening, she burst into the common room with a book. Harry, I found something. She dropped the book on the table. Rare and unusual Patronuses, a study. What am I looking at? Harry asked. Dragon Patronuses. They're incredibly rare. Only 7 recorded in history. Hermione flipped pages. And every single one belonged to wizards of extraordinary power. Merlin, Morgana, Slytherin himself. Ron whistled. Blimey, you're in good company. Or terrible company, Hermione said. 3 of those 7 became dark wizards. Harry's stomach twisted. What are you saying? I'm saying your Patronus suggests you have power on the level of the greatest wizards in history. And that much power, it can corrupt. I'm not going dark. I know that, but others might not, especially if they learn about the dragon. Hermione closed the book. You need to be careful, Harry. People fear what they don't understand. Harry understood. His Patronus had revealed something he'd tried to keep hidden, the depth of his power. Now everyone would be watching. Revelation was inevitable. You cannot hide greatness forever. I'm not trying to hide greatness. I'm trying to survive. Same thing. For someone like you, survival requires power. Power requires revelation. It's a cycle you cannot escape. Harry hated that Azrathar was right. The week before Christmas, Hogsmeade visits resumed. Most of the school went. Harry couldn't. He lacked permission from the Dursleys. He watched from a window as his classmates trooped down the path toward the village. Bit unfair, innit? Fred Weasley said, appearing at Harry's shoulder. Life's unfair, Harry replied. True, but we've got something that might help. George produced a worn piece of parchment. Early Christmas present. Harry took it. The parchment was blank. Ah, thanks. The twins grinned. It's not just parchment, Fred said. It's a map, George added. Of what? Hogwarts. Every corridor, every room, every secret passage. Fred tapped the parchment with his wand. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Lines spread across the parchment like ink in water. A detailed map of the castle appeared, complete with moving dots labeled with names. Harry stared. This is the Marauder's map, George finished. Created by 4 brilliant pranksters, Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. We found it in Filch's office. It shows everyone in the castle, Fred explained. Teachers, students, even ghosts. You can see where they are at all times. Why are you giving this to me? Because you need it more than we do, George said. With Black out there, you should know if anyone's approaching. Harry looked at the map. Saw his own name in Gryffindor Tower. Saw Dumbledore in his office. Saw teachers patrolling. And in a corridor on the 3rd floor, he saw a name that made his blood freeze. Peter Pettigrew. That's impossible, Harry whispered. What? Ron leaned over. Who's Peter Pettigrew? Harry's mind raced. Pettigrew was supposed to be dead. Killed by Sirius Black 13 years ago. One of the 13 victims. Yet the map showed him alive. In Hogwarts. The map doesn't lie. It's keyed to life force, not appearance. Whoever Peter Pettigrew is, he's here. Where's that corridor? Harry demanded. Fred checked. 3rd floor. Near the trophy room. Harry was moving before he could think. Ron and the twins followed. They reached the corridor. Empty. The dot labeled, Peter Pettigrew, had moved, heading toward the Gryffindor common room. He's going to the tower, Harry said. They ran. Burst into the common room. Students everywhere. And there, near the fireplace, was Ron's rat. Scabbers. The rat that had been in the Weasley family for 12 years. Harry stared at it. The map showed Peter Pettigrew's dot directly over the rat. Ron, Harry said slowly. Where did you get Scabbers? He was Percy's. Before that, he belonged to. Ron stopped. His face went pale. No, that's not possible. What's not possible? Hermione asked. Harry held up the map. Pointed to the dot. The map says this rat is Peter Pettigrew. That's mental, Ron said. He's just a rat. Is he? Harry pulled out his wand. Revelio. The spell washed over Scabbers. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the rat began to grow. Students screamed and backed away. The rat's body elongated, thickened. Fur receded. Features formed, human features. Within seconds, a man stood where the rat had been. Short, balding, with watery eyes and a pointed nose. His clothes were ragged. His hands shook. Peter Pettigrew. Alive, and staring at Harry with absolute terror. Please, Pettigrew whimpered. Don't hurt me. Harry's wand didn't waver. You're supposed to be dead. I know. But I had to hide. Sirius, he would have killed me. Sirius Black. The man who's supposed to have murdered you. Yes, he's insane. He killed all those people. Something in Harry's mind clicked. The conversation between Dumbledore and Lupin. The truth they were hiding. You're lying, Harry said quietly. No, I swear. If Sirius killed those people, why are you the one hiding? Harry stepped closer. Why are you the one living as a rat? Why did you spend 12 years in hiding if you're innocent? Pettigrew's eyes darted around, looking for escape. Finding none. Tell me the truth, Harry demanded. What really happened the night my parents died? Pettigrew's face crumpled. I didn't want, he forced me. Who forced you? The Dark Lord. He would have killed me. I had no choice. The common room went deathly silent. You betrayed them, Harry whispered. You told Voldemort where they were. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But I had to survive. Rage erupted in Harry's chest. Not hot. Cold. Absolute. This man. This pathetic, sniveling coward. He was responsible for Harry's parents' deaths. Power surged. Violet light flickered around Harry's body. The veil cracked. Control. Do not let anger rule you. He killed them. I know. But murder will not bring them back. Then what do I do? Justice. Not vengeance. Harry forced the power down. Forced his voice to remain steady. Hermione. Get Professor McGonagall. Tell her we've found Peter Pettigrew. Hermione ran. Pettigrew tried to transform back into a rat. Harry stunned him before he could complete the change. The man collapsed. Students stared in shock. Ron looked like he might be sick. He was my rat. For years. He was. A traitor, Harry finished. And a murderer. McGonagall arrived with Dumbledore and Snape. They stared at the unconscious Pettigrew in disbelief. Impossible, McGonagall breathed. Peter Pettigrew died. He faked his death, Harry interrupted. He's an animagus. He's been hiding as Ron's rat. Dumbledore crouched beside Pettigrew. His expression was unreadable. If this is true, it means Sirius Black is innocent, Harry said. The words hung in the air. Sirius was never the traitor, Harry continued. Pettigrew was. And Sirius has been hunting him for 12 years. Dumbledore stood slowly. That would explain much. But it raises troubling questions. Like why the Ministry convicted the wrong man. Harry's voice was sharp. Like why Sirius spent 12 years in Azkaban for a crime he didn't commit. Harry. No. You knew. Didn't you? Harry looked at Dumbledore. You and Lupin. You suspected something was wrong. That's what you were talking about. Dumbledore's silence was answer enough. You let an innocent man rot in prison. I had no proof, Dumbledore said quietly. Suspicion is not evidence. But you didn't try to find evidence. You just let it happen. Dumbledore's eyes were heavy with regret. Yes. Harry turned away. Disgust warred with rage. The man he'd trusted, the greatest wizard alive, had allowed injustice to persist for over a decade. Take Pettigrew to the Ministry, Harry said flatly. Have him interrogated under Veritaserum. The truth will come out. It will, Dumbledore agreed. And Sirius will be exonerated. Good. Harry headed for the dormitory stairs. When he is, tell him I want to meet him. He climbed the stairs without looking back. Behind him, chaos erupted, students asking questions, teachers issuing orders, Pettigrew being bound and levitated away. Harry didn't care. He'd found his parents' true betrayer. And in doing so, he'd learned that Sirius Black, the man hunting him, wasn't a murderer. He was family. The ministry moved quickly once Pettigrew was in custody. Veritaserum extracted the truth within hours. Peter Pettigrew confessed to being the secret keeper. Confessed to betraying the Potters to Voldemort. Confessed to faking his death and framing Sirius Black. The wizarding world exploded. The Daily Prophet ran the story on every front page for a week. Innocent man imprisoned for 12 years. Ministry admits wrongful conviction. Sirius Black, hero or victim. Fudge scrambled to save face. He issued a formal pardon. Offered compensation. Promised investigations into wrongful convictions. But the damage was done. Public trust in the ministry had shattered. And somewhere in the chaos, Sirius Black remained free. Harry waited. Classes continued. Students whispered. Teachers watched him with new wariness, the boy who'd exposed one of the ministry's greatest failures. Then, 3 days before Christmas break, Dumbledore summoned Harry to his office. Lemon drop. The headmaster offered. No thank you, sir. Dumbledore settled behind his desk. Fox trilled softly from his perch. You're angry with me. You let an innocent man suffer. I did. And I will carry that failure for the rest of my life. Dumbledore's eyes were heavy with regret. But I want you to understand, I suspected, yes. But suspicion without evidence is powerless. The ministry would never have reopened the case without proof. You could have looked for proof. I tried. For years. But Pettigrew had vanished completely. I assumed he was dead. Dumbledore paused. I was wrong. And Sirius paid the price. Harry's anger didn't fade. But he understood the complexity. Sometimes failure wasn't about malice. It was about human limitation. Where is he? Harry asked. Sirius. In hiding. The ministry's pardon is official, but his escape from Azkaban remains complicated. He broke out before his name was cleared. Technically, that's still a crime. That's ridiculous. I agree. Which is why I've been negotiating with Fudge. Dumbledore smiled faintly. Sirius will receive full exoneration within the week. Until then, he's staying somewhere safe. I want to meet him. He wants to meet you as well. In fact, Dumbledore gestured to the fireplace. Green flames erupted. A man stepped through. Tall, gaunt, with matted black hair and hollow eyes. His robes hung from a frame that had been starved for over a decade. But when he smiled, Harry saw warmth beneath the damage. Harry, Sirius Black said. His voice was rough, unused. You look like James. Harry stood, faced the man who was supposed to be his godfather. You knew my parents. Better than anyone. Sirius moved closer. James was my brother. Not by blood. By choice. And Lily. Lily was the best of us. Pettigrew betrayed them. Yes. Sirius's expression darkened. The coward. We trusted him. Made him secret keeper because Voldemort would never suspect someone so weak. But that weakness made him easy to turn. You spent 12 years in Azkaban because of him. 12 years watching Dementors drain hope from the world. Sirius's hands shook. I survived by holding onto one thought, that I was innocent. That someday, someone would discover the truth. I just never imagined it would be you. Harry studied Sirius, saw the damage prison had inflicted. The trauma that would never fully heal. I'm sorry you suffered. Don't apologize for what wasn't your fault. Sirius crouched to Harry's eye level. You found the truth. You saved me. That's more than anyone else did. Dumbledore suspected. Dumbledore suspected many things. But you acted. That's the difference. Sirius glanced at the headmaster. No offense, Albus. None taken. Sirius turned back to Harry. I know this is sudden. You don't know me. I'm a stranger who claims to be family. But I want you to know, I'm your godfather. James and Lily named me your guardian if anything happened to them. That means something to me. Harry's throat tightened. Family. Real family. Not the Dursleys who despised him. Someone who'd known his parents. Who'd loved them. What does that mean? Being my guardian. It means I'm responsible for you. Legally. Magically. Sirius hesitated. If you want, I could take custody. You could live with me. Harry's heart hammered. Leave the Dursleys. Live with someone who actually cared. But complications immediately arose. The Blood Wards, Dumbledore said gently. Harry, your mother's sacrifice created protections tied to your aunt's blood. As long as you call Privet Drive home. It's not home, Harry interrupted. It's a prison. Nevertheless, the wards can be recreated elsewhere, Sirius said firmly. Blood magic isn't tied to location. It's tied to family. If I adopt Harry formally, those protections transfer to my home. Dumbledore looked uncertain. That's untested theory. Then we test it. Sirius's voice was steel. Harry deserves better than being locked away with people who hate him. The Dursleys don't. Yes, they do. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. You know they do. You've always known. But you left me there anyway because it was convenient. Dumbledore flinched. I left you there because I believed it was safe. Safe for who? For me. Or for your plans? Silence. Then Dumbledore sighed. You're not wrong. I prioritized your physical safety over your emotional well-being. That was a miscalculation. A miscalculation, Harry repeated. I spent 11 years being told I was worthless. A freak. A burden. That's not a miscalculation. That's neglect. I know. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. And I apologize. Truly. But Harry, the blood wards are not theory. They are ancient, powerful magic. Breaking them prematurely could leave you vulnerable. Then strengthen them somewhere else, Sirius said. I have property. Grimmauld Place. It's warded to hell and back. We can layer blood magic on top. That would require ritual work. Then we do ritual work. Sirius looked at Harry. I'm not leaving you in a house where you're miserable. Not when I can offer something better. Harry felt something shift in his chest. Hope. Real hope. I want to live with you, Harry said quietly. Sirius's eyes brightened. Yeah. Then it's settled. Sirius stood. Albus, I need you to begin the legal process. Formal adoption. Custody transfer. Whatever it takes. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded. I will. But Harry, summer holidays must still be spent at Privet Drive. At least for a few weeks. To maintain the wards. How long? 2 weeks. After that, you can go to Sirius. It wasn't perfect, but it was better than nothing. Okay, Harry agreed. Sirius grinned. It transformed his haggard face. You hear that, Albus? I'm getting custody. James and Lily would be proud. They would, Dumbledore said softly. Though I imagine Lily would also have strong words about your decorating. Grimmauld Place is a bit grim, Sirius admitted. But it's fixable. We'll make it a home. Harry felt warmth spread through him. A home. A real home. With someone who wanted him there. This is good. Family provides strength. Stability. You need both. I know. News of Sirius's custody spread quickly. Students whispered. Teachers congratulated Harry. The Weasleys were thrilled. Mrs. Weasley sent a care package full of homemade treats for dear Sirius. But not everyone was pleased. Snape cornered Harry after potions one afternoon. The professor's expression was thunderous. Potter. A word. Harry followed him to an empty classroom. Snape warded the door. Sirius Black is a dangerous man, Snape said without preamble. He was wrongfully imprisoned. That doesn't change what he is. A reckless fool who thinks rules don't apply to him. You have a personal grudge against him. Snape's eyes flashed. What I have is experience. I know what Black is capable of. The cruelty. The arrogance. That was years ago. People change. Do they? Snape leaned closer. Or do they simply become better at hiding what they are? Harry met his gaze steadily. Why do you care? Because I made a promise to your mother. Snape's voice was low, intense. I promised to protect you. And I take my promises seriously. Then you should be happy I'm leaving the Dursleys. I'm concerned you're trading one unsafe situation for another. Harry's patience snapped. My situation is none of your business. And my mother's promise doesn't give you the right to control my life. Your mother is dead. Harry's voice was flat. She's been dead for 13 years. You don't get to use her memory as leverage. Snape recoiled as if struck. For a moment, something raw and broken showed in his eyes. Then his mask returned. Fine, live with Black, but when it ends badly, and it will, don't come crying to me. He swept from the room. Harry stood alone, processing. Snape had loved his mother. That was obvious. But that love had become twisted. Possessive. Snape didn't want to protect Harry. He wanted to own some piece of Lily Potter's legacy. The potion's master is damaged. His obsession with your mother has consumed him. I feel sorry for him. Pity is wasted on those who refuse to heal. Focus on your own life. Your own future. Harry nodded. Snape's pain wasn't his responsibility. Christmas at Hogwarts was quiet. Most students went home. Harry stayed. Sirius was finalizing custody arrangements and didn't want Harry at Privet Drive unnecessarily. Ron and Hermione stayed too. They spent their days exploring the castle, playing wizard chess, and studying for upcoming exams. On Christmas morning, Harry received an unexpected gift. A package from Sirius. Inside was a sleek racing broom, a firebolt. The fastest broom in the world. A note was attached. Harry, I wanted to give you something special. Something that represents freedom. This broom is the best money can buy. Use it well. I know we're still getting to know each other. But I want you to understand, you're not alone anymore. You have family. Me, the Weasleys, Lupin, people who care about you. Fly fast. Stay safe. And I'll see you soon. Sirius. Harry ran his hands over the firebolt's handle. It was beautiful. Perfect. And it represented something more than a gift. It represented investment. Care. The kind of attention he'd never received before. Blimey, Ron breathed. That's a firebolt. Do you know how expensive those are? Sirius can afford it, Hermione said. The Black family is one of the wealthiest in Britain. Harry didn't care about the cost. He cared about what it meant. He was wanted. January brought the final custody hearing. Dumbledore escorted Harry to the ministry. They entered a formal chamber where wizards in official robes sat in judgment. Sirius stood before them, looking healthier. He'd gained weight, his hair was clean, and his robes fit properly. Fudge presided. He looked uncomfortable. This is a simple matter, Fudge began. Mr. Black seeks custody of Harry Potter, his godson. Given recent developments, the ministry has no objections. A stern witch spoke up. What about the Dursleys? Have they been consulted? They were notified, Dumbledore said. They expressed relief at being released from guardianship. Translation: the Dursleys were thrilled to be rid of Harry. The hearing lasted 20 minutes. Formalities. Questions about Sirius's stability and Harry's wishes. Then Fudge banged his gavel. Custody is hereby granted to Sirius Orion Black. All rights and responsibilities transfer immediately. Sirius grinned. Harry felt something unlock in his chest. He had a parent. Sort of. Outside the chamber, Sirius pulled Harry into a hug. We did it. You're officially mine. Yours sounds possessive. It's meant to. You're my responsibility now. My family. Sirius pulled back. And I promise, I will never let you down the way the Dursleys did. Harry believed him. The rest of third year passed in a blur. Harry's performance improved across the board. Having a stable home life, or the promise of one, gave him focus. His grades rose. His spell work sharpened. And his power continued to grow. The Patronus was now effortless. The dragon manifested at will, blazing with divine light. Harry could maintain it for hours. His wandless magic had reached new heights. He could reshape matter on a molecular level, manipulate energy fields, and bend space in small but significant ways. And his reality manipulation, that was approaching dangerous territory. He could now alter probability chains. Make unlikely events certain. Bend causality itself in minor ways. You're close to the threshold. I know. When you cross it, there's no going back. You'll stop being human in any meaningful sense. I'm already not human. Not really. True. But you can still pass for human. Once you cross the threshold, that becomes impossible. Your very presence will warp reality. People will sense it. Fear it. Then I won't cross it. Not yet. Wise. But know that the choice will come. And when it does, you must be ready. Exams came and went. Harry performed well, not perfectly, but competently. Hermione achieved top marks in everything. Ron passed, though barely in potions. The final feast celebrated Gryffindor's House Cup victory. Dumbledore awarded points generously. Students cheered. And through it all, Harry felt content. He had friends. He had a godfather. He had a future that didn't involve cupboards and cruelty. For the first time in his life, things were looking up. The Hogwarts Express carried them back to London. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione, discussing summer plans. Ron's family was staying in Britain this year. Hermione would be traveling. Harry would spend 2 weeks at Privet Drive, enough to maintain the blood wards, then move to Grimmauld Place. You'll love it, Sirius had promised. It needs work, but we'll make it a home together. At King's Cross, Sirius waited on the platform. He'd fully recovered now, healthy, strong, looking like the man he was supposed to be. The Dursleys were there too. Vernon's face was purple. Petunia looked resigned. 2 weeks, Sirius told them firmly. Then Harry comes to me. Permanently. Vernon grunted. Fine. Just keep your freakishness away from us. Sirius's expression darkened, but Harry touched his arm. It's okay. 2 weeks. I can handle it. Sirius nodded. Then he pulled Harry into another hug. 2 weeks. Then you're home. Home. Harry had never had one of those. Now he did. Privet Drive was exactly as miserable as Harry remembered. The Dursleys ignored him. Harry ignored them back. He spent his days in his room, no longer the cupboard. They'd moved him to Dudley's second bedroom years ago, reading, practicing magic discreetly, and counting down days. 13, 12, 11. On the 10th day, something changed. Harry woke to his scar burning. Not the usual ache. This was sharp, focused, urgent. He sat up, extended his senses. Dark magic. Close. Moving toward Privet Drive. Voldemort's servants. Harry grabbed his wand, crept to the window. 3 figures approached through the darkness, cloaked, masked, moving with purpose. Death Eaters. They were here for him. Harry's mind raced. The Blood Wards should have held. Should have prevented them from entering. Unless someone had broken the wards. Harry looked at the house across the street. At Mrs. Figg's darkened windows. She was supposed to be watching. Protecting. She wasn't there. The Death Eaters reached the front door. Began working on the locks. Harry made a decision. He could run, call for help, wait for adults, or he could fight. He'd faced basilisks, dark lords, dementors. 3 Death Eaters were nothing. Harry donned the invisibility cloak, crept downstairs, waited by the door. The locks clicked open. The Death Eaters entered. Upstairs, one hissed. The Dark Lord wants the boy alive. Harry let them pass, followed silently. When they reached the stairs, he acted. Stupefy. 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 3 silent spells. 3 direct hits. The Death Eaters collapsed. Harry pulled off the cloak. Bound them with conjured ropes. Removed their masks. He didn't recognize any of them. But they'd come for him. Tried to kidnap him. Voldemort was making his move. Harry sent his Patronus to Sirius. The silver dragon burst through the ceiling, carrying a message. Death Eaters attacked. I'm fine. Come quickly. Then he sat on the stairs and waited. The Dursleys cowered in their bedroom. They'd heard the commotion but were too frightened to investigate. Typical. Sirius arrived within minutes. Dumbledore was with him. They stared at the bound Death Eaters. Harry, Dumbledore said. What happened? They tried to take me. I stopped them. By yourself. I told you. I can handle myself. Sirius knelt and checked the bindings. These are solid. You did well. I've had practice. Dumbledore's expression was unreadable. We'll take them to the Ministry. But Harry, this changes things. If Voldemort is targeting you directly, nowhere is truly safe. Grimmauld Place is safe, Sirius said firmly. The Fidelius charm makes it unplottable. And I'm the secret keeper. No one gets in without my permission. Then I suggest Harry relocate immediately. The Blood Wards have been compromised. Sirius looked at Harry. Pack your things. You're coming home. Tonight. Harry didn't need to be told twice. He packed in record time. His trunk. His books. Hedwig in her cage. When he descended the stairs, Uncle Vernon was waiting. Leaving? Vernon asked. Yes. Good. Don't come back. Harry looked at the man who'd made his childhood a nightmare. Felt nothing. No anger. No sadness. Just indifference. Don't worry, Harry said. I won't. He walked out of number 4, Privet Drive for the last time. Sirius waited on the sidewalk. He took Harry's trunk. Ready. More than ready. They disapparated together. The world compressed. Then they materialized in front of a tall, narrow house wedged between 2 others. Grimmauld Place. Home. Sirius opened the door. Welcome to the Black family ancestral home. It's not much, but it's perfect, Harry interrupted. And it was. Dark. Cluttered. In need of serious cleaning. But it was his. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter had a real home. And nothing, not Death Eaters, not Voldemort, not anyone, would take that away from him. Grimmauld Place was a monument to dark elegance and neglect. The walls were lined with portraits of scowling ancestors. Ancient tapestries depicted the Black family tree. Serpentine chandeliers hung from ceilings covered in cobwebs. Every surface whispered of old magic, powerful, complex, and slightly sinister. Harry loved it immediately. I know it's a mess, Sirius said, setting down Harry's trunk. The place has been empty for years. My mother's portrait screams whenever anyone enters. The house elf is insane. And half the rooms are probably cursed. It's perfect, Harry repeated. Sirius smiled. You're easy to please. Come on, I'll show you your room. They climbed creaking stairs, past more portraits that muttered disapprovingly. Reached the second floor where Sirius opened a door. The room was larger than Harry's entire cupboard. A four-poster bed dominated one wall. A desk sat beneath a window overlooking the street. Bookshelves lined another wall, empty and waiting. It was my room when I was your age, Sirius said. I've cleaned it up, added some things, but it's yours now. Decorate however you want. Harry set Hedwig's cage on the desk. The owl hooted softly, approving. Thank you. Don't thank me. This is what family does. Sirius clapped Harry's shoulder. Get settled. When you're ready, come downstairs. We'll have dinner. He left. Harry stood alone in his new room. His room. Not borrowed. Not temporary. His. He unpacked slowly. Hung his robes in the wardrobe. Arranged his books on the shelves. Placed his wand on the nightstand. When he finished, he sat on the bed and just breathed. You've found stability. Use it. I plan to. Good. Because fourth year will be more dangerous than the last three combined. Why? Because Voldemort is growing stronger. His attack tonight proves he's organizing. Gathering followers. Preparing for his return. When he comes back, it will be with force. Then I'll be ready. You must be more than ready. You must be unstoppable. Harry understood. The game was escalating. No more small moves. No more testing the waters. War was coming. Dinner was surprisingly normal. Sirius cooked, badly, but with enthusiasm. They ate burnt steak and overcooked vegetables while Sirius told stories about Harry's parents. James and Lily were magnetic, Sirius said. Everyone loved them. James was brilliant at transfiguration, could turn into a stag at 15. Lily was the best charmed student Hogwarts had seen in decades. What were they like? As people. James was arrogant, confident to the point of stupidity sometimes. But he was loyal, would die for his friends. Sirius paused. He did die for his friends. And my mom. Lily was fierce, smart, wouldn't tolerate bullying or injustice. She kept James in line. Made him better. Sirius smiled. She was the best of us. Harry absorbed every detail. These weren't legends. They were people. Flawed. Real. His parents. Tell me about Hogwarts, Harry said. What you did. The Marauders. Sirius's eyes lit up. The Marauders. Now that's a story. He described their years at school. The pranks. The adventures. The unbreakable bond between four boys who became brothers. There was James, Prawns. Me, Padfoot. Remus Lupin, Moony. And Sirius's expression darkened. Peter Pettigrew. Wormtail. The traitor. Yes. Though we didn't know it then. He was our friend. Or so we thought. Sirius shook his head. I should have seen it. Should have known he was weak. But I trusted him. You couldn't have known. Maybe. But I should have been more careful. Should have protected your parents better. It wasn't your fault. Wasn't it? Sirius looked haunted. I suggested making Peter the secret keeper. Thought it would be clever. Voldemort would never suspect him. That decision killed your parents. Harry reached across the table. Gripped Sirius's hand. Pettigrew made his choice. You didn't force him to betray anyone. The guilt is his, not yours. Sirius's eyes were wet. You sound like your mother. Good. They sat in silence for a moment. Then Sirius cleared his throat. Right. Enough maudlin sentiment. Tomorrow, we start cleaning this place properly. It's a disaster. I can help. I'm counting on it. This house has been accumulating dark artifacts for centuries. Some of them bite. Cleaning Grimmauld Place was an adventure. They started in the drawing room. Doxies nested in the curtains. Boggarts hid in wardrobes. A ghoul lived in the attic and threw things at anyone who approached. Sirius handled most of the dangerous stuff. But Harry helped with cleaning charms, organizing, and dealing with minor hexes. They found fascinating things. Books on dark magic, cursed jewelry, a music box that made listeners fall asleep for days. Sirius wanted to destroy it all. The Blacks were blood purists, he explained. Obsessed with purity. Power. Most of this stuff is dangerous. But some of it is valuable, Harry said, examining a tome on ancient runes. Knowledge is neutral. How you use it determines morality. Sirius gave him a strange look. You sound like Dumbledore. Is that bad? No. Just surprising. Most kids your age don't think philosophically about dark magic. Harry shrugged. He couldn't explain that he'd been studying dark magic for years. That his very nature was tied to concepts wizards labeled dark. They worked for days. Slowly, the house transformed. Curtains were cleaned. Floors polished. Portraits were either removed or silenced. Except one. Walburga Black, Sirius's mother, hung in the entrance hall. Her portrait was permanently stuck to the wall. And she screamed whenever anyone entered. Filth. Blood traitors. Defiling the house of my fathers. Sirius had tried everything to remove her. Nothing worked. We'll just have to live with her, he said wearily. Keep the curtain drawn. Don't make noise near her portrait. Harry studied the screaming woman. Felt the magic binding her to the wall. It was old. Powerful. But not unbreakable. You could remove her. How? By rewriting the enchantment at its foundation. Severing her connection to the wall itself. That's reality manipulation. Yes. And you're capable of it. But it would reveal your abilities to Sirius. Harry hesitated. He trusted Sirius. But revealing his true nature, that was dangerous. He decided to wait. 2 weeks into summer, Remus Lupin visited. The former defense professor looked healthier than he had at Hogwarts. The full moon had passed recently. Harry could see the strain it had left, but Lupin was in good spirits. Harry, Lupin smiled warmly. I hear you've settled in. It's great. Thank you for asking. They sat in the newly cleaned drawing room. Sirius poured tea. The three of them, Harry, Sirius, and Lupin, felt like the beginning of something. Family. I wanted to talk to you about 4th year, Lupin said. The Triwizard Tournament. Harry had read about it. A magical competition between 3 schools. Dangerous. Prestigious. Students had died competing. What about it? Hogwarts is hosting. There will be students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. An impartial judge will select champions from each school. Lupin paused. You're too young to enter. But I want you to be aware. The tournament attracts attention. And attention brings danger. You think Voldemort will make a move? Lupin exchanged glances with Sirius. We think it's possible. The tournament provides cover. Distractions. It's the perfect opportunity for him to act. Then I'll be ready. Harry, Sirius said seriously. Voldemort is not an opponent you face alone. If he returns. When he returns, Sirius corrected, you need to promise you'll get help. You'll contact Dumbledore. You won't try to be a hero. Harry said nothing. He couldn't make that promise. Lupin studied him. You've changed. Since last year. You're more focused. More intense. I've had to grow up fast. Too fast. Lupin's voice was sad. You're 13. You should be worrying about Quidditch and homework. Not war. War doesn't care about age. The adults fell silent. Because Harry was right. July brought new challenges. The Ministry announced the Triwizard Tournament officially. The Daily Prophet ran stories daily. Speculation about champions. Predictions about tasks. Interviews with past competitors. Harry read everything. Not because he wanted to compete. He couldn't, even if he wanted to. But because information was power. And he had a feeling this tournament would be important. Hermione wrote. Harry, I'm so glad you're living with Sirius. Mrs. Weasley told my parents all about it. It sounds wonderful. Have you been following the tournament news? I think it's exciting, though the death rate is concerning. I've been researching past tournaments. Did you know that in 1792, a cockatrice went berserk during the second task and killed 3 champions? Also, I've been studying 4th year curriculum. Transfiguration gets much harder. We'll need to practice. Write back soon. Hermione. Ron's letter was simpler. Harry. Brilliant about Sirius. Mum's thrilled. She keeps saying you deserve a proper home. The tournament sounds mental. Fred and George are trying to figure out how to get past the age restriction. They think they can fool the Goblet of Fire. I think they're going to get themselves killed. See you on the train. Ron. Harry smiled. His friends were constant. Reliable. He was lucky to have them. August brought training. Sirius had connections in the Auror department. He arranged for Harry to receive combat training from retired Aurors twice a week. You need proper technique, Sirius explained. Street fighting only gets you so far. Real dueling requires strategy. The Aurors were tough. They pushed Harry hard, taught him shield variations, curse chains, tactical positioning. Harry absorbed everything. His natural ability combined with formal training made him formidable. But he held back, didn't show his full speed. His wandless capabilities, his reality manipulation, he showed enough to impress. Not enough to raise questions. You're learning to hide in plain sight. That's wise. I can't reveal everything. Not yet. When will you be ready? When I'm strong enough that revelation doesn't matter. When I'm so powerful that fear becomes irrelevant. That day approaches, but it's not here yet. Harry knew. He was strong, but not invincible. Not yet. The last week of summer, Sirius took Harry shopping. They went to Diagon Alley together. Bought school supplies, robes, books. Sirius paid for everything without hesitation. Get what you need, he said. Money isn't a concern. Harry felt strange. He'd never had someone willing to spend on him. The Dursleys had given him scraps. Sirius gave generously. Thank you, Harry said. Stop thanking me. This is what parents do. Parents. The word settled over Harry like a warm blanket. They ate lunch at the Leaky Cauldron. Other wizards recognized them, whispered, pointed, still not used to the fame. Sirius asked, I don't think I'll ever be. You and me both. Being famous for something you don't remember is strange. They finished shopping and returned to Grimmauld Place. Harry packed his trunk. Tomorrow, he'd return to Hogwarts. Fourth year, the Triwizard Tournament, and whatever dangers it brought. That evening, Sirius pulled Harry aside. I want you to have this. He handed Harry a small mirror. What is it? A two-way mirror. James and I used them at school. If you say my name into it, I'll appear in mine. We can talk anytime. Harry turned the mirror over. It was warm, humming with protective magic. Thank you. Be careful this year, Sirius said seriously. The tournament is dangerous, and if Voldemort is planning something, I'll be careful. And Harry. Sirius gripped his shoulder. You're not alone. Remember that. Whatever happens, you have people who will fight for you. Harry nodded. I know. September 1st arrived with unusual warmth. Harry and Sirius took a car to King's Cross. The platform was chaos as always. Students saying goodbye. Parents fussing. The Weasleys were there. Mrs. Weasley pulled Harry into a crushing hug. Oh, Harry dear, look at you. Sirius is taking good care of you. He is, Mrs. Weasley. Ron appeared with Hermione. They'd grown over summer. Ron was taller. Hermione looked more confident. Harry. They hugged him. Ready for fourth year? Hermione asked. As ready as I'll ever be. They boarded the train. Found a compartment. Settled in as the Hogwarts Express pulled away from the platform. Harry watched London disappear. Felt the familiar excitement of returning to Hogwarts. But beneath the excitement was tension. Something is coming. I know. Be ready. I will be. The train rolled north, carrying Harry toward his fourth year. Toward the Triwizard Tournament. Toward dangers he couldn't yet imagine. But whatever came, he would face it. Because he was Harry Potter. The boy who lived. Vessel of a devil god. And he was just beginning to understand what he could become. Chapter 18. The Goblet of Fire. The Hogwarts Express arrived at Hogsmeade Station as night fell. Students poured from the train, chattering excitedly about the tournament. Carriages waited, still pulled by thestrals that only Harry could see. He climbed into one with Ron, Hermione, and Neville Longbottom. I heard Beauxbaton's students are arriving by flying carriage, Neville said nervously. And Durmstrang comes by ship. Can you imagine? A ship at Hogwarts. The Black Lake is deep enough, Hermione said. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history. There are underwater caverns that connect to the sea. The castle loomed ahead. Windows blazed with light. But something was different. Banners hung from the towers, the Hogwarts crest surrounded by symbols Harry didn't recognize. Those are the other school's emblems, Hermione explained. Beauxbaton's and Durmstrang. They entered the Great Hall. It had been decorated extensively. Silk banners hung from the ceiling. The house tables gleamed. And at the front, on a raised platform, sat a rough-hewn wooden cup filled with dancing blue flames. The Goblet of Fire. Harry felt power radiating from it. Ancient magic. Binding magic. The kind that couldn't be Broken once invoked. That artifact is dangerous. It's meant to select champions. It's meant to bind them to magical contracts that could kill them. There's a difference. The sorting proceeded. New first years were placed into houses. Then Dumbledore stood to make announcements. Welcome, students, to another year at Hogwarts. His voice carried effortlessly. Before our feast begins, I must address the Triwizard Tournament. Excited whispers. As you know, we are honored to host this ancient competition. Students from Beauxbaton's Academy and Durmstrang Institute will join us shortly. I expect you to welcome them with the respect and courtesy they deserve. He gestured to the goblet. Those wishing to compete must submit their names to the Goblet of Fire. However, his voice became stern. The ministry has imposed an age restriction. Only students 17 or older may enter. Groans erupted. Fred and George Weasley booed loudly. This decision is final, Dumbledore continued. An age line will be drawn around the goblet. Anyone under 17 who attempts to cross it will be repelled. That's not fair, Ron muttered. Harry would be brilliant in the tournament. Harry said nothing. He had no desire to compete. The tournament was dangerous. Deadly. Why would he volunteer for that? Unless, you sense it too. Sense what? Manipulation. This tournament is not what it appears. Someone has engineered this situation. Who? That remains to be seen. But be wary. Beauxbatons arrived first. The next evening, students gathered outside to watch. A massive powder blue carriage descended from the sky, pulled by enormous winged horses the size of elephants. The carriage landed gracefully. The door opened. Students emerged in silk robes, beautiful, elegant, moving with practiced grace. Then their headmistress appeared. Madame Maxime was massive, nearly as tall as Hagrid. She wore elegant robes and carried herself with dignity. She's part giant, Hermione whispered. Like Hagrid. Durmstrang arrived by ship. It rose from the Black Lake, a massive vessel with dark sails. Students disembarked wearing furs and heavy robes. They looked tough, battle-hardened. Their headmaster was Igor Karkaroff, a thin man with a pointed beard. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Harry felt immediately uneasy. Karkaroff's magical signature was wrong. Tainted. Like someone who'd touched dark magic and never fully cleansed themselves. That man was a Death Eater. How do you know? I can sense the mark. Faded, but present. He betrayed his master to avoid Azkaban. Harry filed that information away. A former Death Eater running a school. Teaching children. Voldemort would have opinions about that. The feast was spectacular. Both visiting schools sat at Hogwarts tables. Beauxbaton's students picked at their food disdainfully. Durmstrang students ate with gusto. And at the staff table, a new face sat beside Dumbledore. Mad-Eye Moody. Harry had heard of him. Famous Auror. Legendary paranoid. Half his face was scarred. One eye was magical, swiveling independently, capable of seeing through walls. That's Moody, Ron whispered. He looks terrifying. He's supposed to be brilliant, Hermione said. Caught more dark wizards than anyone alive. Harry watched Moody carefully. The man's magical signature was strange. Layered. As if multiple enchantments wrapped around him. That man is under Polyjuice Potion. Harry's blood ran cold. You're sure? Absolutely. Beneath the disguise is someone else entirely. Who? I cannot tell at this distance. But whoever they are, they're powerful. And dangerous. Harry's mind raced. Someone was impersonating Mad-Eye Moody. Someone was here, at Hogwarts, wearing a false face. Why? After the feast, Dumbledore called for silence. Students wishing to compete in the Triwizard Tournament have until tomorrow evening to submit their names. The goblet will select our champions on Halloween. Fred and George immediately began plotting. An aging potion might work, Fred said. Worth a try, George agreed. They tried the next morning. Drew a line in the sand. Drank their potion. Stepped across. The age line flared. Both twins were ejected backward. They landed on the floor sporting long white beards. The Great Hall erupted in laughter. Even Dumbledore smiled. But Harry didn't laugh. He was watching the goblet. Feeling its magic. It was more than a selection tool. It was a binding contract. Once your name entered, you were committed. No backing out. No escape. Someone will manipulate the goblet. I'm certain of it. To enter me. Possibly. Or someone else. But manipulation is coming. Halloween arrived with unseasonable cold. The Great Hall was decorated with floating candles and carved pumpkins. Both visiting schools sat with Hogwarts students. Tension hummed in the air. After the feast, Dumbledore stood. The goblet of fire is ready to make its selection. He dimmed the lights with a wave. The goblet's blue flames turned red. A piece of parchment shot from the flames. Dumbledore caught it. The champion for Durmstrang, Victor Crumb. Applause. A dark-haired boy stood, already famous as a professional Quidditch player. He walked to the front and disappeared into a side room. The flames turned red again. The champion for Beauxbatons, Fleur Delacour, a beautiful girl with silvery hair stood. She moved with ethereal grace. Disappeared into the side room. The flames turned red a third time. The champion for Hogwarts, Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff table exploded in cheers. Cedric, handsome, popular, talented, walked forward grinning. He disappeared into the side room. Excellent, Dumbledore said. Our 3 champions. Now, the goblet flared again. Another piece of parchment shot out. Dumbledore caught it. His expression shifted from pleased to shocked. He stared at the parchment. Read it twice. Then looked up. His eyes found Harry. Harry Potter, Dumbledore said quietly. The Great Hall fell silent. Harry's stomach dropped. No, Harry Potter. Dumbledore called louder. Every eye turned to Harry. Whispers erupted. Ron stared in disbelief. Hermione looked horrified. Harry stood on shaking legs. I didn't put my name in. Nevertheless, Dumbledore said, the goblet has chosen you. Please, come forward. Harry walked through the silent hall. Every step felt like moving through water. This was wrong. Impossible. He hadn't submitted his name. Someone had done this to him. He reached the front. Dumbledore gestured to the side room. Go on. Harry entered. The other champions stared. What's going on? Cedric asked. Why is there a 4th champion? Before anyone could answer, teachers poured into the room. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, and Mad-Eye Moody. This is an outrage. Karkaroff snarled. Hogwarts has 2 champions. This violates the rules. I agree, Madame Maxime said. This is unacceptable. Dumbledore raised his hand. Harry, did you submit your name to the goblet? No, sir. I swear. Did you ask an older student to do it for you? No. Dumbledore studied him. I believe you. However, the goblet has chosen. That creates a binding magical contract. What does that mean? Harry asked. It means you must compete, Moody said. His magical eye swiveled to focus on Harry. The contract cannot be broken. If you refuse, you'll lose your magic. Possibly your life. Harry felt trapped, manipulated. Someone had entered his name. Forced him into this. Told you. Who did it? The imposter. The one wearing Moody's face. This was planned. Why? To isolate you. To put you in danger. To create an opportunity. For Voldemort. The tasks are designed to test of age wizards, McGonagall said. Harry is 14. This is madness. Nevertheless, Dumbledore said heavily. He is bound. We have no choice. Then we withdraw, Karkaroff announced. This tournament is compromised. That would create an international incident, Dumbledore replied. The magical contracts binding all 4 champions must be fulfilled. If anyone withdraws, consequences would be severe. Karkaroff and Maxime protested, but eventually they relented. Harry was stuck. 4 champions instead of 3. 4 contestants in a competition designed to be deadly. And Harry hadn't volunteered. Someone had volunteered him. The meeting ended. Harry was dismissed with instructions to report for task details later. He walked back to Gryffindor Tower in a daze. Students stared, whispered. Some looked angry. Ron was waiting in the common room. His expression was cold. You entered, Ron said flatly. I didn't. Then how did your name get in? I don't know. Someone else must have. Right. Someone else. Ron's voice dripped with sarcasm. You couldn't share the glory. Had to have it all for yourself. Ron, I swear. Save it. Ron stood. Enjoy your fame, Harry. You've always wanted it. He stomped upstairs. Harry stood stunned. Hermione approached cautiously. I believe you. Thanks. But this is bad, Harry. Really bad. Someone wanted you in this tournament. Someone powerful enough to fool the goblet. I know. We need to figure out who. And why. Harry nodded. But he already knew who. The fake Moody. A Death Eater in disguise. Working for Voldemort. Harry returned to his dormitory. Lay in bed staring at the ceiling. Fourth year had just become exponentially more dangerous. And somewhere in the castle, an enemy walked in stolen skin. Waiting, planning, ready to strike. The backlash was immediate and brutal. By breakfast the next morning, the entire school had turned against Harry. Students whispered. Slytherins wore badges that read, "Potter stinks." Even some Gryffindors looked at him with suspicion. Ron wouldn't speak to him. Refused to even make eye contact. Hermione was Harry's only ally. "They'll come around," she said at breakfast. "Once they realize you didn't cheat." "Will they?" Harry pushed eggs around his plate. "Ron thinks I'm lying. If my best friend doesn't believe me, why would anyone else?" "Because the truth always comes out." Harry wished he shared her optimism. Classes were worse. Snape took every opportunity to mock him. "Ah, Mr. Potter, our resident celebrity. Tell me, does fame make potions easier? Or do you still struggle with basic brewing?" Draco Malfoy was insufferable. "Enjoying your moment, Potter. Must be nice, always being the center of attention." Even Hufflepuffs were hostile. Cedric was their champion. Harry was an interloper. A cheat who'd stolen their moment. Only one teacher seemed sympathetic. Mad-Eye Moody. The fake Moody. He approached Harry after defense against the dark arts one afternoon. "Potter. A word." Harry followed him to his office. The room smelled of parchment and something medicinal. Moody's magical eye swiveled constantly. "Tough time you're having," Moody said. "I didn't ask for this." "I know. I believe you." Moody leaned back. "Someone put your name in that goblet. Someone powerful. That means you're a target. I figured that out." "Good. You're not stupid." Moody's normal eye focused on Harry. "The tasks are dangerous. First one's coming up. Dragons." Harry's blood ran cold. "Dragons. One for each champion. You'll have to get past it to retrieve something." Moody smiled grimly. "Nasty business. People have died facing dragons." "Why are you telling me this?" "Because the other champions know." Hagrid showed Maxime and Karkaroff the dragons. "They'll tell their students." "Diggory probably knows too. You deserve a fair shot." Harry studied Moody. The man's magical signature remained wrong. Layered with polyjuice. But his advice seemed genuine. "He wants you to survive." "That's interesting. Why would he help me?" "Because whatever his master is planning requires you alive. For now. Thank you, Professor." "Don't thank me. Just survive." Moody leaned forward. "And Potter, keep your eyes open. Someone wanted you in this tournament. That someone is still out there." Harry left the office with his mind racing. Dragons. The first task was dragons. He needed to prepare. Hermione threw herself into research. She filled their evenings with books about dragons. Dragon species of Great Britain and Ireland. From Egg to Inferno, a Dragon Keeper's Guide. Men who love dragons too much. There are 5 species commonly used in competitions, she explained. Hungarian Horntail, Swedish Short Snout, Chinese Fireball, Welsh Green, and Common Welsh Green. "They all sound terrifying," Harry said. "They are. Dragons are classified as XXXXX by the Ministry, known wizard killer. You can't fight one directly." "Then what do I do?" "You outsmart it." Hermione flipped pages. Dragons have excellent eyesight but poor peripheral vision. They're territorial but can be distracted. If you can confuse it or redirect its attention. I'll still get roasted. Not if you're fast enough. Harry thought about his firebolt. Flying was his best skill. If he could stay airborne, stay mobile. "I need to summon my broom," Harry said. "You'd need a powerful summoning charm. The broom would have to come from the castle to the task site." "Can I do that?" Hermione bit her lip. "It's advanced. Most 7th years struggle with long-distance summoning." "Then I'll practice." They spent every free moment training. Harry cast Accio over and over. Started with small objects. Built up to larger ones. Increased distance gradually. Within a week, he could summon objects from across the castle. Ron still wouldn't speak to him. Harry tried. Attempted conversations. Apologies. Explanations. Ron ignored all of it. "He's jealous," Hermione said one night. "You're famous. He's not. I never wanted fame." "I know. But Ron's always lived in his brother's shadows. Now he's in yours too. It's eating at him." Harry understood. But understanding didn't make it hurt less. The first task arrived with November cold. Champions were summoned to the task site, a rocky arena surrounded by stands. Thousands of students watched from the safety of barriers. Dumbledore explained the rules. Each champion will face a dragon. Your objective is to retrieve a golden egg from its nest. The egg contains a clue to the second task. Harry's stomach churned. A dragon. A real dragon. They drew numbers from a bag. Cedric drew first, Swedish short snout. Fleur drew second, Welsh green. Crumb drew third, Chinese fireball. Harry drew fourth, Hungarian horntail. The worst one. The most aggressive. The most deadly. Of course. Cedric went first. He transfigured a rock into a dog to distract the dragon. Clever. He grabbed the egg but got burned on his face. Fleur went second. She used a sleeping charm. Nearly worked. But the dragon snored fire and singed her robes. She got the egg. Crumb went third. He used a conjunctivitis curse to blind the dragon. Brutal but effective. He retrieved the egg quickly. Then it was Harry's turn. He entered the arena. The Hungarian horntail waited, 40 feet of black scales and bad temper. Her eyes followed Harry. She crouched over her nest protectively. The crowd fell silent. Harry took a breath, pulled his wand. Accio firebolt. Nothing happened. The crowd murmured. The dragon shifted. Harry focused harder. Felt the connection to his broom across the castle. Pulled. The firebolt shot through the air. Burst into the arena. Harry caught it mid-flight and mounted. He soared upward. The dragon roared and launched after him. Fire erupted. Harry dove. Rolled. The flames missed by inches. He climbed higher. The dragon followed. Her wings were massive. Powerful. But Harry was faster. He executed a Wronski feint, diving straight down at impossible speed. The dragon followed. At the last second, Harry pulled up. The dragon didn't. She crashed into the ground. Stunned but not injured, Harry seized the moment. He dove toward the nest. Grabbed the golden egg. The dragon recovered. Lunged. Harry summoned his power. Just a thread. Just enough. Time seemed to slow. The dragon's jaws moved in slow motion. Harry twisted midair. The teeth closed where he'd been. He pulled away. Flew out of the arena. Safe. The crowd erupted. Cheering. Screaming. Even the Slytherins looked impressed. Harry landed. Medics rushed over. He'd escaped completely uninjured. Incredible. Bagman shouted. The youngest champion retrieves his egg without a scratch. Judges awarded points. Harry scored highest, tied with Crumb. In the champion's tent, Cedric approached. That was brilliant. The firebolt was genius. Thanks. Fleur nodded. Well done. Even Crumb grunted approval. Harry felt validation. He'd survived the first task. Proved he belonged. The common room celebration that night was wild. Fred and George had smuggled in butterbeer. Students danced. Music played. Everyone wanted to congratulate Harry. Everyone except Ron. He sat in a corner. Alone. Watching. Harry pushed through the crowd. Sat beside him. I didn't put my name in, Harry said quietly. Ron said nothing. I know you don't believe me. But it's true. Someone else did this. Ron finally looked at him. Why didn't you tell me? We're supposed to be best friends. Tell you what, I didn't know my name was going in. But if you had known, would you have told me? Or would you have kept it secret like everything else? Harry realized what this was really about. You think I'm hiding things from you. Aren't you? Ron's voice rose. You're always disappearing. Always training. You pulled off magic in that arena that 7th years can't do. What else are you hiding? Harry's veil tightened instinctively. Ron was closer to the truth than he realized. I practice, Harry said. That's all. I practice because I have to. Because people keep trying to kill me. Must be nice. Being special. It's not. Harry's voice was hard. It's exhausting. Terrifying. I didn't ask for any of this. Ron looked away. I wanted something. You know. Something that was mine. Not my brother's hand-me-downs. Not your reflected glory. Just, mine. Harry understood. You'll have it. I promise. You'll do something amazing and it'll be all yours. Yeah. Ron sounded hopeful. Yeah. Ron managed a small smile. Sorry. For being a git. Forgiven. They shook hands. The tension dissolved. Their friendship was intact. Hermione appeared with butterbeers. Are you two done being idiots? For now, Ron said. They laughed. For the first time in weeks, Harry felt whole. His friends believed him. He'd survived the first task. Things were looking up. Don't relax. This was just the beginning. I know. The imposter is still here. Still planning. The worst is yet to come. Harry's smile faded. Azrathar was right. The first task was over. But 2 more remained. And somewhere in the castle, Voldemort's servant watched, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The golden egg was a puzzle. Harry tried opening it in the common room. The moment he did, an ear-splitting shriek erupted. It sounded like banshees being tortured. Everyone covered their ears. "Shut it," they yelled. Harry closed it quickly. "Sorry." He tried again later in the dormitory. Same result. Hermione researched. Found nothing. "The egg is the clue," she said. "We're just hearing it wrong." "What does that mean?" "I don't know. Maybe it needs to be opened in a specific place. Or at a specific time." Harry carried the egg everywhere. Tried opening it at different locations. Nothing worked. The shriek remained incomprehensible. Then Cedric approached him one day. "Potter, can I talk to you?" They walked to an empty corridor. Cedric looked uncomfortable. "I wanted to say thank you. For the dragons. You could have told the other champions but you didn't. It wouldn't have been fair. Still, I appreciate it." Cedric paused. "And I wanted to give you a hint. For the egg. You don't have to. I know. But you deserve a fair shot like everyone else. Take a bath." Harry blinked. "What? Take a bath? With the egg? In the prefect's bathroom? Trust me." He walked away before Harry could ask more. That night, Harry snuck to the prefect's bathroom under his invisibility cloak. The room was enormous. The bath was pool-sized. Taps lined the edge offering different colored water and bubbles. Harry filled the bath, undressed, climbed in with the egg. He opened it underwater. The shriek became singing. "Come seek us where our voices sound. We cannot sing above the ground. And while you're searching, ponder this. We've taken what you'll sorely miss. An hour long you'll have to look. And to recover what we took. But past an hour, the prospect's black. Too late, it's gone, it won't come back." Harry surfaced. Replayed the words in his mind. Underwater. They'd taken something he'd miss. An hour to recover it. The second task was underwater. He needed to prepare. Preparing for an underwater task proved difficult. "How do you breathe underwater?" Harry asked Hermione. "Gillyweed. It's a plant that gives you gills temporarily. But it's rare and expensive. Where would I get it?" "The potion stores. But Snape guards them." Harry considered stealing it. But that would raise questions. Then Neville approached him one day. "Harry, I heard you need gillyweed." "How did you?" "Professor Moody told me you might. He said my herbology skills could help." Neville pulled out a small bundle. "This is gillyweed. It'll work for about an hour." Harry stared. "Neville, thank you. It's nothing. You've always been kind to me. I wanted to help." Harry took the gillyweed. Filed away another piece of information. Moody was helping him, guiding him through the tasks. "He wants you to succeed." "But why?" "I don't know. But I'll find out." The second task approached. February brought freezing temperatures. The Black Lake iced over at the edges. Harry practiced with the gillyweed in the prefect's bathroom. It worked. Gills formed. Webbing appeared between his fingers. He could breathe and move underwater. But what had they taken from him? The day of the second task, champions gathered at the lake. Dumbledore explained. "Your task is to dive into the lake. Rescue what has been taken from you. You have 1 hour." Bagman added. "Use any method you wish. But time is critical." Harry looked at the other champions. They all seemed confident. They'd found solutions. Then Harry noticed something. Ron wasn't in the crowd. Neither was Hermione. His blood ran cold. "What they've taken. Your friends." The cannon fired. Champion's dove. Harry ate the gillyweed. It tasted like seaweed. Within seconds, gills formed. He jumped into the freezing water. The transformation was incredible. Underwater was suddenly clear, navigable. He could breathe. He swam deeper. The lake was vast, dark, filled with strange creatures. Then he saw them. 4 figures tied to the lake floor. Suspended in sleep. Ron, Hermione, a young girl Harry didn't recognize, and Fleur's little sister. Merpeople surrounded them, watching. Harry swam to Ron, started untying him. The ropes were tight. Enchanted. Cedric arrived, used a bubble head charm. Grabbed his friend, Cho Chong. Crumb appeared. He'd partially transfigured into a shark. Grabbed Hermione. Fleur never showed. Harry freed Ron. Started working on the little girl. A merperson blocked him. "Only one. Her sister isn't coming. She'll die." The rules. To hell with the rules. Harry's power surged. Just a thread. His eyes flashed violet. The merperson backed away, sensing something dangerous. Harry freed the girl, grabbed both her and Ron, started swimming up. The hour passed. Harry broke the surface, pulled both hostages onto the platform. Medics rushed over. Ron woke coughing. The girl woke crying. Fleur ran over, hugged her sister, hugged Harry. Thank you, thank you. She would have died. Judges conferred. Dumbledore announced results. Harry placed second, lost points for going over time, but gained points for moral fiber. Ron grinned. You saved me. Of course I did. You're my best friend. Hermione appeared, dripping, confused. What happened? You were the thing I'd miss most, Krum said. His ears were red. Hermione blushed. Oh. Harry smiled. 2 tasks down. 1 to go. March brought unsettling news. A Death Eater attack in the Muggle world. The dark mark cast over a village. 3 dead. The Ministry downplayed it. Isolated incident. Nothing to worry about. But Harry knew better. Voldemort's followers were active, preparing. The 3rd task was announced. June 24th. A maze filled with obstacles. First champion to reach the Triwizard Cup wins. Simple. Direct. Deadly. Harry trained harder than ever. Combat spells. Shield variations. Strategy. And his power continued to grow. He was close to the threshold now. The point where he'd stop being human in any meaningful sense. You can feel it. Yes. Will you cross it? If I have to. To protect people. To survive. Then be ready. Because the choice is coming. Harry knew. The 3rd task wasn't just a competition. It was a trap. And he was walking straight into it. June arrived with oppressive heat. The castle buzzed with anticipation for the 3rd task. Students placed bets. Teachers increased security. The maze was constructed on the Quidditch pitch, towering hedges that shifted and moved. Harry felt the wrongness intensifying daily. The fake Moody watched him constantly. Offered advice. Guided his training. It was too helpful. Too convenient. He's shepherding you toward something. The maze. Yes. Whatever Voldemort is planning happens in that maze. Then I'll be ready. Harry trained obsessively. Not just magic. Strategy. He studied the maze layout. Memorized likely paths. Prepared for every obstacle Hagrid had mentioned. Blast-ended Scroots. Acromantulas. Boggarts. Sphinx. The maze was designed to test every skill a wizard possessed. But Harry's biggest advantage was his power. He'd reached the threshold. The point where crossing meant becoming something more than human. He hadn't crossed yet, but he stood at the edge, ready. If Voldemort appeared, Harry would do what was necessary. The night before the 3rd task, Sirius contacted him through the mirror. Harry, Sirius's face appeared in the glass. How are you holding up? Fine. Nervous. Listen to me. Something's wrong with this tournament. I can feel it. Sirius looked worried. Dumbledore feels it too. We think Voldemort is planning something. I know. The fake Moody. What? Harry explained. The Polyjuice potion. The constant guidance. The setup. Sirius's expression darkened. You need to tell Dumbledore. I have no proof. And if I reveal how I know. Your abilities. Right. Sirius ran a hand through his hair. Harry. Tomorrow. Whatever happens in that maze. Survive. Don't try to be a hero. Get out alive. I will. Promise me. I promise. But they both knew promises meant nothing against fate. June 24th dawned clear and hot. Champions were summoned to the maze entrance. Thousands of spectators filled temporary stands. The atmosphere was electric. Dumbledore addressed the crowd. The 3rd and final task. Champions will enter the maze. The first to reach the Triwizard Cup wins. However, his voice became serious. The maze is dangerous. If you're in trouble, send up red sparks. You will be rescued immediately. No shame in withdrawal. The champions lined up. Harry was tied for first with Krum. They'd enter first. Then Cedric. Then Fleur. Bagman raised his wand. On my mark. 3, 2, 1. The cannon fired. Harry plunged into the maze. Darkness swallowed him immediately. The hedges were 20 feet tall. Enchanted to block sound. He was alone. Harry moved cautiously. Wand out. Senses extended. The first obstacle was a blast-ended Scroot. The creature was enormous. Armored. Fire shot from its rear. Harry didn't hesitate. Stupefy. The spell bounced off the armor. The Scroot charged. Harry dodged. Let power flow. Time slowed. He saw the weak point, the underside where armor was thinnest. Defendo. The cutting curse struck true. The scroot collapsed. Harry kept moving. The maze shifted around him. Paths closed. New routes opened. It was designed to disorient. But Harry's spatial awareness was enhanced. He tracked his position mentally. Knew where the center was. He encountered a boggart. It transformed into Voldemort. Harry laughed. Ridiculous. The fake Voldemort suddenly wore a bright pink tutu and bunny slippers. It vanished. He found Fleur unconscious. Sent up red sparks for her. Kept moving. A sphinx blocked his path. Answer my riddle or turn back. Ask. The sphinx recited a complex riddle about time and sacrifice. Harry solved it instantly. His accelerated perception made the logic obvious. The sphinx stepped aside. Finally, Harry reached the center. The Triwizard Cup sat on a pedestal. Glowing. Beautiful. Cedric arrived seconds later. Panting. Bleeding from a cut on his arm. Together. Cedric asked. Harry hesitated. Something was wrong. The cup radiated magic that wasn't just a portkey. That's a trap, I know. But if Harry refused to touch it, Cedric would. And Cedric didn't have divine power protecting him. Together, Harry agreed. They grabbed the cup simultaneously. The world jerked. A portkey. They were pulled through space. They landed in a graveyard. Cedric stumbled. Where are we? Harry's scar exploded with pain. It's a trap. Run. Too late. A figure emerged from the shadows. Wormtail. Pettigrew. He held something small, writhing, and a voice, cold, high, inhuman, spoke. Kill the spare. Avada Kedavra. Green light. Cedric fell, dead before he hit the ground. Harry screamed, tried to run. Ropes shot from Wormtail's wand. Bound him to a tombstone. The small thing Pettigrew held. Harry saw it now. A grotesque baby-like creature. Pale. Serpentine. Voldemort. In a rudimentary body. Pettigrew moved to a cauldron. Added ingredients. Bone from a grave. His own hand, severed with a knife. And blood drawn from Harry's arm. The potion boiled. Turned silver. Erupted in steam. A figure rose from the cauldron. Tall. Skeletal. Hairless. With eyes like red slits. Voldemort. Reborn. He stood naked. Examining his new body. Testing his limbs. Then Pettigrew brought robes. Dressed him. My wand, Wormtail. Pettigrew handed it over. Voldemort ran his fingers along the wood lovingly. Then he turned to Harry. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. Voldemort's voice was soft. Deadly. At last, we meet as equals. We're not equals. No. Voldemort moved closer. You carry something, Harry Potter. Something I sensed years ago. Something that should not exist in a mere boy. Harry's veil tightened. I don't know what you mean. Liar. Voldemort's eyes burned. I felt it the night I tried to kill you. Power beyond wizardry. Beyond mortality. What are you? Harry said nothing. Voldemort pressed his wand to Harry's forehead. Legilimency. Brutal. Overwhelming. But Harry's shields held. Reinforced by divine essence. Voldemort pulled back. Frustrated. Impressive. You've learned occlumency. But it won't save you. He called his Death Eaters. They apparated in. Dozens of masked figures forming a circle. Witness. Voldemort announced. I have returned. And I begin by killing Harry Potter. The ropes binding Harry vanished. We duel, Voldemort said. As tradition dictates. Bo, Harry Potter. Harry bowed stiffly. Good. Now, we begin. Voldemort struck first. Crucio. Harry dove. The curse missed. He fired back. Stupefy. Voldemort deflected easily. Weak. Show me real power. They exchanged spells. Harry fought defensively. Voldemort was faster. More experienced. Each curse came closer. Then Voldemort caught him. Crucio. Pain exploded through every nerve. Harry screamed. Writhed. It felt like being torn apart from the inside. Fight back. Use your power. I can't, not without. Without revealing yourself. Harry, you're going to die. Does it matter if they know what you are when you're dead? Azrathar was right. Harry stopped holding back. Power surged. Violet light exploded from his body. The curse shattered. Voldemort stumbled backward. What? Harry stood. His eyes blazed violet. Divine essence radiated from him in waves. You wanted to see real power. Harry's voice carried harmonic overtones. Not quite human anymore. Here it is. He didn't cast spells. He commanded reality. The ground beneath Voldemort's feet turned to quicksand. The Dark Lord sank, struggled. Impossible, Voldemort snarled. He blasted free. You're using wandless magic. I'm using something you'll never understand. Harry attacked. Not with spells. With pure force of will. The air around Voldemort compressed. Gravity intensified. The Dark Lord was forced to his knees. Death Eaters moved to help. Harry gestured. They flew backward. Slammed into tombstones. You're crossing the threshold. I know. There's no going back. I don't care. Harry fully released his power. The veil shattered. Divine essence flooded out. He stopped being Harry Potter in that moment. Became something more. Something ancient. Azrathar, the devil mystic god, manifested through him. Wings of shadow and starlight erupted from Harry's back. His body blazed with violet fire. His presence warped reality itself. Voldemort stared in absolute horror. What are you? Your opposite. Your antithesis. Harry's voice was layered. Human and divine. You sought immortality through murder and dark ritual. I was born with divine essence. You tear reality apart. I can rebuild it. You are death. I am eternity. He advanced. Each step cracked the ground. Voldemort fired every curse he knew. Killing curses. Torture curses. Blasting hexes. They all shattered against Harry's presence. You cannot kill me, Harry said. I am beyond death. He reached for Voldemort. Touched the Dark Lord's face. Divine fire burned through Voldemort's new body. The Dark Lord screamed. His flesh began to disintegrate. But Harry stopped. Pulled back. Finish it. No. Why not? Because I'm still human enough to choose mercy. Harry released Voldemort. The Dark Lord collapsed. His body smoking. Damaged but alive. This is mercy, Harry said. Remember it. Next time we meet, I won't stop. He grabbed Cedric's body. Grabbed the cup. Portkeyed back to Hogwarts. He landed in the maze exit. Spectators cheered. Then they saw Cedric. The cheering stopped. Dumbledore rushed forward. Harry, what happened? Harry looked at him. His eyes still glowing violet. Wings still manifested. Voldemort returned. I stopped him. Then Harry collapsed. The power receded. The wings vanished. He returned to being just a boy. A boy who'd crossed the threshold. Who'd revealed what he truly was. And who'd never be normal again. Epilogue. New Dawn. Harry woke in the hospital wing 3 days later. Dumbledore sat beside his bed. The headmaster looked older. Wearier. How do you feel? Dumbledore asked. Different. I imagine you would. You revealed something extraordinary, Harry. I know. What are you? The question wasn't accusatory. Just curious. Harry considered lying. Then decided against it. I carry the soul of a god. A devil mystic god named Azrathar. I was born with it. I've always had it. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. I see. And Voldemort. Alive. Damaged. I could have killed him. I chose not to. Why? Because I'm still human enough to show mercy. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. I'm not like him. I won't become like him. Dumbledore smiled faintly. No, you won't. The fact that you choose mercy proves that. What happens now? Now, you heal. You grieve for Cedric. You prepare for the war that's coming. Dumbledore stood. And you decide what kind of being you want to become. Harry nodded. I want to protect people. That's all I've ever wanted. Then that's what you'll do. God or human or something in between. You'll be Harry Potter. The boy who chose compassion over power. Dumbledore left. Harry lay back. Stared at the ceiling. He'd crossed the threshold. Revealed himself. There was no going back. But he'd also saved lives. Stopped Voldemort. Given the wizarding world time to prepare. That had to count for something. Sirius visited later. Pulled Harry into a crushing hug. You're alive. I am. I saw what you did. What you became. Sirius pulled back. I don't care. God, wizard, whatever. You're still my godson. Harry felt tears sting his eyes. Thank you. Ron and Hermione came next. They looked uncertain. Harry, Hermione said carefully. We saw. I know. Are you still you? Harry smiled. Yeah, I'm still me. Just, more. Ron grinned. Good. Because we've still got potions homework and I need your help. They laughed. The tension broke. Harry was different now. The world knew what he was. But he still had his friends. His family. His purpose. And as long as he had those, he could face anything. Even gods and dark lords. Because Harry Potter, Vessel of Azrathar, the boy who lived, the god among wizards, had learned the most important lesson. Power without compassion was tyranny. Strength without mercy was cruelty. And no matter how much he changed, he would never forget what it meant to be human. And that is just the beginning of Harry's true destiny. If you want to see how far his power rises, or how the wizarding world reacts next, make sure you like this video and comment if you want part 2. And hey, if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe right now. Because I upload daily dark and powerful Harry Potter what-if stories. And trust me, the next one will be even more insane. And I'll see you in the next magical chapter. Until then, stay legendary.